I will kill the author. Chapter 237 280 Chapter 237 Future Invaluable Helpers. After talking with Hugh and Kai some more, I headed out to leave. We had so many things to discuss, but we also had to prepare for tomorrow. Well, that and because Leo had been calling me, it seems like he really intends to train me until the start of the main event tomorrow. Anyway, back to the main topic. I did it. I never thought I would reveal my secret to someone, but I did. I told them that I have transmigrated into Lucas' body from a different world. By the way, for reference, I also mentioned the novel. I explained to them that I read it in my real world and gained knowledge about this world's future. However, I didn't talk about Joe or how he killed me. I didn't have any particular reason for not telling them about him. I simply didn't think telling them that would be of any use. Besides, I had a gut feeling to keep Joe's identity close to me. Nevertheless, I did share with them that I have cracks in the memories that I inherited from Lucas. Initially, I thought they would be weirded out by my revelation, which they definitely were, at least for a little while, but later, they didn't seem to care. All they want is hope. The hope of saving this world. As weird and confusing as this whole ordeal was, one thing came out in my favor. I managed to switch Kai to my side. He and his covered organization, the New World Order, will prove to be invaluable helpers to me in the future. Magic not to mention, I have also secured Grace and Quinn under my authority too. Dealing with Grace might be challenging, but I have great plans in mind for her. Yes, no matter how I look at it, fighting Kai and almost dying was definitely worth it. Speaking of Kai, the wise man was currently walking me out of the base. While on our way out, I turned to look at him and asked, "By the way, do you know how exactly the world would end?" Kai arched an eyebrow at my question, a little bit confused. "You said this world was a novel you read in your real world, right? So, wasn't the end mentioned in it? Just tell me," I pressed. I didn't want to admit that I never read the end of that novel. "I want to check something." Kai continued to give me a weird look before he finally sighed and started talking. "Well, as I told you, I never managed to reach my goals. Every single time I died before the final war was over. The farthest I've reached is in my 10th life. We had defeated the Callous, and our last war against the vampires was drawing to a close, but right then, just when we were about to win, the vampire monarch awakened from his slumber and single-handedly obliterated anyone who stood in his path." Shocked, a slight frown creased my forehead as I looked at Kai with a hint of disbelief. Kai shuddered as if he was remembering something very, very dark and unpleasant. "The vampire monarch, he can't be stopped," Kai added. "There is just no way to kill that abomination. That's why we will have to defeat the vampire forces before he awakens." "I see," I muttered under my breath. While I was talking to Kai and Hugh, I came to a conclusion. The novel depicted a timeline very similar to the one I am currently in. That means the world shown in the novel wasn't exactly this one, but maybe some other timeline. That would explain the existence of Hugh, who turned out to be an anomaly whose life was saved by Kai, or else he wasn't supposed to exist at all. It would also explain some other subtle changes I found in this world that weren't mentioned in the novel. The timeline in the novel was the one where Kai couldn't save his friend again. It was a timeline where I wasn't transmigrated into this world. In that world, the future was bleak. Kai continued to push Quinn until he sided with the vampires. Quinn and Nero fought each other to an apocalyptic destruction, and the vampire monarch awakened. However, that future will not be mine. It belonged to some other ruined timeline, and I will not let it repeat itself. This future is mine. In my future, I will ensure that Quinn does not switch sides, Nero and Quinn do not fight, and the vampire monarch does not awaken. If I prevent these events from transpiring, I am sure that I will win. I will be able to survive past the final war, save this world, and reach a perfect ending. As I once again reminded myself of my goal, I nodded my head in silent determination, but right then, I noticed something. We were walking past the prison floor, and suddenly a question popped up in my head. "By the way, Kai," I began, looking at the steel bars, "who are all these people in these cells?" "Oh, right, well, They are the people who tried to betray us or got too close to knowing about us, Kai told me. There are also some people who refused to join us after we told them about us, so we had to imprison them. I arched my eyebrows in surprise as I listened to him. After blinking a couple of times, I asked, "What are you going to do with them?" "Well, those who are of no use have already been killed or will be soon. They will be thrown to these hungry mana beasts," Kai said, pointing at some of the cages. Yes, aside from people, there were also mana beasts trapped in these cells. They were relentlessly clawing at the super-reinforced steel bars, trying to break free. As for the others, well, we can't kill them since they are scions of big families with high status, Kai said. I have my men and women impersonating them and taking their place in society, so if they are ever caught, these people can be used as bargaining chips. Wait a second, I interjected. You have your people taking their place? Yeah, I had to find a couple of relics that could let their wielders shape-shift, so no one would notice the disappearance of these noble kids, Kai explained. Do you know how wrong this sounds? I exclaimed. If you're found out, do you have any idea what kind of punishment you could get? I can't help it, Kai shrugged. I wanted their influence, but since they were unwilling to side with me, I had to take some measures. Still, isn't it wrong? I said, not convinced at all. You have practically kidnapped people and sent your own followers to impersonate them just because they didn't side with you. Oh, come on, Kai chuckled. Are you sure you are fit to say that? You reek of blood. You've also killed someone, haven't you? A broken bar. I wanted to retort, but I couldn't find the words to do so. He was correct. I had no right to tell him he was wrong. After walking for a bit and taking several different elevators, I reached the exit door of the basement. Wait, just as I was about to walk out, Kai called out to me. He took out a small metal plaque, similar to what he had used before to open the doors, and handed it to me. Those are runic doors. Even a high-level artillery spell can't break them easily. Use this plaque to open them and don't lose them, Kai said. Taking the metal plaque from him, I inspected it for a quick couple of seconds before nodding and walking out. Okay, this was done. Taka exclamation mark. Clang, clang, clanger exclamation mark. Thwacka exclamation mark. Arghh, grunting and mumbling in pain, I fell to my knees, panting. My breath was shallow and ragged, and my heart felt like it was about to burst. Taking out a bottle of cold water from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet, I pushed down its content in big gulps and let out a long, satisfied sigh, as the burning sensation in my lungs slightly cooled down and the pain subsided a little. I got up and cast an angry gaze at the person responsible for rendering me in this state. Of course, that person was none other than my own master Leo Kurogami. You want to kill me, don't you? I cried out. Around us, long blades of grass swayed along the wind. After our clash, some of the grass blades in the area were cut short, creating several clearings. The sun was directly above us, yet it wasn't scorching us with its heat. I would say it was warm as if on a winter's morning, with a clear blue sky in the backdrop. The red-haired man in front of me smirked. He wore a red and black kendo keikogi, with his long red hair untied, swaying with the grass along the wind, scrutinizing me with his matching red eyes for a second. Leo quickly disappeared from my sight the next moment. Guisha, what there? Before I could register what had happened, Leo was already right in front of me, his blade poised over his head. Swish! Leo brought his sword down, cleaving my body into two vertical halves. Hey, however, a smirk formed on my face as the two halves of my body wavered and disappeared like a mirage. It was my illusion. I had used this time to encircle Leo. Azure lightning sparked all around my body as I enveloped my body in the lightning aura. I felt my speed and reaction time heightening visibly as I lunged forward, thrusting my spear, which was also clad in lightning, at Leo. Nice try, Leo muttered. Confusion was evident on my face. My spear was about to hit him, so what did he mean by nice try? A broken bar. It was too late for me before I finally grasped the meaning of his words. Leo's figure blurred in a burst of speed as he sidestepped to avoid my spear. From the side, He swung his sword and hit the back of my neck with his glowing red blade. As soon as his blade met the back of my neck, it cut through my flesh and bone like a hot knife to butter. In the blink of an eye, my head was severed from my body as a bright crimson light flashed through the area. As my head rolled through the air, with my widened eyes, I saw the world upside down before it finally hit the ground. Soon after, darkness shrouded my vision, and everything turned black. I was dead. Gah! Clutching my neck, I sat up straight. My whole body was drenched in a cold sweat as I looked around with terror-filled widened eyes. My chest heaved in and out as I struggled to gasp for breath. Panic settled in, but along with it came clarity. Gently rubbing my neck and turning my head side to side so slowly that I was scared it would fall. I had to make sure it was in place. After confirming that I was definitely alive, I clutched my chest and tried to calm down my violently beating heart by taking long, deep breaths. It was not real. It was not real, I repeatedly told myself. It was indeed not real. We were in virtual reality. Since I didn't have much time to practice my elemental aura and new magic spells, Master suggested a brilliant idea. He asked me to train in virtual reality with a time dilation effect. Basically, with the time dilation effect in place, one day spent in virtual reality would only be 6 hours in the real world. So basically, I could continuously train for 4 days while in reality only a day would have passed. There were only 2 problems. You see, no matter how much you train in VR, it would only affect your mind, not your body, but I was fine with it since I only need to get used to the feeling of using elemental aura and my new magic spells. However, the second problem was that only the third-year cadets could use the time dilation effect in VR, but since it was Leo who wanted me to train with time dilation in effect, the Cadet Council didn't have much choice but to give me permission to access it. Unbeknownst to me, there was also a third problem. You see, since I can't die in VR, Leo thought that it would be a good idea to fucking kill me. He killed me thrice. Thrice. That man is not right in the head. He's insane. He shouldn't be allowed anywhere outside of a mental asylum. Are you fine, my dear disciple? Oh, speak of the devil. I looked around as soon as I heard a familiar voice. Right now, we were in the VR room. I was sitting up straight inside my VR pod, drenched in cold sweat after dying inside the virtual reality with 100% immersion. Yeah, 100% immersion meant I felt every ounce of pain that this man who calls himself my master inflicted on me. Stepping out of my VR pod, I looked at Leo, who was also out of his VR pod and was now leaning against it. He had a satisfied smile on his face that did nothing to calm my rage. Fine? You ask if I'm fine after killing me for the 3rd time. Magico, it was just VR, don't be dramatic, just VR, it was 100% immersion. I felt all that pain. Well, now you know what dying feels like, so you'll do good to avoid it. Is this man for real? I can't tell him I already know what dying feels like, but even if I didn't, his argument doesn't make any sense. Oh, I simply killed you so you would do good to avoid dying. Yeah, right. Because otherwise, I was eager to die. As I was lost in my silent rant, a thoughtful look appeared on Leo's face. It's weird, a broken bar, he muttered to himself. What? I asked, still pouting. You know, it doesn't feel like you're learning anything new. It feels like you're just remembering what you've already learned, Leo remarked, touching his chin. What nonsense are you on about now, Master? I looked at him with a blank expression. Nothing, maybe I'm just overthinking. Leo waved his hand. Anyway, isn't it time for you to go? Casting a confused look, I gazed at the smart bracelet on my wrist to know the time. It was 7:35 a.m. Right now, the main event would start in 30 minutes. Arghh, yeah, I should go. Quickly rushing for the door, I waved at Master and thanked him for the training, even though he killed me thrice. But still, because of him, I did manage to learn some high-level spells. My arsenal is very versatile now thanks to him. I couldn't help but let out a sigh as I rushed home to freshen up and get ready. The day was finally here, the day of the King's tournament. finger leaning against the wall, Kai tapped his smart bracelet, alerted by a notification bell signaling a text message. Just then, Hugh entered through the door, catching his friend absorbed in reading on the holographic screen popping out from his smart bracelet. "Kai, they're all gathered," Hugh said, shaking Kai out of his trance. "Ah, okay," Kai nodded, averting his gaze from the holographic screen in front of him. "What are you reading?" Hugh asked, a little curious. "It's an outline of the plan to prevent the vampire attack today," Kai explained. Hugh walked up to him and started reading the contents laid out before them on the holographic screen. Hugh touched his chin after thoroughly reading the text. "Yeah, as long as we don't mess it up, this strategy will work. Well, at the very least, we would be able to prevent as many casualties as possible." While Hugh spoke, Kai seemed lost in deep thought. After a bit of silence, he spoke. "Hey, do you really think what Lucas told us was the truth? And is he really the spearman, or am I making a mistake here?" Having second thoughts, Hugh cast his friend a look and then gave him a crooked smile. After a short pause, he added, "I don't think he was lying. As for whether or not he's really the spearman, I think you know the answer to it already." Kai pondered Hugh's words before speaking in a somber tone. "Lucas mentioned that he read a novel in his real world. That novel A Broken Bar is this world. If that's true, then, do you think our fates had been written beforehand? Do we even have free will? If everything we do is just part of some story A Broken Bar, then the one writing our story must be a god. If that's true, then are we really just puppets dancing on his will?" Hugh remained silent for a few minutes, struggling to find the right words to reply to Kai. Finally, after a few more minutes, Hugh managed to form a reply. He patted his friend's back and said, "Honestly, A Broken Bar, I don't know. Maybe our fates really are pre-written. Maybe God really is some twisted being playing with us like puppets on his will. Maybe A Broken Bar, maybe the ending of this story has already been decided. But what I do know is that you will not give up, and if I were God, I would be on the lookout for you, because making an enemy of you is the worst thing someone could do, even if that someone is a god." Kai threw his head back and chortled at his friend's words. The depressing, bleak look in his eyes from before slowly dissipated as he nodded his head, solidifying his resolve. Yeah, Hugh was right. So what if their fates were already planned? To hell with all that, and to hell with God. Kai had already tried 17 times to change his fate, and despite failing in all of them, he knew one thing: he would not give up. No matter what happened, he would change his and this world's fate this time around, especially since in this life, his friend was beside him. Ouch, determined once again, Kai smacked the back of Hugh's head hard and laughed as the latter let out a pained groan. "You've always been good at buttering people," Kai grinned. "Okay, let's go." With that said, Kai headed out for the first floor. Hugh rubbed the back of his head before smiling and following behind. On the first floor, hundreds of cadets were gathered in neat rows and files. They were all cadets of the Global Academy. Magic. Most of them were first years, many of them were second years, and there were even a few third years present among them. Looking at the crowd, Kai nodded his head and declared in a loud tone, "You all should know that there have been some changes in the plan. Instead of letting it happen, we will prevent the vampire attack. I will tell you the plan in detail after we reach the academy. I will say this, however, the King's Arena will become a battlefield today. Prioritize your own life at all costs if all hell breaks loose." "Yes, sir." Other cadets shouted back in unison. With a nod, Kai yelled back, "We walk in shadows, sworn to secrecy, so the world can see the light. We do not fancy fame or want the world to know our name. Our goal is just to create and serve the new world from behind the veil of shadows. Embrace the veil, ignite the future. Embrace the veil, ignite the future." The crowd of cadets repeated the last words of Kai in a loud tone. Raising his head, Kai showed a pleased smile. Almost instantly, a cadet stepped forward and walked up to him before slightly bowing his head. He was a cadet named Luke, one of Kai's most trusted members of the NWO. With black hair and matching eyes, a plain-looking face, and a well-built body. Luke didn't stand out in any way. In fact, he wasn't from a very wealthy family either. Kai had recruited Luke since they were children because Luke possessed a powerful gift. "Luke, open the rift," Kai ordered. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Luke possessed an extraordinary gift. Nodding, he extended one of his hands and opened his palms. After some minutes, a bluish portal ripped through the fabric of space and opened in front of him. Luke had the gift of opening teleportation gates to anywhere he had been once. The flaw of his gift was that it takes him a long time to open these portals. "This will get us to the top of your apartment complex, Kai," Luke informed. Nodding once again, Kai spoke out, "Let's go." He should have received the text by now, right? I thought out loud as I combed back my hair to the side. My hair has grown a lot since I first came to this world. It covers the back of my whole neck now. Should I trim it or let it grow? I didn't mind letting it grow and tying it in a braid or a bun like Master, but the thing is, I have a flower boy face. I don't want people to think that I'm a girl cross-dressing as a guy. Wait, what the heck am I thinking? Right, this is not the time to think about hairstyles. Shaking my head, I buttoned my shirt and put on my tie. Since I had to change into combat attire soon anyway, I didn't bother putting on the blazer. Okay, I have 3 tasks at hand. First, I will have to try and end the King's tournament as soon as possible. I was very tempted to go back to my original plan and let Nero easily beat me in the finals, but a promise is a promise. I said that I'd put him in his place, and I will not go back on the words I gave to myself. Second, if Kai and his team stick to my plan, then the vampire attack will be prevented, or else I would have to act on plan B, which I've already set in place. As for the third task at hand, a broken bark tilde. Oh, come on, Sarah, please let me go. Yeah, I will have to do something to get Sarah off of me. She has grabbed my shoulder with her claws and is now refusing to leave me. Maybe it's because I haven't been spending much time with her that she has decided to take matters into her own claws and stick to me like glue. Sarah, please, I promise I'll take you out soon, I swear. Creak tilde. Oh, darn it, creak tilde. Yeah, are you happy now? Crick tilde. That's good to hear. In the end, I decided to bring Serafina along with me. She was perched on top of my shoulder using her talons, chirping merrily as if she were extremely happy. Actually, I didn't really decide anything. I just didn't have a choice. She was really not letting me go. I tried to wrestle with her, trying to get her to leave me, but she was relentless. I feared that she would find a way to fly out of the apartment and follow me if I left her like that. So in the end, using my edit pen, I created an appearance-altering potion and let Sarah drink it, which did its job. Now, her bright red feathers had completely turned to black, and her silver shade had been replaced with white. Her radiant glow had also subsided, and even her eye color turned black. She looked like an ordinary species of bird, just a little bigger in size. Oh, yes, Sarah has grown quite a lot again. Her body was now as big as my arm, and her wingspan was even bigger. Phoenixes do grow at an alarming rate. It's fine, though. If someone asks, I can just say she's my tamed beast. Having tamed beasts with you is not against the rules of the academy, after all. Right when I was about to enter the academy gates, deep in thought, a notification bell shook me out of my daze. It was a text message. I checked it and confirmed that it was from Kai. He alerted me that he and his team have come back to the academy, but I wonder, though, how did they travel? I mean, it's not like so many people can use the teleportation gate of the academy. Magic apart from it not being very secretive, it's also not feasible, as the cadet council would soon notice so many people using the gate and put a stop to it. Well, I will ask him about it when I see him next time. Lucas. Bro. Frowning, I spun around as I heard someone shouting my name at the top of their lungs. Only then did I see a young elven man with the lightest shade of blue hair and azure eyes. He usually had a rather handsome face, but right now it was contorted as he ran toward me with tears streaming down his cheeks and a running nose. Right. In the past few days, Kent tried to reach out to me, but I completely forgot to call him back. I may or may not have also ignored all his texts. Hey, in my defense, I was really busy. Besides, Leo gave me zero time to waste in the past few days. Thacker exclamation mark. Ouch, I couldn't help but let out a pained and startled scream as Kent's body slammed into mine, trapping me in a tight hug. Well, I can't run away from him now, can I? After consoling Kent and calming him down, we set off together toward the academy. Somewhere along the way, we were joined by an unexpected guest. By the way, bro, I didn't get to say this earlier, but your performance during the flag game was great, Kent exclaimed with clear excitement in his voice. Thanks, I replied, trying not to let a smug smile creep onto my face. At that moment, the third person walking with us spoke up, and I didn't get to say this earlier, but thanks, Lucas, not only did you keep your promise, but you also led us to victory. It was Amelia. I turned towards her and nonchalantly waved my hand in a dismissive manner. I told you already, I was just returning the favor, so there's no need to thank me for it, I said, offering a polite smile. I hadn't had the chance to meet Amelia and Kent after the game ended on the first day. Our team had interviews scheduled, so Kent couldn't join us during that time. As for Amelia, the Academy thought it best not to be seen together to avoid any further controversies, so her award ceremonies and interviews were held separately. After the game, I did catch a glimpse of Amelia in the medical room, but we had no opportunity to talk as Nero spoiled my mood first and I headed home. After that, Master dragged me to perform vigorous training with him, leaving me little time to even catch a breath, let alone talk to people. Amelia shook her head, insisting, "No, I still need to thank you for other things." An enigmatic expression crossed my face as I inquired, "What other things?" Amelia hesitated for a moment before averting her gaze. "I don't want to tell." "Huh? What?" I swear to God, I don't understand her at all. I couldn't help but be puzzled. Before I could probe further, Kent jumped in, changing the topic. "By the way, bro, we heard that you and Kai fought. What happened?" Surprised by his question, I raised an eyebrow. "The news has already spread?" Amelia scoffed and tapped on her smart bracelet, saying, "The news? There's a video going around the internet showing you stomping Kai's head into the ground. Some people are even claiming that you both fell down from a building. Can you believe it?" As she said that, a holographic screen popped up in front of us, displaying a video in which I was indeed seen stomping Kai's head into the concrete. Damn, I know how to deliver a curb stomp. After the video ended, Kent quickly spoke up. "When I heard the news that the Cadet Council was punishing you, I rushed to the academy to meet you, but by that time, we were informed that you had already left with Leo-sensei." "We?" I furrowed my brow, curious about Kent's words. Amelia's ears perked up, and her face momentarily paled as Kent continued. "Yeah, after arriving at the academy, I found Amelia was also there. I turned my gaze to Amelia, and she simply shrugged in response. I was nearby, so I decided to check up on you. You know, I still needed to thank you and all," she explained. Then, she gave me a curious glance and asked, "So why did you two fight?" I hesitated for a moment before replying, "It was an ego fight." "An ego fight?" Kent raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, you know, when two guys can't stand each other, they just duke it out," I clarified. "I know what an ego fight is," Kent interjected, "and you had a fair reason to get into a fight with him after how he targeted you that day." "Targeted him?" Amelia looked at Kent with a questioning expression. Kent proceeded to tell her about the incident when Kai confronted me, causing a frown to form on Amelia's face. "I see," she said, "but still, didn't you guys go a little too extreme on each other?" It's fine," I waved my hand dismissively. "We're perfectly fine now." "I also heard his group got involved too," Kent added. "Yeah, but they didn't fight," I clarified. "Well, to be precise, they couldn't put up a fight. Kai was the only person there who could have defeated me, and he even came close to doing so despite all the stat boosts I had. if not for the fact that he had fought Quinn just moments before my arrival. No, actually, now that I think about it, I could have defeated him even in his top condition, since it wouldn't have made much of a difference. And what was the punishment you got? Amelia inquired, raising her eyebrows. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, nothing drastic. The vice president just made us pay for the damages, and the president asked us to participate in a training drill for martial discipline. My own martial discipline will last for 2 days after the king's tournament, right? And I suppose paying such a lowly amount wouldn't have even made a dent in your highness' wallet, right? Amelia commented playfully with a smirk. Now you understand my greatness. Good, good, I retorted with the same energy. With that banter, the three of us continued walking while chatting about various things. Amelia mentioned that my popularity had suddenly skyrocketed, as had Kai's. Both of us were the individuals that no one expected to deliver such a remarkable performance in the game. It was shocking for almost everyone at the academy, and our duel became the most interesting part of the flag game. In fact, the flag game ended up being the second most captivating matchup in this year's King's Tournament, a surprising achievement considering it's usually very easy to surpass the hype generated by the main event on the first day. But in our case, none of the matches, except one, came close to the level of entertainment we provided. Moreover, after the snippet of our little fight went viral, our popularity only kept increasing. Even people from outside the academy were hyped to see us clash again in the main event of the King's Tournament. Hey, poor souls. Anyway, Kent also asked me about the bird perched on top of my shoulder. I simply told him she was my parrot that he had seen earlier. Kent insisted that the parrot he saw was red, but Amelia and I playfully gaslighted him until the poor soul had no choice but to believe us. As we indulged in such topics, we finally reached the academy. The cadets who were in the top 200 academic rankings were asked to head toward the western or eastern pavilion. Those who had tickets to watch the match yes, this match wasn't free to watch even for the academy cadets were directed to their seats in the stadium. Waving his tickets, Kent parted ways, saying, I guess it's my cue, I'll cheer for you both. So you better win. Waving him back, Amelia and I headed for the western pavilion. So, is she your phoenix? She has grown quite a lot from the last time I saw her. Creak. As we walked, Amelia gently patted Sarah and ruffled her soft, silky feathers under her neck. Wait, how do you know she's a she? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It took me weeks to understand that Sarah was a girl. How did she know it in one meeting? Amelia gave me a worried look, concern clearly visible in her eyes. As my frown deepened, she waited for a few seconds before hesitantly speaking. Lucas, is your memory getting worse, or is it mere exhaustion? I raised an eyebrow, a confused look forming on my face. What do you mean? Lucas, you were the one who told me about her gender, remember? Amelia said, her tone tinged with concern. Yeah, broken bar, I did. I don't remember a broken bar. Conversations aren't something I forget easily. After all, it's very essential to keep track of what I say and what others say to me. Not only does it give me insight into their character, but it also helps me gauge how much I can reveal about myself in front of someone. No matter how minor the detail, I remember absolutely everything I reveal to others and what they reveal to me. So then a broken bar, how did I forget about this? Are you sure you aren't gaslighting me like Kent? I narrowed my eyes at her, but Amelia wasn't in the mood to amuse my humor. Lucas, you know you will have to get to the bottom of this, right? She said, giving me a concerned look. I guess she won't drop this topic, huh? The thing is, talking about my memory or Lucas' memories, actually is a little unnerving to me for some reason. That had especially been the case after reading those journals, and now, after going through all those prophecies and whatnot, I'm not sure what to make of Lucas. There was definitely more to him than meets the eye. Everything is a mess. I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I hate mysteries. Letting out a soft sigh, I glanced at Amelia and said, I guess you are right. I have been having trouble remembering things recently. I keep forgetting mundane tasks like whether I had eaten breakfast, taken a bath, answered texts, and other such things. Remembering complex things like what I said to people, the face of the person who bumped into me earlier, or even a simple math equation has become a challenge. I can still recall events from Lucas' memories, but it feels like the cracks that were there before are getting bigger and bigger by the day. Even memories from my previous life are fading. My parents' faces have blurred in my head, and I can't even recall how many siblings I had. I didn't want to admit it until now, foolishly believing that if I didn't say it out loud, it wouldn't become real, but it is already the reality. I began to confess with shaky breaths. It's worsening. I keep forgetting things. I fear soon I'll forget everything and just be a shadower. Before I could continue, Amelia interjected, "It won't happen. Return to Wolfshire as soon as your semester break starts and investigate there. I'm sure you'll find some clues." "That's the plan," I shrugged and replied with a somber expression. In the next second, Amelia spoke up again. "Besides, I would be damned if something happens to you before you give me an apology gift. Sorry, what? You want an apology gift?" "Yes, at least a legendary or divine rank relic would suffice." After blankly staring at her for a couple of seconds as she put forward her shameless demand, I burst out, "You do know there's a chance that I was mind-controlled, right?" I retorted. "So why would I give an apology gift when I was also the victim?" Amelia dramatically gasped, as if I had asked her for her kidneys, and widened her eyes. She then proceeded to wipe non-existent tears off her face and said, "Wow, you not only hurt me, but you refuse to compensate for hurting my feelings? Do they teach these ethics in the Morningstar household?" Faking snobs and sniffs, she put on a show that would put even the greatest actors to shame. Before I could speak up, however, bright lights suddenly flashed on us. Squinting my eyes, I looked around and saw crowds of media reporters swarming towards us. Fuck. Today's match was a significant event, attracting not only cadets of our academy but also many people who were permitted to attend this event from outside the city. Among the attendees were top media associates, including influencers and reporters from all over the world. They were granted complete access to roam freely within the academy grounds. Given the magnitude of today's event, as we continued chatting and walking, we failed to notice that some reporters had started following us. To make matters worse, Amelia was crying, albeit only in acting, and on top of that, the cadets were explicitly asked to avoid any controversies. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that we had messed up, right? Given our history, we shouldn't even be seen a meter close to each other. Magic. As I gave a sidelong glance to the girl walking beside me, she returned the look and muttered, "Well, damn." After choosing to remain silent in the face of a flood of questions thrown at us and not escalate any controversies that we might have given birth to any further, we decided to quickly part ways with each other. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I would soon be receiving an earful from a certain someone again. Anyway, right now I was casually strolling through the academy, taking in the festive decorations in the stadium as if it were a grand festival day. The stadium was adorned with vibrant banners and colorful streamers. Flags of all four ruling houses fluttered in the breeze, and the air was filled with the buzz of chatter and laughter. I could even see the Morningstar family flag. It had a sigil of a wolf howling with the backdrop of the rising sun at dawn. The podium at the far end was decked with dazzling lights, making it a focal point of attention. Meanwhile, tall spotlights stood around the circular, concrete ground at the center of the stadium, where our matches would take place. Reporters were already present, busy capturing the moment, as influencers took selfies or made videos, and the audience in the stands grew increasingly impatient. They wanted to start the match as soon as possible. As I casually walked through the crowd of cadets rushing to the pavilion building where I myself was headed, a strange feeling settled in my heart. It reminded me of the same sensation I experienced in Silverine. These people broken bar will die. It felt like I was in a graveyard, surrounded by the graves of the people walking beside me. So many lives will be lost today and so much blood will be spilled, despite my efforts to prevent it. Damn it, Lucas, focus. Slapping my cheeks, I shook my head and dismissed such dark thoughts. I had already done what I could. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted someone I instantly recognized without even turning my head. It was Nero de Croft. Yes, whatever will happen today, he is to blame for all of it. Today is the day he'll realize he's not as unstoppable as he thinks he is. I'll make sure of that. Wearing a sleeveless top, full-length trousers, and a pair of combat boots that made up my black and red combat attire, I stepped out of my pavilion room and headed toward the VIP stand. Master had called me there. Yes, he was still in the academy. He said he would leave in the afternoon. Right now, it was barely 10 o'clock a.m., so there was still time to watch at least some of the matches before he would have to head out. Honestly, I tried everything I could to make him stay. The added protection that Leo Kurogami's presence in the academy could have provided against the vampires attacking today would have put me at ease. However, I wasn't able to sway him. Turns out, the matters he had to attend to were more than a little necessary. It's fine. I know with my current battle prowess I would be able to survive the harrowing horde of lower-class vampires. Although it wouldn't be easy, it won't be impossible. As for the high or noble class vampires, well, I would just have to avoid them and let Nero and Anastasia deal with those monstrosities. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I was hiding behind a broken bar actually. Yeah, I was, but can one blame me? Look, they are the protagonists of this world. They have what we normal people call plot armor. They will survive. I, on the other hand, am just a minor villain, albeit a little mysterious one, but still a villain. I don't want to know if I have plot armor or not. Consumed by such thoughts, I soon arrived at the VIP stand, perched high above the stadium, accessible by a private entrance. The luxurious seating, cushioned for comfort, beckoned the esteemed guests to relax and indulge in the spectacle below. From up here, the view was simply breathtaking. If one stands at the edge, they could easily see the entire stadium sprawled out before them. The whole stadium was filled with cheering crowds, fluttering banners, and the grey expanse of the concrete field. The roar of the crowd below reverberated through the stand, creating an electric atmosphere that sent chills down my spine. Damn, the VIP stand's elevated position provided an unparalleled perspective, allowing the people to witness every moment of the games with utmost clarity. Yet, since the stand was spacious, the seating arrangement at the back did not allow the people here to spectate the matches very clearly. For them, there were huge holographic screens present on the side walls, each as big as a theater screen, that telecasted the happenings of the field below us. Lucas, here. As soon as I entered the stand, a familiar voice called out my name. I glanced around at the diverse assembly of people seated here, instructors, teachers, a few third-year cadets, numerous guests from influential families outside the academy, and, of course, the entire cadet council were present. No one minded my intrusion as they were engrossed in their own conversations and activities. However, a few pairs of eyes did notice me, and even fewer lingered to follow my movements. My sister was among those who noticed my arrival. Handling her had become a familiar routine. I simply ignored her, which, in turn, seemed to sharpen the intensity of her gaze even more like usual, piercing holes in my back. Apart from her, I spotted Ella Bright in her combat attire, looking more fitted than mine. She sat beside her father, who was a member of the Council of Global City. Yes, there was a council made up of the descendants of the city's founders, and the Brights were one of those influential families. They held authority above the Cadet Council, and whatever decisions they made, the Cadet Council had to follow, though, to be honest, they seldom interfered and mostly just observed. Yet, it was important to remember that this city belonged to them, and someone like Ella could easily be considered one of the princesses of Global City. When our eyes met, Ella gave me a subtle nod of greeting, and I returned it before making my way over to where Leo was seated. The red-haired swordsman wasn't dressed in his signature keikogi at the moment. Instead, He was wearing a three-piece red and black suit, and needless to say, he looked as handsome as ever. Sitting beside him was someone I instantly recognized. It was an alluring woman donning a breathtaking black one-piece party gown that accentuated her lithe figure. With her legs crossed and an indifferent expression, her raven black hair with violet ends, and those reddish-violet eyes that complemented her flawless ivory skin, she looked as irresistible as she looked otherworldly. It was Liz Snyder, but she wasn't alone. On her right was a young man with black hair and matching deep abyssal-like eyes that contrasted his fair complexion. It was, of course, her disciple. Nero gave me a side glance and I returned the look, but not a word was spoken between us. We had nothing to say. He has already apologized to me for losing his cool and I had rejected his apology. That only escalated the rift between us to the point where tension was palpable in the air now that we had come face to face. Despite our thoughts about each other, we both knew that once we engaged in combat, we wouldn't hold back, or rather a broken bar we wouldn't be able to hold back. Nero, despite his stability issues, held firm to his noble morals. He wouldn't fight to kill in a match like this, but he knew that I would, and he was right, I would. It's not that I truly wish to kill him, though, it's just that I will have to go all out if I want to defeat this monster of a man. I know it's a stupid decision. I know I'm being an idiot here. I should prioritize dealing with the vampire attack over my silly dislike for Nero, but this is important. I will have to pull him down right now, or else his thirst to thrive will be the end of him. I remember in the novel, there was one monologue of his. After a defeat against Liz in one of their sparring matches, Nero thought to himself, if I lose, then all the pain that I've been through would mean nothing. I will win. I will have to win. At the moment of reading it, I simply brushed off the dialogue as one of Nero's gringy lines, but upon reflecting on it a little, I now see that it reveals the depth of Nero's character. Magic Nero lost his mother when he was a kid. He had to run because he couldn't go against his father. He had to rely on Liz to provide him with shelter and support. Having endured such traumas and tragedies, along with the intense training that pushed him to the brink of death every time, Nero felt that the world was continually taking from him. So now, after he has grown stronger, it was his turn to take back. He decided to turn the tables and take what he believed he deserved. If the world won't acknowledge his pain and reward him, then he would simply seize those rewards for himself. That's the reason he adamantly refuses to lose. He holds a deep disdain for this world, and he's determined not to let it triumph over him. However, Nero needs to understand that he's no longer solely responsible for himself. The more he grows stronger, the more his actions will inevitably affect those around him. I know it's not fair, but that's the destiny he was born with. He must learn to consider more than just his own pain when taking action. That's why, I will have to make him realize that winning at all costs is not always the right choice. To achieve victory sometimes, he might have to accept defeat, and to truly grow stronger, he may have to experience loss. He's the protagonist of this story, and his actions will have consequences, far bigger than what he could imagine. Ha! I sighed softly, taking my eyes off Nero, and settled on Leo's left. As I made myself comfortable, Liz's voice reached my ears as she started talking about me. So it is true, she said, her gaze fixed on the growing crowd below. The god of the battlefield has taken someone under his wing after refusing to accept geniuses from the most influential families as his disciple. Leo shrugged, his expression even more stoic than Liz's. What can I say? I have a soft spot for the underdogs. Underdogs, you say? Liz gave him a sidelong glance. Do you say this while being aware of his past? Leo responded in a flat tone. You can't imagine the kind of mental scars inflicted on a child's mind when their family shuns them for something entirely out of their control. Is that your attempt to justify his behavior? Liz scoffed. No, it's my attempt to make you understand that people can change, especially children who have made mistakes while lost in the fog of their scarred youth. Leo concluded. Liz returned her gaze to the stadium below and remained silent for a few seconds. Though I wanted to interject and let them know I was right here and could listen to them talking about me, My instincts told me to keep quiet if I valued my life, and I definitely value my life. Well, I suppose that's acceptable, she said with a sigh after a few moments, but it still doesn't change the fact that you've made a wrong choice in choosing your disciple. You could have taken any number of genius noble heirs, yet you choose he broken by him. Is it because he's a Morningstar? Seriously, I'm right here, woman. Please, Leo chuckled, keep your judgments to yourself until you see him best your protege in combat. Liz seemed taken aback for a moment, then turned to me with raised eyebrows. Nero also wore a similar expression. He remained quiet, but he knew Leo's legendary status. He understood that Leo should be aware of the improbability of me winning against Nero, so why did Leo make such a statement? Was he biased against his own disciple? "You finally lost your mind," she said, looking back at Leo. "I know you're aware that, except for maybe a few handfuls of third years, no one in the academy can fight against Nero and win. You're overestimating your protege." Leo waved his hand, seemingly provoking Liz. Despite her apparent irritation, the Witch of Soul Harvest composed herself and looked back at the stadium. In the ensuing silence, she proposed, "Fine, would you like to make a bet?" So in the end, Leo Kurogami and Liz Snyder did indeed make a bet. Liz declared that if Lucas could manage to make Nero even bleed a single drop of blood, she would reward him with a legendary relic. Leo, on the other hand, wagered that if Nero could defeat Lucas, he would give the black-haired swordsman a legendary relic too. However, the bet wasn't made on equal terms because Liz claimed that it would be one-sided and unfair to Lucas. She firmly believed that the poor boy had no chance against Nero. After making the bet, Leo and Lucas left the VIP stand and walked off, seemingly to discuss something privately. Soon, the match bracket was released, capturing everyone's attention. Given the large number of cadets participating in the tournament to exactly 200, conducting one-on-one duels would not only be very impractical but also time-consuming. So instead of doing that, the Academy decided to stick to the tradition of the King's Tournament and set up the first round as the last man standing battle royale. For this round, 12 groups were formed, with 8 groups consisting of 17 cadets each and the last 4 groups having 16 cadets, totaling 200 participants. Moving on to the second round, there would be 4 triple threat matches among the 12 winners of the battle royale. Finally, the victors of the triple threat matches would advance to the third bracket, which would involve 2 duels. The winners of these 2 duels would then face off against each other in one final match. The participants received the match brackets on their smart bracelets, and the same information was displayed on the arena's biggest screen. As Lucas saw his name in the first bracket, he took a moment to search for another particular name he had in mind. "As I thought," he muttered to himself, finally finding the name he was searching for. From the beginning of their silent dispute, Lucas had a lingering feeling that this was inevitable. He somehow knew that he would meet Nero in the finals and not before. It almost felt as if someone was trying to make their fight more interesting by prolonging it to the end. Was this what they call fate? Lucas sighed as he made his way down to the arena. Leo greeted him off with a wave, and Lucas returned the gesture with a polite smile on his face. Leo had full confidence that his disciple would come out victorious in the first bracket. Knowing Lucas's capabilities, Leo was aware that there were only a handful of individuals who could defeat him in his current state. Lucas seemed unusually determined this time, a far cry from his usual lazy demeanor. It was the first time Leo had seen him so driven, and he wasn't complaining. Witnessing Lucas's motivation was a rare and pleasing sight for Leo. He wished that it would happen often from now on. Meanwhile, in the VIP stand, Nero turned to Liz. His first round match was going to be the last in the first bracket, giving him a bit more time to relax than others. "Master," Nero began, curious about Leo's unwavering confidence in Lucas. "Why do you think Sensei Leo was so certain about Lucas' chances of defeating me?" Liz pondered the question for a moment. She had been wondering the same thing herself all this time now. Leo rarely spoke so highly of someone, and she was taken aback by his praise for Lucas. While she knew Lucas was a Morningstar and had been hailed as a prodigy in his childhood, she wondered if he could still live up to that reputation. Considering Lucas's impressive performance in the mock war and his crucial role in stopping the massacre of Silversrine, Liz knew that he wasn't an ordinary cadet by any means. However, she couldn't help but question a broken bar. Was Lucas truly exceptional enough for Leo to claim that he could defeat Nero? Perhaps Leo's judgment was biased due to his history with the family of wolves. After all, disowned or not, Lucas was definitely a Morningstar. After much thought, Liz simply shrugged in response to Nero's inquiry. "We will see." Nero hesitated for a moment before a resolute look furiously blazed in his eyes. He didn't care. Regardless of who stood in his way, he was determined not to experience defeat again, nay not ever. Observing that determined look in her disciple's eyes, Liz couldn't help but let out a concerned sigh. She knew what was going through Nero's mind. She wanted to remind Nero that winning isn't everything and that he should focus on the aspect of learning and growth rather than solely on victory. However, she had already tried that, and it didn't affect him at all. It seemed that nothing could shift Nero's mindset. Thus, Liz could only sigh once again, her worry evident, as she glanced down at the crowd of cadets gathering in the concrete field below. After parting ways with Master, I made my way down to the arena. Since he would leave immediately after my match, I knew I wouldn't see him again today. Well, there was nothing I could do about that now. Still feeling a little down, I walked with heavy steps toward the entrance that led to the open concrete field. As I stepped from the shadows of the entrance into the bright light of the arena, I had to squint my eyes a little due to the direct sunlight flashing on my face. Suddenly, the crowd in the audience stood up on their feet to welcome me, as a cacophony of cheers and whistles broke out, with some even chanting my name, though their voices were drowned out by the rest of the crowd. A frown initially froze on my face, but that frown quickly transformed into a wide smile as I realized, they love me. I was famous. Well, Kent and Amelia had already told me that, but the reaction from the crowd still oddly satisfied my somewhat narcissistic self. In any case, I waved at the cheering audience as I walked up to the center of the field, taking my rightful place in the spotlight. One by one, 16 more cadets walked out to the field. The crowd welcomed them all with cheers, though not as loudly as when I arrived. Hey, of course, some entrances got a louder reaction than others. I deduced that the first years who participated in the side games had made themselves familiar faces to the crowd. That's why some entrances, like mine, garnered a more enthusiastic response, while others did not. But I didn't dwell on that fact for long. As soon my eyes caught sight of a familiar young man with dark raven hair and matching black eyes, it was Quint. Magic. As our eyes locked, I maneuvered through the gathering cadets in the middle of the arena and approached him. Waving my hand, I greeted him. "Yo, long time no see." "Well, I did see you a few days ago, but you were unconscious." Quinn's expression remained unreadable as he looked at me. He stayed silent for a while before finally speaking up. "My broken bar did it," he said. I instantly knew what he was referring to. "Of course, I promised you, didn't I? And I never go back on my word." "How did you do it? Are you sure he won't retaliate in the future, and would he reveal, you know, about me?" Quinn asked, a hint of repressed emotions present in his eyes. "Don't worry about it, he won't go against me. I struck a deal with him," I reassured him, "and yes, he won't reveal your secret. As I said, I've fulfilled my promise." Quinn stared at me for a moment. I was sure he wanted to ask how I achieved that, but after a bit of thought, he decided that this wasn't the place to talk and simply gave me a slight nod before saying, "Thank you." After a few minutes, 17 cadets had gathered in the King's Arena. The crowd had fallen silent, eagerly awaiting the announcer to declare the start of the match. The announcer proclaimed, his voice booming through every speaker present in the arena, "The rules of the following match are as follows. First, do not inflict mortal wounds upon your opponent. Second, stay within the bounds of the arena. Third, relics are strictly prohibited, except if your main weapon is a relic, and in that case, You may only use that specific relic. Any other relic usage will lead to disqualification. Fourth, each cadet's combat attire has a badge on their left side chest, and you can disqualify your opponent by breaking it. The last cadet standing will be the winner of this battle royale and advance to the next round. And with this, at the sound of the match bell, let's begin the main event of the King's Tournament. After 2 years, the moment the announcement was made, the silent crowd erupted into cheers and whistles once again. Yes, it had been 2 years since the last main event took place. Magic now. One might wonder why such a gap exists. Well, it's because the King's Tournament allows both first and second year cadets to participate, and if a first year cadet becomes the crowned president of the academy after winning, the main event won't be held the following year. It would only be held after they enter their third academic year. However, if a second year cadet emerges victorious, the main event to decide the king will be held the following year, since the crowned president would have moved on to their third academic year by then. So, even though the King's Tournament itself is held annually, whether or not the main event to decide the next king is held every year depends on which year cadet won the tournament the previous year. For instance, let's say, Nero, a first-year cadet, wins the main event this year, then there won't be a main event in the next year's King's Tournament. But if a second-year cadet wins this year, the main event will take place next year. The current Cadet Council president won the tournament when he was in his first year, which led to the main event being skipped last year. Because of that, everyone was hyped and excited beyond words to see the main event this year. I looked around and saw a number of first-year cadets. They all were also sweeping their gazes around nervously. The reason for their nervousness was the second-year cadets present among us here. Among 17 first-year cadets, there were around 10 second years. So yeah, we were outnumbered. Almost instantly, all the first years present in the arena instinctively had the same thought flashed through their heads. It was as if everyone here shared a single consciousness: eliminate the second-year cadets first. After all, they had more experience than most of the first-year cadets here. They were the priority target. After eliminating them, we first years could fight among ourselves and decide the winner. However, not everyone followed the same train of thought. I turned to Quinn, who was still standing on my right, and said, "Quinn, destroy everyone." Quinn looked back at me and nodded. The cadets who stood in our immediate surroundings whipped their heads to look at us, but before those poor souls could even understand what was going on, a broken bar. Ding, ding, dinger! Exclamation mark. The match bell rang. Mana burst. Without wasting a single breath, I yelled out loud as if defying the heavens itself and activated my gift. Quinn hopped a few meters back and summoned his daggers from the pocket space of his smart bracelet. In the blink of an eye, mana rushed out from my mana core into the atmosphere and disturbed the equilibrium, sending off a brilliant azure explosion with my figure at its epicenter. Booma! Exclamation mark. Some cadets who were standing dangerously close to me were caught in the explosion. The intensity of the explosion flung them back as they didn't have the time to cover their bodies with mana. The small, circular black badge on their chest broke and they were instantly disqualified before they even fell to the ground. However, not all of them were so slow. A few cadets were able to react on the spot and shroud their bodies in a thick layer of mana to protect themselves from my attack. And since I weakened my mana burst a lot to not kill the unprepared cadets, none of those who were able to react quickly were flung back. Instead, they summoned their weapons and rushed at me with blazing anger in their eyes. Smirking, I also summoned my spear and prepared to fight. Clang, clang, clang! Exclamation mark. With each clash of our weapons, sparks flew and the clamor of metal hitting metal filled the arena, which was drowned in the loud cheering sound of the crowd. Around 3 to 4 cadets were swinging their weapons at me. I either parried or deflected their attacks, each swing of my spear quickly followed by another. Every step, every strike of mine was precise and calculated. I was in the flow. There was no crowd around me, there were no sounds, I had no thoughts filling my mind. The world around me vanished. Nothing existed around me in these moments, and nothing but technique. Clenching my jaw, I stomped my foot on the ground to gain footing and tumbled my vision at the incoming cadet before me. He had a jian gripped in his hand that he had raised. The curved blade of his saber sped down on me as he brought down his hands to perform a downward vertical slash. Observing his stance to find any potential weaknesses, I stepped forward and quickly unleashed an upward vertical slash with my spear. Thugger! The blade of my spear hit the pommel of his jian and his hands were pushed back upward from the force of my swing. The cadet stammered back, his expression grim as he knew that my attack had left his whole body open and vulnerable to any follow-up attacks. His worst fears came true as I quickly pulled my spear down, aligned it to my chest, and thrust it forward. Cracker! Before the poor guy had any time to react and get away from the long reach of my spear, its crimson blade had already stabbed the badge on his chest and broken it. He was disqualified. However, using this chance, the other 3 cadets rushed at me to capitalize on the momentary opening that had been created in my defense when I defeated the cadet in front of me. However, before they could pose any threat to me, I yelled, "Quinn!" Almost instantly, a figure stepped out from my shadow like a demon ascending from hell and dashed at the incoming cadets. The plan that the first-year cadets had devised to attack the second-year cadets first was now in shambles. Everyone was fighting everyone. It was a mayhem and I was enjoying every moment of it. One after another, in the blink of an eye, a black blur swept past the 3 cadets with a speed that could only be considered inhumane. The small circular badges on their chests instantly broke and shattered into several shards, unable to withstand the swift slashes from Quinn's dagger. In no time, they were all eliminated. Has he grown stronger? Yes, he had indeed grown much stronger than he should have been at this point in the story. So, my actions have affected the timeline once again. Huh? Will I get the edit points for that too? I guess not. One thing I've noticed is that I only get edit points for a few immediate triples that my actions cause in the plot. For the sake of simplicity, let's say this: if I create a domino effect, then I would only be able to reap edit points for flipping the first few domino pieces. That means that by the time the last domino falls, I would get hardly anything if absolutely nothing at all. I didn't have time to think about such things. Edit points or not, my priority right now is to win this damn battle royale. Suddenly, a battle scream erupted behind me, causing me to swiftly spin around. I saw a spearman rushing at me with the tip of his weapon pointed in my direction. Seeing him, I raised my hand and pointed an open palm at him. Don't alert your opponent before attacking by screaming out loud, fool. Shaking my head, I muttered the chant under my breath, and suddenly a fireball appeared in front of my open palm before launching at the incoming spearman. Swoosh! Like a cannonball, the blazing sphere of red flames shot at my opponent, but the spearman nimbly ducked down and rolled forward. My fireball harmlessly passed over his head and continued on its trajectory. For a second, I worried that the stray artillery spell might hit someone from the audience. However, before that could happen, the fireball hit an invisible barrier at the end of the concrete field and dissipated into thousands of sparkling embers. Right, I almost forgot about it. The entire concrete field was enveloped in a magic nullifying barrier. Any spell that came in contact with it would be nullified on the spot. Of course, breaking the barrier would require several higher-level spells to hit a singular point, but that wasn't going to happen amidst the mayhem since no one was aiming at a specific spot on the barrier. Die, you fucker, the cadet yelled a curse, getting up on his feet from the roll and using the momentum to pounce at me while simultaneously throwing his spear at my chest. A smirk played on my lips. Immediately, I moved the fingers of my free hand at a blurring speed and made a few quick hand signs. As soon as I was done, I thrust my hand forward, palm facing the cadet. This time, a static charge surrounded my arm, and suddenly a bolt of lightning shot forward. The cadet widened his eyes, but once again, he managed to react in time. He raised his spear to his chest and blocked my thunderbolt spell. However, Even though he avoided the direct hit of my spell, it barely missed him by a hair's breadth. The force of the thunderbolt strike sent him flying back through the air like a rag doll. Not long after, the spearman violently crashed on the ground and rolled to kill the momentum of his fall. Gritting his teeth, he groaned in pain and got up to his knees, but that was all he could do before he saw a crimson glint flashing in an arc in the air in front of him. The blade of my crimson spear slashed the badge on his chest, barely sparing him any deep wound or gash. Huh? The poor guy could only widen his eyes and let out a confused moan. What he did couldn't even be called putting up a fight. He, one of the top 200 cadets in the academy, lost in just a few seconds. However, he shouldn't blame himself. He wasn't the only one to fall. After all around me, several cadets were already on their knees, their faces showing expressions of disbelief and terror. Quinn had already taken care of them. At least this cadet in front of me was able to see my face and had a chance to struggle before finally succumbing to the blade of my spear. Those who dared to stand against Quinn, however, didn't even see him attacking them. From their own shadows, he emerged and destroyed their badges. Yet, the round wasn't over. There were still a few broken Barno, more than a few second-year cadets left standing. Just like a few moments before when the first years decided to mark them as targets, these second years had decided to make Quinn and me their priority. Magic. They knew that keeping us on the battlefield any longer than this would spell trouble for them. Pitiful fools, they had no idea that it was already over for them. Even if every single person on the battlefield had attacked us in unison, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Quinn and me. With a mocking grin on my face, I turned to Quinn, who had now come to stand on my right. "Deal with them," I said, as if waiting for that cue. The remaining cadets rushed at us. Some of them stayed behind and readied their bows or artillery spells to fire at us from a distance. Rush at them. There are only 2 of them and 7 of us. Fire your arrows and spells at will. Come on, guys, surround them. The albino is fast, and the edgy one can use shadow magic, so be careful." As they rushed at us, they barked orders to each other and communicated on how to tackle us. Their plan was really simple but very effective. They were going to shoot spells and arrows at us, while we were busy defending against the barrage of attacks. They would rush at us and exploit our openings. Since neither Quinn nor I had water, ice, earth, or metal affinity to use a barrier spell, their plan was almost sure to succeed. But before the mana-infused arrows or powerful artillery spells rained down on us, however, Quinn let out a sigh and opened his mouth. "Awaken, souls of the damned, awaken and serve your master." Almost instantly, the shadow beneath Quinn's feet began to grow in a perfect circle. In a split second, it spread and covered the entire circular concrete ground. It looked as if we were standing on top of a circle made of eternal darkness that no light could pierce. Within that darkness, several dark silhouettes of human and mana beast figures emerged, as if a legion of biblical demons ascending from hell. The sheer sight of it sent shivers down the spines of those present in the arena and those spectating the match. The atmosphere became suffocating, and an unsettling feeling settled over the crowd. Everyone was harrowed by the dark spectacle. They all must know about Quinn and his necromancy spell, but this was their first time seeing the perfect necromancer use it. It was as if they were witnessing a forbidding omen, their instincts urging them to run away. Just a quick glance was enough to tell that the spell Quinn had unleashed was nothing short of ominous and sinister, and they were right. After a few minutes, the second-year cadets who attempted to fight us lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and grunting in pain as medics rushed to their aid. Thankfully, none of them were injured, a broken bar at least, not very seriously. The remains of their broken badges were scattered on the ground, indicating that all of them had been eliminated. 20 minutes, not even 20 minutes. It was surprising that they couldn't endure Quinn's shadows for even 20 full minutes. To add insult to injury, Quinn had held back during the fight, refraining from using Shio. Not that he had any intention of doing so anyway. To be fair, Quinn had summoned around 70 of his shadow slaves, outnumbering his opponents by 7 to 1, but still, I had expected the second years to put up a stronger resistance and display more power. As it turned out, apart from having a higher level of mana core and a bit more battle experience, they had nothing on us. From the perspective of an ordinary first-year cadet, they were undeniably impressive. Unfortunately for them, they were not facing an ordinary cadet but Quinn, the Calamity Bringer. Even I barely survived against him when I first fought him, and I used not only one near-indestructible armor but also several traps. These poor souls had neither at their disposal. Magic in the end, they were like lambs to the slaughter. After completing his tasks, Quinn casually waved his hand to dismiss his spell. The shadow creatures surrounding us dissipated back into his shadow in the blink of an eye. "You've grown stronger," I remarked. By now, if my suspicions were correct, Quinn could not only use Shia but also his other shadows to augment himself. Yup, if not true to his name before, he was actually a Calamity Bringer now. Quinn turned around to look at me. He lingered for a moment and then said, "And it still wasn't enough. I'm surprised to see that you defeated him." I instantly knew who Quinn was referring to. Akai Wiseman. At this point, Quinn should have been on par with, if not stronger than, Kai in terms of raw strength and battle prowess. Yet, he was still defeated. Naturally, it was astonishing for Quinn to discover that I had defeated Kai, but deep down I was certain that he knew that my victory over Kai was inevitable. Well, he wasn't wrong. Besides having a mythical rank potential and a legendary rank spear, I even had a semi-divine rank armor. If Kai had managed to defeat me despite all the cheats I possessed, I would have killed myself out of sheer embarrassment, but instead of dwelling on such thoughts, I returned Quinn's look with a serious gaze and questioned, "Do you remember your promise?" I had subdued Kai before the King's tournament. I held true to my end of the bargain. Now it was his turn. Quinn hesitated for a few moments before nodding. "I remember." His next words were barely above a whisper, inaudible to the several camera drones hovering around us. "If you truly have the intention of ending the war and banishing this hell we call the world, then I will help you. I will be your shadow." After getting the answer I've been wanting to hear, I nodded and said, "Then let me eliminate you. Save your strength because we will need you soon." Quinn frowned, then tilted his head. But when I brought the tip of my spear to his chest, he didn't resist. With a swift yet precise strike, I broke the small, circular black badge on his collarbone and eliminated him. There were 3 reasons why the vampires were able to kill so many of the cadets so easily. First, the cadets weren't ready. How could they have been? No one believed until then that the Global Academy could be attacked and breached so easily. Second, not many instructors were present in the arena. After all, they had no interest in whoever won the tournament and became the next king since it wouldn't affect them in any way. So aside from those who had taken in disciples participating in the tournament, not many instructors were present on the spot. Third, Quinn and Nero, arguably 2 of the most powerful characters in the whole series, were in no shape to fight at their full extent when the vampires attacked. Why? Well, because they fought each other, and even though Nero wasn't pushed to his absolute limits in that outright brutal fight, he was still exhausted. Well, now I've at least changed one thing about this arc. I've prevented Quinn from moving on to the finals and fighting Nero by eliminating him in the very first round. As if waiting for that moment, the announcer quickly made a declaration and shook awake the shocked crowd at the cue of the match bell that rang to mark the end of the match. Ding, ding, dinger! Lucas Morningstar. Lucas Morningstar has done it. He has won the first round of the King's tournament and has moved to the second bracket. The crowd, however, didn't share the announcer's enthusiasm. For the lack of better words, they felt like they'd been teased and then bluebelled. Well, I couldn't blame them. By the end of the match, it appeared that after defeating all the other cadets, Quinn and I were going to face off. Knowing my recent reputation and his past, they were excited to say the least. Unfortunately for them, Quinn wasn't the only one who needed to conserve his strength. If I wanted to stand a chance against Nero, I had to do the same. Besides, if there is any chance to avoid facing the absolute battlefield menace that Quinn is, I shall gladly take it. Don't get me wrong, I could defeat him if we clashed, but I didn't want to go down that road. Good, a broken bar, thank you. I nodded to Quinn and headed out to exit the stadium grounds. As I walked past him, I spoke in a low whispering tone, "We will talk again soon." Quinn knew that our next conversation would revolve around my future plans for him, or just my future plans in general. Also, during our next talk, I wanted to make it clear that he wasn't bound to work with me in any way. Yes, I wasn't going to force his cooperation now. I would let him know that I wouldn't reveal his secret even if he decided to walk away and not work with me. Why? Because I understood how difficult it could be to keep an ally who was unwilling to obey you. You couldn't force loyalty into someone. So yeah, I would give him a way out. I would give him a chance at freedom. But a broken bar, I was 100% certain that he would not take it. I just knew it. With that, after winning the battle royale, I exited the arena. Quinn hesitated for a few moments before leaving the grounds himself through the other side of the exit. Creak tilde. As soon as I entered my pavilion room, a lithe black-haired girl was waiting for me. A blackbird perched atop her shoulder, chirping merrily upon noticing me. In the next moment, Sarah jumped from Amelia's shoulder to mine, softly grabbing it with her talons. Since Amelia already knew Sarah's true identity, I entrusted her to Amelia. Even though I'd been cautious and changed Sarah's appearance, one can never be too careful. Yeah, I smiled, gently caressing the beautiful bird on my shoulder. Sarah replied by rubbing her head back against my hand. "Thank you for taking care of her." I turned to Amelia and expressed my gratitude. Amelia simply waved her hand before asking, "What was that, though?" Even without asking, I knew what she was talking about. Everyone was thinking the same thing after witnessing my match, more or less. Why did Quinn let me defeat him so easily? Shrugging, a smile played on my lips. I'm full of tricks, what can I say? Amelia lingered for a few moments before she shook her head and started walking away. It was her match next. Good luck, I wished and walked away myself. I already knew who was going to win the battle royale in her bracket. It was going to be her. Although Anastasia was also present in her bracket, she was not going to use her full strength. After all, she had no interest in joining the council. In fact, aside from being able to support her siblings, she had no big goals in life. That and hiding her true power in God's eyes from the government. This is one of the reasons why she's always so reluctant to show her martial prowess. Well, it doesn't matter to me, as long as I don't have to face her in her domain A close combat I'm all good. With that thought in mind, I went inside my waiting room where a tray full of different kinds of snacks and refreshments was waiting for me on the center table. Just as expected, Amelia won the battle royale and moved on to the next round to face off in a triple threat match. I have no interest in her bracket since I knew she was going to lose because a guy named Alpha Zenith was going to be one of her two opponents. Alpha Zenith was a powerful second-year cadet. He was a minor character in the first few arcs of the novel and a major character in the Civil War arc. Unfortunately, due to his timely death in the War of Union, he wasn't able to participate in the final war. Anyway, I was more interested in my own bracket, since I've taken Quinn's place, who was originally supposed to move to the second round. I had a general idea regarding who was going to be my opponents next, but I still decided to watch their battle royale matches. Just as I expected, one of the cadets who won her match and moved on to the next bracket to be in my match was a girl named Trish Zenith. She was also a very powerful second-year cadet and a major character during the last few arcs of the novel. Next up to win his match and be my second opponent was, to my delight, none other than Chase Woods. A small giggle escaped my lips as I saw Chase delivering a final blow with his shield gauntlets to one of the cadets. I couldn't help but hide my excitement as I murmured, "I'll certainly enjoy my next match." It didn't even take the full afternoon before the battle royale matches were over. The results were more or less what I had expected. In the first bracket for the second round, the participants were yours truly, Chase Woods, and Trish Zenith. In the second bracket, the participants who moved up to the second round were Ella Bright, Grace Goodwill, and Kai Wiseman. Initially, instead of Kai, Asta was destined to win the battle royale of her group, but I asked the scion of the Wiseman family to change that and win himself. The third bracket for the triple threat match consisted of Alberto Okura, Amelia Black, and the guy named Alpha Zenith I was talking about earlier. Finally, for the fourth and last bracket, the cadets who would be participating in the second round were going to be William Snoth, Elijah Steelforged, and Nero Deecroft. Now, I know I shouldn't be applauding the guy I was seething to face in a duel, but I had to admit, Nero was indeed a monster. He fought every cadet present in his group single-handedly. He alone eliminated them all. Instead of a battle royale, by the end of it, his match looked like a one versus all, and he still won that in under measly 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes was all it took for him to squander not only every single first-year cadet who dared to step in front of him but also all the second years too. Those witnessing that spectacle of a one-sided massacre couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. How can a single person be so powerful? How indeed. While everyone else was surprised at the display of his prowess, I was bewildered for an entirely different reason. While everyone else feared his bestial strength, I couldn't help but question his unquenchable thirst for victory once again. His drive to win outweighed his menacing, borderline overbearing strength. As I witnessed the crushing defeat that others suffered by the edge of his blade, I helplessly raised a silent question in my head: will I really be able to change his mindset? Well, it's not a matter of whether I will be able to or not. I'll just have to I'll have to do it. With a determined nod, I finished the can of an energy drink that had been in my hand for quite some time now and sighed. I then got up and headed down to the arena. Sarah was already asleep, so I gently placed her on the sofa and did not disturb her sweet slumber. Even though it was only the afternoon, I couldn't help but sluggishly let out a yawn. I hadn't been able to sleep well last night or for the few nights before that. The tournament's excitement and nervousness were only partially to blame. My messed up sleep schedule was the real culprit. God damn it, I have to correct it one of these days. Should I start cutting coffee after the evening? As I pondered such thoughts, a deep, almost irradiating voice reached my ears. Didn't get good sleep last night? I turned to my right to look at the owner of the voice, though I already had an idea about their identity, and sure enough, it was Chase Woods. Upon seeing the tall young man, with long dark brown hair tied into a back bun, dressed in the same combat attire as me, an urge to roll my eyes welled up, but I suppressed it. Don't worry, soon, I'll knock you out, and you'll get that sleep, fuckface, Chase said with a polite smile that contradicted the contents of his statement. I looked at him with a ludicrous expression and then decided against speaking to him. I wasn't retreating, no, I was sparing him. The poor guy wouldn't be able to cope after not only getting verbally obliterated but also physically beaten by me in a few moments. However, Chase seemed to mistake my benevolent restraint for cowardice and smirked with a triumphant look on his face. Oh, this pitiful fool, what's even his problem with me? Is it because I opposed him during the mock war and made Kent the leader of the Spearhead Squadron? Is he that Betty? Or maybe it's just as Elijah once told me, maybe he hates me because I brandished my knife at him the same day during the mock war. Well, whatever the case, we seem to have started on the wrong foot. Still, I can't fathom how a person can be this petty. Just as I was about to shake my head, the voice of the announcer shook me awake. Chase and I had been waiting for the third member of our match to arrive in the arena for a few good minutes now. The crowd, just like us, was growing impatient, waiting for the match to start. So when the announcer spoke, the whole stadium fell silent. She's here. The daughter of the Zenith clan and the princess of Mount Hua sect has made her appearance. Trish Zenith has entered the king's arena. I quickly whipped my head toward one of the entrances and saw the figure of a young woman walk out of the darkness. The lithe girl had silver hair and matching eyes with a cold glint in them. Instead of the usual black body-fitted battle suit with red lines, she donned a white and blue suit that complemented her porcelain skin perfectly. Her waist-long hair swayed along with the gentle breeze as she gracefully walked our way before finally reaching us. The crowd erupted into loud cheers, and for a good reason. Let me say this, I'm not a simp, I repeat I'm not a simp, but aside from being alluringly arresting, this girl in front of us was a member of the disciplinary committee, or one of the top 16. Those cadets in the top 16 had been said to surpass the realm of geniuses and were considered monsters now. In the novel, after taking out Chase in the first 30 seconds of the match, Quinn, another one of the top 16 cadets, had to practically use every weapon in his arsenal except for sheer to defeat Trish Zenith. Magic. Trish met Quinn's onslaught head-on, going toe-to-toe against the perfect necromancer, for 27 minutes straight before finally losing, only because she had exhausted her mana pool. After Nero, she was the only cadet who came so dangerously close to defeating Quinn, and now that Quinn is not here, and Chase is a dead weight, I'm the only one who'll have to defeat her if I want to move on to the next round. Instinctively, I felt my body tremble slightly. Insania broken bar. I've finally gone insane in this accursed world, huh? Instead of trembling out of fear, I was struggling to keep my excitement from bursting out. Yeah, this match was indeed going to be fun. I didn't even notice that the announcer had finished going over the rules for the match. My daze was only broken upon hearing the match bell ring to life. Ding, ding, dinger! As soon as the match bell rang, the cadets sprang into motion and began the first triple threat match of the day. The key to winning this match is becoming the last warrior remaining standing, so until one of them renders the other two incapable of continuing the fight by either knocking them out or making them surrender and wins, the match won't be over. Chase dashed at Lucas, while the silver-haired girl named Trish Zenith simply stayed put before summoning a giant sword in her hand, trying to look for an opening before attacking. Summoning his weapon, Lucas drew a deep breath. Thrusting his spear forward, Lucas met Chase head-on as the latter tried to cross his arms and use his triangular shield gauntlets to guard against the spear attack. Pushing away Lucas' spear to deflect his attack, Chase stepped in along the shaft of the Morningstar spear. A spear is a formidable weapon. Its long reach and simple learning requirements had dominated the battlefield during the Age of Cold weapons. However, unlike a sword or the king of weapons, there are so many ways to counter a spear. The first and easiest is to deflect the thrust attack of the spear or simply move out of the spearhead's way and then close in on its wielder. Like any other Polium-type weapon, the spear doesn't have a long blade. It's a mid-range weapon, after all, so once you move in too close, the spear is useless. Naturally, a guy who specializes in a shield-type weapon can easily render the spear useless after predicting one attack and using a bit of speed. So, as soon as Chase pushed away Lucas' spear and rushed in, he thought his victory over the silver-haired guy was certain. With a triumphant smirk, Chase threw a fist forward, intending to bash Lucas' skull with the rim of his triangular shield with only enough power to knock him out cold. Lucas, however, only mirrored Chase's triumphant smirk, not seeing even a bit of hesitation on the silver-haired boy's face. Chase frowned a little, then, suddenly Chase's eyes widened. It took him a second, but he quickly realized that he had willingly stepped into a trap. Unfortunately for him, it was already too late for him. Lucas simply raised his chin and yelled out a defiant roar. Mana burst. Tendrils of scarlet flame appeared from out of his spear and danced around Lucas' body. Chase reacted in the nick of time and cancelled his attack before crossing his hands over his face while simultaneously strengthening his core to brace for the incoming impact. This is going to hurt, he thought, as if waiting for that cue. In the next moment, instead of an azure explosion, a fiery blast detonated with the young Morningstar's body at its epicenter. Boomer! The blast was akin to a ton-load of TNT going off. The sheer impact of it alone sent Chase crashing back a few meters. If he hadn't covered his body with mana and protected his head with his gauntlets, he wouldn't have come out of that attack without at least half of his bones shattered to dust. Lucas had only noticed this aspect of his gift recently. If he employs his mana burst in conjunction with a fire magic spell, instead of a mana blast, his gift casts a fiery explosion, that, in turn, enhances the potency of his attack. Wisps of smoke rose from Chase's shield as he uncrossed his arms and shot a death glare at Lucas. He tried to stand up but staggered back to his knees, seemingly concussed by the previous attack. Just right then, Lucas felt a presence trying to sneak up on him from behind. Without wasting a breath, he quickly spun around and raised his spear. Clanger! Almost instantly, a short blade of a sword, with beautiful intricate patterns engraved on it, struck the shaft of his spear. If not for that, the blade would have slashed his shoulder muscles, rendering him incapable of using his weapon. Lucas moved his eyes from the blade of the Jian to the person grabbing its hilt. Just as he had guessed already, the wielder of the sword was a lithe young woman with silver hair and matching eyes, attacking from behind. And I thought the princess of Mount Hua would have some pride, Lucas smugly remarked before saturating his body with mana and pushing away the silver-haired girl with force. Trish hopped a few steps back and raised her blade again, tilting her head slightly and speaking, "You sensed my presence? It seems like the rumors are actually true. He has indeed taken in a disciple." Trish was the daughter of the Zenith clan. The Zenith clan was the one who founded the Mount Hua sect. Or rather, refounded it. Mount Hua sect is not only the most influential martial arts sect in the northern continent but also the whole world. It is said, their warriors who train there and join the military are a force to be reckoned with because their battle prowess is just on another level. Mount Hua sect also has its own militia and is permitted to command its own military corps into the northern border. With that much influence, and such rich history, it's not uncommon for them to know every person worth knowing. Leo Kurogami was obviously one such person. The fact that he had refused to train Mount Hua's disciples in the past but took one on his own must have reached their ears. Magic but unbothered by such facts, Lucas simply readied his spear and engulfed it in blazing red flames. As if responding to his beckoning, Trish raised her own sword and ran her fingers down the flat edge of her blade. The intricate markings on her blade began to emit a faint, pink glow. Following that, several fiery wisps appeared around her Jian before quickly taking the shape of petals, a broken bar plum blossom petals. Lucas shuddered for a second, noticing the rise in the temperature around them. With an icy cold expression still present in her eyes, Trish dashed forward at Lucas. As Trish dashed forward, the fiery plum blossom petals danced around her blade before swirling around it like a whirlpool. That's a level 5 weapon art. This bitch is pulling out a level 5 weapon art at this point in the match? Magic as an expression of disbelief found its way onto Lucas' face. He shook his head and pulled himself out of his thoughts. It doesn't matter. Lucas knew he would have to face a powerful weapon art at some point in the battle against her. He knew this match was going to be tough. It's good that she used her trump card right at the start when Lucas was still in his peak condition. Now Lucas won't have to hold back either, not that he was planning to do so anyway. Channeling mana into his legs, Lucas gripped the shaft of his spear tighter. The sole of his boot dug into the concrete before he darted forward with a burst of speed. Mana seeped out from his hand and spiraled around his spear as Lucas initiated his own battle art. 6-movement lance style, blossom shattering blast. The corner of Trish's mouth twitched as she saw the weapon art that the silver-haired boy had chosen to deploy against her. Lucas didn't miss that reaction. He knew what the girl was thinking. How dare he use my own sect's weapon art against me? But Lucas couldn't care less. He carried on with his attack and threw his spear at the graceful swordswoman the moment she stepped into the striking range. Despite not being a spearman, Trish knew every weapon art of her sect. Naturally, she also knew Blossom Shattering Blast relies solely on spear thrusts, so with a graceful upward swing of her Jian, Trish deflected the incoming spear thrust at her. However, that was what Lucas wanted her to do. As soon as Trish deflected her spear away, Lucas took a single step back and willed mana only in his triceps, shoulders, and elbows. As soon as he was done augmenting his muscles with mana, in a fraction of a split second, Lucas brought down his spear at the girl in front of him. He had changed his weapon art mid-attack and now, instead of spiraling around his spear like a drill, the mana was oozing off into the atmosphere and churning and twisting the air around it. Trish looked up and saw a spear speeding down on her, tendrils of scarlet lightning crackling around its blade as a result of a distortion of air. The girl quickly raised her sword over her head, her one hand gripping the hilt of her sword with the other supporting the end of her flat side blade to block the incoming blow. Clangor! A loud clangor reverberated throughout the field as a stinging pain shot through Trish's arms. The pain continued to course through her body. Her muscles and bones held, but the ground under her didn't. A net of cracks formed on the concrete below the soles of her boots as she blocked Lucas' spear. Despite the fact that his attack connected fair and square, Lucas couldn't help but widen his eyes. She stopped it. Lucas wasn't surprised that Trish blocked his attack. He knew her reaction time was going to be fast. After all, in the novel, during this round, she went toe-to-toe against Quinn. However, Lucas was surely surprised that his spear didn't shatter that sword of hers in a million shards. That downward slash carried was destructive enough to obliterate a small hill. Unbeknownst to his bewildered thoughts, Trish shifted her weight and angled her sword in a slight tilt. Lucas' spear, which was still pushing down on her, slid right off her blade and struck the ground. In a moment of vulnerability, Lucas widened his eyes as Trish stepped forward and unleashed a powerful horizontal swing at him. Lucas had no time to block it. If the blade manages to reach his neck, he would have no choice but to surrender. If he jumps back now, he would be defenseless in the air. No matter how he looked at the situation, it was a checkmate for him. Or at least, it would have been if he wasn't ready for something like this. Although Lucas didn't want to use this card right now so early in the tournament, he had no choice. In the blink of an eye, as Yamana enveloped Lucas' body as he deployed his martial aura. Blocking Trish's sword with it was not his intention, as he knew it wouldn't be effective. Instead, he had other plans. Suddenly, Lucas' entire body lit up with sparks of electricity dancing around him, forming an electric aura that covered him completely. By the time Trish's sword reached him, Lucas swiftly vanished from his original position. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck the ground a few steps back, where Lucas suddenly appeared again, the sparks of electricity slowly diminishing around him. Learning the electric aura granted him to use super speed. However, using such power drained his mana pool very quickly. In fact, he could only maintain the electric aura for a few seconds before exerting his body severely. On the other hand, he could sustain the fire aura for a bit longer, about a minute or so, but that was the extent of his current capabilities before he needed to rest and regain the strength to use it again. Well, that was not going to be a problem since Lucas planned to end this match soon anyway. As a surprised expression appeared on Trish's face, Lucas pointed an open palm at her as if he was going to cast a spell. Trish willed mana into her legs, intending to lunge at the silver-haired spearman before he could get a chance to finish his chant. Unfortunately for her, Lucas had already done that. He closed his palm into a fist and pulled his hand back. Suddenly, around 10 lances seemingly made of nothing but pure scarlet flames materialized above Trish's head and came down on her. Thack, thack, thacker! The flaming lances struck the ground all around her and barred her from all sides as if imprisoning her. But as if that wasn't all, the lances erupted in a fiery blast like a salvo of missiles and entrapped Trish in a mushroom cloud explosion. The shockwaves from the explosion shook the whole arena as everyone leaned forward to the edge of their seats. A spark of suspense filled the air as rising black smoke and incandescent flames obstructed the swordswoman's fate from the view of the spectators. As Lucas swept his gaze across the smoldering concrete near the spot of the explosion, a single thought flashed in his mind: did I get her? But almost instantly, one other thought popped up in his head: wait, did I just raise a flag? As if to answer the question in his head, like a vengeful demon, Trish's figure appeared out of smoke. Her combat attire was burnt in several places, leaving her previous porcelain skeiner, which was now covered in charred, black burnt marks exposed at the various parts. Her hair was disheveled and soot was smeared on her doll-like, but more importantly, scarlet flames were embracing her figure in a protective aura as her sword only grew brighter. If before she looked alluring and arresting, Now she looked nothing short of demonic with that fire aura covering her body. Of course, she knows how to use elemental aura too. Lucas let out a deep sigh as he noticed several fiery petals starting to swirl around Trish's blade again, only this time, instead of a small harmless whirlpool, the swirling of those fiery plum blossom petals looked like an advent of a huge, crushing tornado. Ha ha! Trish let out a battle cry and stomped her foot on the ground to acquire proper footing before carrying out a horizontal slash. Even though she had yet to reach Lucas, the tornado of fiery petals moved along her blade as an extension of Trish's sword and closed in on Lucas from his right. God damn it, Lucas cursed in his mind and pulled back his spear. As mana began to churn and twist around the crimson blade of his weapon, Lucas waited for a few moments for the petal storm to come near him and finally unleashed an upward vertical slash. Guisha! A loud, thunderous bolt of crimson lightning flashed as a result of the air being distorted so violently and broke through the storm of fiery plum blossom petals. Trish had used this chance to rush up to Lucas from his left and unleash a swing of her sword which was engulfed in bright pink flames. As her glowing, incandescent blade neared him, Lucas raised his spear and parried the incoming attack. Sparks flew, explosions erupted, and concrete ground shattered as the two warriors clashed in the cacophony of loud, melodic clangers of their weapons. Meanwhile, Chase finally recovered and rose to his feet before willing mana into his arms. He looked at Lucas, who was busy parrying and deflecting Trish's attacks, and spoke in a tone seething with venom. "You're dead, magic booma!" Kabooma! With each clash of their weapons, brilliant flames erupted, crimson lightning flashed, and explosions rocked the arena, reducing it to a half-ruined state. The ground bore deep grooves, marked with depressions and huge craters, as concrete shards flew in the air with every passing second. In terms of skill, technique, and battle prowess, Lucas and Trish seemed evenly matched. If only Lucas could utilize Phoenix's Embracer broken bar. If only, lacking the protection and enhancement provided by his semi-divine grade relic, Lucas was not able to perform at his peak. Still, that didn't mean he was losing ground. In fact, he was going head-on against Trish. The silver-haired swordswoman proved to be even stronger than Lucas had initially thought. As she hadn't played a major role in the novel up to this point, Lucas didn't have much information about her. He knew she was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. Well, he did have an idea, considering she was a member of the disciplinary committee, after all, but it didn't matter. Regardless of her strength, Lucas was confident that he could defeat her if this was the extent of her abilities. At first glance, it may appear that Trish and Lucas were evenly matched, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Trish maintained a relentless offensive stance, while Lucas predominantly adopted a defensive approach. He rarely launched attacks, unless he had no other choice but to do so. For the most part of the battle, he just blocked, evaded, deflected, and parried with utmost precision. One might wonder why Lucas adopted this strategy. Why wasn't he attacking? Why was he staying on the back foot? Well, the reason was that he was carefully studying his opponent's fighting style. The young woman relentlessly attacking him was using firm and grounded footwork, allowing her to execute fast and surgical precise strikes with her jian. Whenever needed, she swiftly transitioned into a defensive posture, making it nearly impossible to find any openings in her technique. Even Lucas couldn't find any flaw in her technique, despite his rigorous training under Leo, who taught him to dissect and decipher his opponent's technique to counter it. Leo always said that a warrior's body should function like a well-oiled machine, with each part performing its designated function in perfect harmony, yielding astonishing results. To achieve this, various techniques were employed, helping in coordinating the body's movements. However, if an opponent managed to break and decipher these techniques, the entire machine would crumble. However, as far as Lucas could tell by clashing blades with her, the girl before him had already mastered her technique. There were no openings, there were no patterns to study. The movement of her sword was swift and unpredictable. Her footwork was impeccable and disorienting to look at. She was the master of her art. Arghh! A stifled yelp of pain escaped Lucas' lips as a faintly glowing pink blade slashed across his right arm, leaving a shallow gash behind. Before he had the chance to react, the right side of his ribs and upper left shoulder were also slashed. Blood spurted out and Lucas staggered back but maintained his stance, continuing to deflect and parry Trish's blade. She was fast and his defense was slipping. Soon, she was going to break through his attempts to block her attacks and make him surrender. Hey, or at least, that's what he wanted her to think. The corner of Lucas' lips curled up as he began his counter. Lucas knew that he wouldn't be able to break Trish's technique, not without his armor and not without making too much of an effort. He hates hard work. There was an easy solution to all this. If he couldn't find any openings in Trish's defense, then he would just subtly manipulate her and lead her into a trap, then end her. Manipulating the flow of battle and the movements of your opponent was not as easy as Lucas made it sound. In fact, it was something that Leo had long noticed but didn't point out to him. He didn't tell him that what he is capable of doing is far more terrifying than any amount of raw power one could ever face in a battle. Knowing that you didn't have any free will from the start, a broken bar, that all the moves you made were not only predicted but forced onto you by your opponent, a broken bar, what could be scarier than that? And right now, Trish was about to feel that terror. As she thrust her blade forward, aiming at Lucas' heart, the silver-haired spearman used the long reach of his weapon to parry the incoming attack once again. Clang! Lucas' spear collided with Trish's short sword and pushed it to the right. But instead of stopping or staggering, the silver-haired swordswoman spun on her foot to her left, using the momentum to unleash a slash at Lucas' vulnerable open left side. The pink glowing plum blossom petals danced around her graceful figure and swirled around her blade. A glint of victory appeared in Trish's eyes, but suddenly she felt as if something was wrong, terribly wrong. Lucas had been on the defensive for quite some time now. Why did he parry with the end of his spear blade? Did he make a mistake? But why? This late in the battle he should have grown used to Trish's battle style. Did he grow desperate? He did receive some wounds, so was he trying to end this battle quickly and made a blunder? Trish's eyes widened as she realized a broken bar trap. It's a trap, but it was already too late. Even though her mind realized the situation, her body had followed through with the attack. Clanger! A loud clangor of metal reverberated in the air as the butt of Lucas' spear struck the flat side of Trish's sword. Since his left upper shoulder was damaged and the blade of his spear was away, Trish thought it was the right time to move in. But to her surprise, Lucas had dropped to one knee in order to bring the pommel of his spear down and push away her blade. This time, her right side was left open. Before she could react, Lucas jumped back from his kneeling position and pulled up the end of his spear, bringing its blade down like a lever. A shallow cut appeared on Trish's right wrist as Lucas' spear blade slid across her hand. Even though the cut was shallow, it did its work. It severed the median nerve on the wrist of the swordswoman. As Trish lost the feeling in her right hand's grip weakening, the hilt of her jian slid from her fingers. Fortunately, she caught her weapon with her left hand before it could hit the ground, but she was nearly not fast enough. Lucas used this time to charge at her and follow up with his attacks. Trish already knew what was coming as she had seen Lucas raising his spear from her peripheral vision. He was about to deliver a downward slash to possibly mutilate her left shoulder and render her incapable of using her weapon anymore. To counter it, she quickly raised her sword over her and prepared to stop Lucas' spear from reaching her shoulder. Unfortunately, it was another trap. By raising her blade, Trish had left her whole body vulnerable. Lucas' spear harmlessly struck the ground on her left as the spearman himself lunged forward to deliver a forceful knee strike to her pretty little face. The force of the impact sent her crashing back a few steps, blood streaming down from her fractured nose. Trish tried to move her body, but she was left momentarily stunned and disoriented. The world around her was spinning. However, her body, which had been trained for countless hours, remembered the instincts drilled into her. Her hands quickly searched for her blade, which had jerked from her grip earlier. Upon finding her sword, She rolled onto her belly and got on all fours, struggling to get up on her feet. A crooked smile appeared on Lucas' face as he saw the perfect position in which Trish was in. Willing mana into his legs, the young Morningstar prepared to deliver a perfect curb stomp, but before he could do that, a figure of a man jumped out from his side and lunged at him. Lucas had barely any time to react before the rim of a triangular metal shield neared the left side of his face. Arghh! Lucas quickly enveloped his body in a thick layer of mana, deploying his martial aura. But even that wasn't enough to shield him from the surprise attack completely. As the blow connected with his jaw, Lucas swayed sideways and fell to his right knee. Before he had any chance to react, Chase rushed forward and grabbed Lucas' head in place with one hand, and pulled back his other. He then unleashed a fury of relentless punches, bashing the edge of his shield against Lucas' face. Chase's metal gauntlets featured tough, triangular-shaped shields at the back of his hands, covering most of his forearms. The shield's triangular design provided an advantage in combat, allowing him to deflect and block attacks from various angles more effectively than a traditional circular shield. But far more importantly, its pointed, blunt edge that extended out to cover his fists could be used to deliver powerful, concentrated blows, so getting hit by it was not a pleasant experience. A few hits were enough to render anyone incapable of moving, yet, instead of a triumphant gleam, a feeling that could only be described as pure, bestial fear crept into Chase's eyes with each punch he threw at Lucas. His blows were powerful enough to shatter boulders, yet Lucas' face was far from the bloody mess he had hoped to turn it into. Instead, Lucas looked almost broken but unscathed. Chase's eyes widened as a cold feeling of dread settled into his heart. A realization forced its way into his mind. My attacks are broken, but my attacks aren't doing any damage, he thought. Yes, aside from that first surprise attack, none of his blows did any significant damage. Lucas' face was bleeding in many places, but his teeth and jaw were still intact as if the silver-haired boy was made of steel. The reason for that was his martial aura. It has grown a lot stronger and sturdier now. Instead of an undulating surface of liquid, the mana surrounding his body now looked like a semi-solid structure. Since Chase didn't know how to use martial aura yet and couldn't enhance his weapon with it, his attacks could not inflict proper damage on him. But that's not to say Lucas wasn't feeling any pain. Instead, he was in so much pain that he was entertaining the idea to rip apart Chase's throat and put down this simp in his grave right here and now. But controlling his emotions, Lucas slowly started rising to his feet, overpowering Chase's grip which held him in place. Chase, however, instead of backing down, started punching Lucas with the edge of his shield even more furiously now. Thwack, thwack, thwack! Until broken barklanger! The shield on his gauntlet broke. The broken shard of his triangular shield's tip broke and flew off, causing an expression of pure terror to appear on Chase's face. Lucas, half of his face stained crimson from his own blood, looked like a vengeful, menacing demon. His bright red eyes glistened with a cold gleam under the afternoon sun as he shot a death glare at the boy standing in front of him. His lips twitched and then moved to produce a low growl. You must be itching to court death, huh? Chase took a step back, his body shuddering involuntarily before he shot his other fist forward, intending to start bashing Lucas with his remaining, intact shield. Lucas reacted quickly, done with entertaining this fool, and slithered under his arm like a snake before stepping behind him. From behind him, he wrapped one of his arms around Chase's neck and the other grabbed his head from behind, locking him in a chokehold. Arghh! Novshia! Chase tried to chant a spell and cast magic, but Lucas around his neck suddenly tightened to a crushing degree. The air neither escaped nor entered his mouth, turning Chase's face red in agony. Lucas looked forward and saw Trish was already getting on her feet. That made him tighten his grip around Chase's neck even more until his face turned blue and his body went limp, retreating his hands and letting his body fall to the ground with a loud thud. Lucas stepped forward, picked up his spear from where he had dropped it, and rushed at the lithe swordswoman. Trish, who had all the time in the world to recover until now, gritted her teeth and turned around. Plum blossom petals danced around her legs as she disappeared and reappeared right in front of Lucas and slashed his chest. However, instead of meeting any kind of resistance, her blade pierced through Lucas' body as if he was made of air. In the next moment, Lucas' figure wavered and blurred out of existence like a mirage. Almost instantly, all around her, several figures of Lucas appeared and rushed at her from all sides. Trish's eyes widened. She instantly recognized this technique as one of Leo's signature moves. "This won't work on me, Morningstar," Trish roared angrily and raised her blade up high. Plum blossom petals once again swirled around her blade, and in the blink of an eye, a pink tornado was created out of them above her head. In the next moment, she brought down her sword and struck its blade into the concrete ground below. The plum blossom petal storm dispersed and the blazing petals shot in every direction like bullets, leaving faintly glowing pink trails behind. The petal bullets burst through the horde of mirages and destroyed every single one of them. Only a single figure didn't disappear and rushed at Trish with breakneck speed. It was real Lucas. His right leg and forearm were pierced by the petal bullets and blood was gushing out of his wounds, but he didn't halt his charge. His spear was engulfed in bright, immolating flames and was pulled back to unleash a devastating slash. Trish herself pulled out her sword and darted at Lucas. As soon as they both stepped into the striking range, their warriors carried out their attacks. The blade of Lucas' spear closed in on Trish from his left, and she swung her blade from her right to counter. Clanger! Huh? Trish let out a surprised gasp as her sword clashed against Lucas' spear. Lucas' attack didn't have nearly as much strength behind it as Trish had thought. It was our broken bar feint? No, Lucas was in no state to follow up an attack, unless a broken bar. Trish gritted her teeth as she realized she had once again stepped into a trap. Lucas allowed the force behind Trish's sword to push away his blade. Thwacker! He then quickly changed his grip on his spear and simultaneously spun it in his hands before hitting the opposite side of Trish's jaw with the back end of his weapon's shaft. The young swordswoman staggered to the right, visibly concussed, but before she had the chance to recover, Lucas stepped in, spun around, and delivered an elbow strike to his fractured nose. The girl buckled down in pain, her sword leaving her grip again, as Lucas placed the cold edge of his spear against her neck. As if waiting for that cue, the match bell rang out loud and marked the end of the match as the announcer yelled, "It's over, it's finally over," in a shocking victory for the charming young wolf. The Princess of Mount Juan Chase would have lost. Lucas Morningstar has once again emerged victorious. Ha! Finally, Gah! Opening his eyes, Chase was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. He jolted upright in bed, his hand pressed tightly to his bruised throat as if hoping to muffle the gasp that had already escaped his lips. His thumb felt the erratic pulsing of nerves in the side of his neck. He kept his hands in place until his heart finally calmed down a little, or at least that's what he told himself. Disgusted by the way the damp fabric clung to his sweat-soaked skin, Chase peeled the sheet from his chest. As soon as his feet touched the cold, hard, marble ground, an image popped up in his mind. The infirmary bed crackled under his shifting weight as he stood up. That bastard! A broken bar. Recalling the events of the triple threat match, a shiver ran across Chase's spine. Until today, he had no idea he was this powerless. He knew he wasn't the strongest, but to experience such embarrassment at the hands of the person he so much wanted to put in place, true martial aura. That bastard used the true martial aura. He won only because of his master, Leo Kurogami. Yeah, if I had a master like him, I would have won easily. A broken bar. Chase realized how stupid he sounded in the middle of uttering that sentence. His words turned to a whisper as he dropped his head in shame. Sure, Leo Kurogami might have taught him how to use martial aura, but the true martial aura could only be achieved after deepening one's understanding of their own body and mana. Some people took half their lifetime to achieve that level of understanding, not because it was overly difficult, but because they didn't practice enough. For those who practiced daily and strived to reach that understanding, Using true martial aura would only take a few years at most. However, if Lucas was truly a trash and hadn't practiced martial aura before coming to the academy, then he was simply a genius to achieve it in such a short time. Normally, Chase would have tried to refute that fact. He would have said that Lucas was only acting to seem like trash when, in reality, he never abandoned his training. Then he might have added, he could have done something like that too if he had a big family like the Morningstars backing him up. But this time, Chase didn't say such things. For some reason, he just knew that the person he faced in the triple threat, if he could even be called a person, was on a completely different level than him. They were of the same height, Lucas and Chase. However, as Chase remembered how he had tried with all his might to thrash at the Morningstar's face, only to be met with cold indifference in Lucas's eyes, he felt small. It was almost as if Lucas was looking down on a creature too puny for him to be of any real concern. Was he a broken bar? Was Chase really not a threat to him? Well, turns out he was not. It was as if he, an ant, was trying to go up against a broken bar. A god. The way Lucas stared at him made him feel utterly insignificant, sending shivers down his spine. Damn it, Chase cursed out loud, clenching his fists in frustration. This was humiliating and not to mention utterly frustrating. As he was lost in his thoughts, the door to the infirmary swung open, and medics rushed up to him, gently pushing him back onto the bed, resuming their checkups despite his protests that he was fine. The infirmary room was divided into compartments, each containing a bed and curtains for privacy. A few beds away from Chase, in one such compartment, lay a lithe young woman with a fractured nose. Her nose was wrapped in bandages, and minor injuries were already healed after she drank a few healing potions. Her long hair, each strand resembling the shine of melted silver, was tied in a graceful braid. Her porcelain skin, smooth as the finest of jade, peeked through some areas of her ragged combat attire. Trish let out a soft, tired sigh. Chase wasn't the only one reflecting on the triple threat match. Trish was also doing the same. She hadn't been beaten like that in a long time, especially by someone around her age. It must have been the first time since she mastered the 22 movement plum blossom petal sword, one of the strongest and the most versatile weapon arts her sect had to offer. She rigorously trained every single day, striving to become better and stronger to catch up to her brother. Yet, despite her efforts, she couldn't achieve that goal. To add insult to injury, a boy a year younger than her defeated her in a head-on confrontation. However, instead of feeling sad or angry, Trish couldn't help but be impressed by the technique displayed by the silver-haired Morningstar during the match. Not only that, but he had subtly led her into a deliberate trap. Not once but twice, amidst the intense battle, he executed all his plans with sheer perfection. It was almost to the point of being terrifying. He was so cool. Indeed, he was cool, but that's not the sole reason why Trish's mind was preoccupied with the charming young wolf. His fighting style clearly revealed the vast battle experience he had accumulated, whether he did so by fighting for his life or fighting against his own master. After all, it is as the elders of her clan say, one real battle experience is better than 1,000 days of safe training, or something along that line. She never paid attention to those old fools really. Anyway, her loss wasn't due to her technique being weaker than his. On the contrary, it was stronger. The difference lay in her lack of battle experience. No one in her clan or her brother showed enough interest to train with her. Her peers, for the most part, weren't strong enough to provide her with meaningful experience. She needed to face opponents stronger than her, not weaker. She needed to fight up to get stronger, not fight down. As for the disciplinary committee, it was led by her brother, making her an outcast there too. To top it all off, she had no friends, so she couldn't even find suitable sparring partners. Magic, her technique and battle arts had carried her this far, but now she found herself standing in front of an insurmountable wall. She sighed, covering her eyes, and decided to try falling back to sleep, knowing full well that it would be futile. While his opponents were lost in their thoughts, Lucas reclined on the sofa, watching a video on the holographic screen in front of him. Sarah, still sound asleep, was resting in his lap. Turns out, this little one was as lazy as him. After all, if given a chance, he would also spend all day sleeping like a sloth. Surely that was a coincidence and not at all his fault, right? A broken bar, right? Suddenly, he closed the holographic screen and covered his face with his hands. His body convulsed in visible agony, not from physical pain, but from cringing at his own clip. The video he had been watching was of his triple threat match, where people in the comments referred to him as the fallen angel due to his charm and aura. However, that wasn't what made him cringe. You must be itching to court death. Why the fuck did I say something like that? Am I an idiot, or have I actually become a third-rate villain? Well, to be honest, a broken bar. After some reflection, he realized that he possessed all the qualities of a third-rate villain, seeing ordinary people as far beneath him as he was some sort of a self-proclaimed holy being. His unrelenting narcissistic behavior, referring to others as mere side characters, maniacally laughing at others' suffering, being the cause of others' misery, and now, he was even collaborating with other villains like Kai and Quinn while also planning to create trouble for the protagonist. Wait, what the heck? Am I actually a third-rate villain? Well, it took him a long time to realize that. 252. Let's get this started. After watching some clips of my triple threat match and ego surfing my name on the internet, I finally decided to check the results of other matches. Everything played out more or less like it did in the novel, with only the outcomes of the first and second brackets changed. The brackets were straightforward. In the first bracket, it was Chase Wood, Trish Zenith, and me. Since I emerged victorious in my match, I advanced to the semi-finals. Moving on to the second bracket, the contenders were Kai Wiseman, Grace Goodwill, and Ella Bright. The winner of that match turned out to be Kai. An interesting thing happened in that match, but I will get to it later. Anyway, as for the third bracket, it involved Alpha Zenith, Alberto Okura, and Amelia Black. I only watched some short clips of this match, but it was Alpha Zenith who emerged as the winner. Amelia put up a good fight, and I must admit her archery skills have improved a lot, and by lot I mean a lot. She displayed a level of strength that exceeded what she should have been capable of at this point in the story. It seems my interference has once again influenced her to change her course in the plot. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good indeed. That's a positive development, as the more changes occur in the storyline, the greater the divergence from the end of the novel. Of course, Amelia's growth wasn't enough to grant her victory against the second-year cadet named Alpha Zenith, who also happens to be the older brother of the girl I fought against in my match, Trish Zenith. Alpha's sword effortlessly cut through any magic or mana-infused arrow Amelia shot at him, as if he was slicing through paper. After a bit of struggle, he closed in on the black-haired archeress, and the match came to an end instantly. His incandescent sword, with plum blossom petals swirling around its blade like a storm, sliced through Amelia's bow in a single, decisive slash, and the match bell rang. She asked for a legendary rank relic. I muttered to myself, should I gift her a bow? Wait, hold on, what am I even thinking? Why would I give her something like that? Besides, it was clear she was just joking, and truth be told, I don't have any reason to do so. My focus should remain on changing the plot of the King's Tournament and then uncovering the mystery of my memories for now. Yeah, that's right, bro. What are you thinking? Kent's voice reached my ears from my left. I shifted my gaze to look at him. He had returned with a tray full of popcorn tubs and soft drinks. Currently, we were seated in the audience stands of the King's Arena, eagerly anticipating the match that was about to begin any minute now. The air was filled with cheers of excitement from the crowd, though participants were supposed to remain in the pavilion until the end of the King's Tournament. The lack of stimulation had become boring, so I sneaked out. I found Kent in the audience stands and decided to watch the last match of the fourth bracket live with him. To my surprise, well, maybe I shouldn't be surprised by it anymore. Kent was sitting with a group of 4 attractive girls, enjoying the match in their company. This guy. Anyway, I walked up to him, he introduced me to his new friends, and then went off to get some snacks. As he returned, his voice brought me back from my dazed reality. I made room for him to sit down beside me. "What were you thinking?" Kent asked. "Not much," I replied. "Are you enjoying the matches?" "Oh, yeah," Kent nodded with a bright smile. "Especially your matches. You're doing great, and it looks like you might actually win the tournament." "Magic, of course. He's enjoying the matches with his harem. How does a dense guy like him even manage to pull girls?" "Yeah, we're all loving your matches, Lucas. Actually, we're all rooting for you." One of the girls to my right chimed in, showing me her smart bracelet. On the display, there was a poll website open. The question of the poll was, "Which contestant do you think will win the King's Tournament this year?" My name's option on her bracelet was highlighted in blue. It meant that she had voted for me, but what caught my attention was the percentage, 43%. My name's option had 43% votes. What the heck? Nero's own name was at 45%. Do people really have that much faith in me? Hey, they really do love me. Suppressing the smug smile that threatened to creep up on my face, I slightly shook my head and asked in a flat tone, trying to sound as casual as possible, "A lot of people voted for me, huh?" "Duh." Another girl sitting to Kent's left responded, "You're like the newest sensation of the Global Academy. They even gave you a brand new title, Fallen Angel." "Yeah, and it still sounds so chuny. They call you that because of how you cleverly advanced to the second round after saying something to Quinn and letting you defeat him effortlessly. Also, because of your cute face, I guess." The girl twirled her hair and added, her cheeks turning slightly pink. After a few seconds, I raised an eyebrow curiously and asked, what about Nero? Did they give him a title too?" "Oh, yeah," a girl from the right, sitting next to the girl sitting beside me, replied. "God, why are there so many people here? I think they are calling him the Sword of End." The same girl added, "They call him that because no matter who he faced, they couldn't defeat his sword, and he emerged victorious every time." "Sword of End, huh?" "Yeah, that's the same title he got during the King's Tournament in the novel too. People called him that until he joined the military and became William's partner before the world started calling the two of them the Reapers of the End." Letting out a soft sigh, I reclined back in my seat and waited for the match to start. Soon, the cadets participating in the match made their entrance. William Sinoth was the first to come out. His curly green hair swayed gently in the breeze, and his sharp eyes shone brightly with a mix of violet and purple hues. The young elf looked like a noble warrior, holding a striking red, somber spear in his hand, which complemented his black and red combat attire. As he walked in, the crowd, especially quite a few girls charmed by his elegant elven beauty, rose from their seats and cheered loudly. Elijah Steelforged was the next to arrive. His broad shoulders and strong, slightly muscular yet lean build, along with his rough features, revealed his half-dwarven lineage. He brushed back his long light brown hair with his fingers and stood at the center of the arena, his giant battle hammer in hand. Finally, the protagonist, Nero Dikroff, made his entrance. He walked toward the center of the arena with a slow, powerful stride, radiating an aura of unfathomable strength and exuding a clear air of dominance. His black hair and deep, abyssal-like eyes scanned the cheering crowd as if he was acknowledging their welcome. His bastard sword rested on his shoulder, its blade glistening under the sunlight until Nero came to a stop and placed it on the ground, its pointed edge striking the earth and digging into the concrete ground. "Let's get this started," he muttered. Destruction. What happened during the match could only be called utter destruction. Magic. Since the three of them were friends, after exchanging some greetings, Nero, William, and Elijah began their match. William and Elijah knew they couldn't defeat Nero in a one-on-one fight, so they decided to team up and eliminate him first. The poor fools had no idea that even their combined effort would be futile against that monster hiding in the human skin. William unleashed a fury of relentless thrusts and slashes with his spear, trying to keep Nero on his back foot for as long as possible. Using that time, as Nero parried and returned William's attacks, Elijah chanted a few spells in the High Elven tongue to cast magic. As soon as he was done, he signaled William, and the young elven spearman instantly hopped a few meters back to safety. Before Nero had a chance to react, several huge chunks of concrete broke off from the ground and flew to stick to Nero like iron fragments to a giant magnet. In the blink of an eye, Nero was entrapped in a huge earthen sphere made of concrete shards. As if that wasn't enough, Elijah chanted another spell, and this time iron shackles erupted out from the ground and wrapped themselves around the giant concrete sphere in which Nero was imprisoned. Not one, but Elijah had cast 2 imprisonment spells to stack up on each other. The concrete sphere wrapped in iron shackles made it almost impossible for Nero to break out. Oh, far broken bar almost. If in his place it was any other cadet, well, maybe aside from Kai, Quinn, me, and a few others, their bones would have already cracked under the entangling pressure of Elijah's imprisonment spell. However, unfortunately for the half-dwarf, on the receiving end of his spell happened to be none other than the monster himself, Nero Decroft. Before any of them had a chance to follow up with an attack, the ground under their feet, or what was left of it at least, rumbled loudly. In the next moment, it felt like something was trying to break out of the metal lump of a ball that was created as the result of Elijah's magic to keep Nero sealed. When the rumble died down, the top portion of the metal chains wrapped around the concrete sphere began to greatly heat up. Their rough, bleak black structure turned slightly orange, then burning red a few moments later. As everyone held on to their breaths, a pillar of white, incandescent light broke out from the ball of iron shackles and shot toward the sky. The concrete sphere exploded as the iron chains gave way to the pressure at which the pillar of white light erupted. Shards of smoldering concrete and lumps of molten iron flew away in the air before being pulled down by gravity and raining on the other 2 cadets like crashing meteors. Even from my vantage point, I could see the faces of Elijah and William twisting in disbelief and their mouths moving slightly to curse under their breaths. They tried to dodge the rain of attacks, which were the result of Elijah's spell being backfired against them. The half-dwarf was visibly puzzled. He couldn't understand how his 2 mid-level trap spells were so easily broken. Unless a broken bar, the swordsman of End used an extremely high-level spell or a level 4 to 5 weapon art. Both of those thoughts were unnerving. I mean, I can't blame the guy. From Elijah's point of view, his spell didn't even leave Nero any air to properly breathe, let alone chant a spell or perform a weapon art. After all, he was being crushed from all sides. God damn it. How then? How did he do it? How did he break free? In just a few seconds, no less. Well, Elijah didn't have any time to find answers to such questions. He was already moving toward Nero, skillfully evading the flaming shards of iron and concrete raining down on him. William also followed suit. He raised his spear, shattered the flaming shards that threatened to burn or squash him, and charged at Nero. Only after the dust and debris settled, it turned out that the pillar of light, which was now slowly diminishing, was coming from Nero's sword, its tip pointing at the heavens. As the bright pillar of light finally died down, Nero looked at the 2 oncoming attackers and smirked. His radiant blade was white-hot. After conducting that amount of light, Nero simply pointed it at Elijah and slightly muttered the chant under his breath. Instantly, particles of lustrous white light appeared around Nero like shimmering snowflakes and trailed to accumulate at the tip of his blade and formed a luminous orb. Elijah's eyes widened, but before he could even move a muscle, the orb of light facing him broke out in a radiant white beam at him, leaving destruction in its wake. Fortunately, the half-dwarf brought his imposing battle hammer in front of him to shield himself from Nero's attack. However, Elijah's hammer exploded into a flood of shrapnels as soon as its hammer's huge, metallic face came in contact with that beam of light. Elijah's eyes widened in terror. Before the beam could touch him, however, it quickly dissipated, frittering away into harmlessly beautiful shimmering snowflakes like light particles. Nero dismissed his spell in the nick of time. If not for that, the beam would have exploded through his skull like a hot knife to butter. That act of mercy and Elijah's incapability to protect himself from what could have been a decisive blow counted as the half-dwarf's loss. The announcer declared his elimination, but the match was yet to end. William circled around all this mayhem and valiantly lunged at Nero from behind, not caring for the elimination of his friend one bit. It was just one less opponent for him. Nearing the swordsman from behind, William violently pushed his glimmering spear forward at Nero's back, who was momentarily off guard after putting Elijah down. But as it turned out, Nero's guard was never down. Instead, he had led William into a trap. The black-haired swordsman spun around on one foot and dealt a swift horizontal slash at the incoming striking red spear. The movement of Nero's blade was nearly as fast as the speed of light, and just as sharp. Before the audience, or William himself, had the chance to even blink an eye, the match was over. Nero's sword cleaved through William's spear, which was probably created by the best of 11 blacksmiths, as if it was made of cardboard, and the cold steel of his somber blade found itself sharply pressed against the throat of the 11 spearmen in the next moment. The announcer declared Nero as the winner of the match, much to the loud support of the jubilant crowd who stood up to cheer for the swordsman of N. Solid victory. 10 minutes. 2 of the strongest cadets in the academy only lasted for 10 minutes against this monster. Ha! Letting out a sigh, I rose from my seat and walked to the pavilion. As Kent wished me good luck, I waved him a hand and continued to walk away. Let's just get this over with. After reaching my pavilion room, I changed into my combat attire before stepping outside. I left Sarah undisturbed as she continued to soundly sleep on the sofa and locked the door. I must say, she's quite lazy, even more so than myself. Despite being a phoenix, the creature associated with lighter, she appears to be a nocturnal creature. But surely, her messed up sleep schedule is not my fault, right? Right? Anyway, as I walked toward the arena, I spotted Amelia heading out of the pavilion building toward the audience stand. She tried to hide it, but I could easily tell that she was in a dejected mood. It looks like losing her match affected her more than it did in the novel for some reason. After chatting with her for a few minutes, I finally made my way to the stadium as the announcer called my name. I had no doubt that she would recover. Anastasia and Asta would be there with her in the audience stand to lift her spirits. Also, it's better for her and Anastasia to stay far away during the final match. Considering they're both archeresses, they can provide better cover fire from that vantage position in case something goes wrong with my plan. And let's be honest, at this point, I'm completely certain that something will definitely go wrong. Or maybe it's just my paranoia, but still, having archers positioned at a safe distance will be crucial when the vampire attacks. With those racing thoughts in my mind, I once again made my entrance. Walking out onto the field, the jubilant crowd erupted into a loud cacophony of cheers and whistles as I reached the center of the field, their eyes filled with joyous glee, eager to witness the hyped match between Kai and me. I glanced around to survey my surroundings and found that the crevices and fractures from the triple threat match between Nero, Elijah, and William had already been repaired, giving the whole field a fresh look. Summoning my spear, I rested its shaft on my shoulder, patiently waiting for the arrival of my dear opponent. Right then, Kai emerged from the shadows engulfing the entrance tunnel, the falling evening sun casting a dim glow around him as he approached. I wished to wrap up this event before dusk, but Nero still had one more match before qualifying to face me in the finals, and the evening was already approaching. Achieving my desire seemed like a highly unlikely scenario at this point. The thought of facing several elite squads of high-ranking vampires in the shroud of darkness provided by the night sent a shiver running down my spine, yet, I couldn't help but only let out a sigh of resignation. This was the only way. I cannot turn back from here. Besides, this was necessary to actually change Nero's mindset. Magic, damn him, damn it all. As I silently cursed the world and everyone in it in my mind, Kai stepped forward, summoning his imposing, lusterless black greatsword. The contrast with his slender figure made the sword seem almost impossible to lift. He brushed back his dark-shaded hair, gazing at me with his bright cyan eyes. "Ready?" Kai asked, and the announcer repeated the rules in the background. In this one-on-one duel, The way to win was to make your opponent surrender or render them unable to continue the fight. Meeting Kai's gaze, I gave him a solemn nod and inquired, "Are your preparations complete?" Kai nodded back in response and lifted his sword, which, for some reason, triggered a very loud reaction from the crowd. It appeared they had mistaken our actions as a symbol of provocation, thinking we were taunting and beckoning each other. Well, that's exactly what we wanted them to think. Ding, ding, dinger! Soon, the match bell rang, and Kai and I sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, we closed the distance between us as our figures turned into blurs, and, in the next instant, the cold, crimson blade of my spear found itself pressed against the warm, pale skin of Kai's neck. The match was over. For a moment, the whole arena fell into confused silence. Then, a loud murmur of puzzlement swept through the vicinity like a flood of singular emotion. The fallen Angela broken bar Lucas Morningstar has won a broken bar. The first round of the semi-finals is over with his victory, as the announcer's voice echoed to break the silence, causing the crowd's reaction to shift. Instantly, thunderous boos erupted from almost everyone present in the stand. I couldn't blame them, to be honest. After all, our rivalry made the news. People were hyped up for this match. Everyone, even those in the outside world, had been eagerly looking forward to this moment. But in the end, all they received was nothing but a déjà vu from my face-off against Quinn. Poor souls. A sheepish smile appeared on my face as I turned around and quickly headed back to the pavilion building before they might start throwing eggs at me. A few minutes after returning to my pavilion room, I felt tremors coursing through the whole arena. The ground visibly shook, and loud clangor could be heard even from where I was. It was evident that Nero's match was underway. He was fighting the third-year cadet named Alpha Zenith. The novel depicted their match in great detail, so I knew just how destructive it was going to be. Part of my mind wanted to see the scenes I read in the novel coming to life and watch the match. However, another part just wanted to laze around until the start of the final match. Hey, I was not being lazy. I just wanted to rest as much as possible before all hell would break loose. Anyway, after a few minutes, the tremors stopped, and the clangor died down. Nero had prevailed once again. The semi-finals were over. The final contestants were Nero DeCroft and Lucas Morningstar. To pass some free time before the start of the final match, I attempted to meditate for a few seconds. A broken bar? Yeah, I can't meditate. Okay, anyway, after that, I opened the search engine and ego-surfed my own name again. It looked like people were still hating me for pulling some strings and taking an easy way out of the match. Some called me a coward, while others labeled me as fake. However, some people were amused by my tricks and wanted to see how I would perform in the finals. Of course, some people were still supporting me, acknowledging that I possessed both wits and power, evident from my performance in the triple threat match. Others were just curious about what I said to Quinn and Kai that made them surrender so easily. After around an hour passed, and the sun started to hide behind the horizon, introducing the arrival of the twilight hour, I received a knock on my door. It was a third-year cadet. She called me and said that I should proceed to the arena as the final matcher was about to start. Nodding, I got up and let out a final sigh. All my preparations were finished. I only had two tasks at hand: surviving the vampire attack and doing whatever it takes to fix Nero's mentality. The first task was rather simple, albeit not easy. To achieve the second task, however, I needed to accomplish three things in my match against Nero. First, I must exhaust him. Second, I must make him use his gift. Third, I must set up a trap during our duel. There's also an additional fourth step, which is the promise I made to myself for this match: beat the everlasting hell out of Nero. The fourth step is not necessary for my future plans, it's just to content my own heart. Nodding, I got up and clenched my fists. Okay, let's do this. Standing at the center of the arena, my heart slammed wildly against my chest like a caged beast as the sun dived down the horizon, making way for the moon to take its place. The fervent glow of the moonlight ignited the arena, illuminating the countless stars that adorned the vast expanse of black skies, resembling white rivers coursing through an ashen land. All the spotlights switched on, focusing solely on me, contenting my narcissistic self as I became the focus of everyone's attention. Nero, as usual, was running late. As a result, the crowd's reactions, whether positive or negative, were directed mainly at me, again giving me a sense of satisfaction. Some booed, still not over how easily I advanced to the finals by defeating Kai, which obviously was the result of blatant match fixing, depriving everyone of a good match. However, I didn't care. Maintaining a calm gaze, I looked at the entrance cave in front of me, through which Nero was supposed to walk out any minute now. The night had already arrived, and the moon was high. Soon, the creatures of the night would emerge from the shadows, ready to wreak havoc. I needed to complete all my tasks at hand to execute my already flawless plan to utter perfection. Letting out a soft sigh, I summoned the bringer of lost flames and rested its shaft on my right shoulder. Its crimson blade glistened under the moonlight, ready to draw blood. After a bit of thought, I also summoned the metallic Yumi bow and slung it across my shoulder, wearing it tightly on my back. I harbored absolutely no delusions of defeating Nero without having to go all out. I didn't even entertain such thoughts. In fact, even after using everything in my arsenal, I was sure that our match would be a very, very close call. I just knew it. That was especially going to be the case after I made him use his gift. Oh, and I was absolutely going to need him to use it. I know it will put him and everything related to him in danger, since that would confirm the vampire's suspicion about him, but that's exactly why I needed to do that. To be honest, I didn't even know how I was going to win if I made him use his gift. However, as I said, making him use his gift was necessary too. It's a paradox of sorts. There was a chance if I had been able to use Phoenix's embrace, but unfortunately, the tournament doesn't allow armor-type gifts to be used by contestants. It's fine. Letting out another sigh, I shrugged my shoulders. I will think of something on the fly. Yeah, I will come up with something. I mean, my main objective was to make Nero use his gift against me. Winning was only going to be the cherry on top. With that thought in mind, I raised my head and cast a look at the entrance leading to the arena, its gates shrouded in darkness. In the next moment, as if waiting for that cue, a silhouette of a young man became visible as his figure stepped out into the spotlight. The young man walked toward me with slow, menacing steps, his slightly long raven black hair swaying gently from being caressed by the wind. His deep abyssal-like eyes stared at me with a hollow expression as the young man stood a few steps away from me. How could a person with an affinity to light possess such darkness in his eyes? I've mentioned this once before, but I, just like every other person in this world, could experience a slightly uncomfortable feeling after coming near to a person with an affinity opposite to them. I could feel that feeling from Kai, Quinn, Amelia, and Asta, for example, since the first three possess an affinity for darkness and the last girl possesses an affinity for water, both of which goes against my affinities for light and fire. So how could Nero emit such an aura, one might ask? I know how. The darkness in his eyes was not that of an element but the things he had seen in his life. How could I possibly defeat a person like him, a boy who had been living on the razor's edge since he was young, a boy who had been training until the brink of death when Lucas was fooling around, a boy who is not only talented but has also honed the skills to wield that talent? How could I possibly defeat him who had been pursuing one goal for practically all his life, yet to win and to get stronger? Casting a defiant look at him, I steeled my resolve. It doesn't matter, I will have to do it, and thinking will only make me nervous. With that last thought in mind, I cleared my head and watched as the world all around me disappeared. In my mind, there was no future and no past, there was no peace and no compassion. The world ceased to exist and all that remained was technique, a broken bar technique that was drilled into every fiber of my being, my master. I only came back to reality when the match bell rang to life. The judge was done going over the rules and announced the start of the match. I could hear the distant voices of the commentators coming out of the speakers throughout the arena and the deafening cheer of the crowd, yet the ring of the bell drowned it all. Magic ding, ding, dinger exclamation mark. A net of cracks appeared on the ground beneath Nero's boots as he lunged forward at me at the first ring of the bell. Fast, I muttered under my breath with a bit of surprise. He was indeed fast, but not fast enough to not give me enough time to react. He shot at me like an arrow. I returned his gesture by doing the same, raising the incandescent crimson blade of the spear which was engulfed in bright orange flames. I used it to block Nero's furious assault. Clanger exclamation mark. TSK. However, I couldn't help and click my tongue as soon as my spear collided with his sword. My body involuntarily shuddered as the force of the impact behind his attacks sent horrid tremors coursing through my body. It felt as though instead of hitting a blade of a sword, I was trying to cut a mountain. The blades of our weapons entangled for a moment, and then separated as the both of us quickly jumped back a few meters. Nero enveloped his sword in a thick layer of a semi-solid state of mana, unleashing his true sword chi, as the austere blade of his bastard sword shimmered under a protective layer of azure mana that enhanced its sharpness and resilience. The flames around my own spear started growing brighter and brighter until the glow around the bringer of lost flames turned yellow. With that, we both lunged forward again and swung our weapons at each other. In the middle of his attack, however, Nero swiftly changed the trajectory of his horizontal slash. In the next moment, the glowing azure bastard sword lashed out at me from below instead of appearing on my side. Clanger exclamation mark. I parried his attack, but Nero quickly retracted his sword before unleashing it on me. In the midst of the attack, he suddenly changed the trajectory of his attack again, a broken bar, and then again, and again, and again. Clang, clang, clanger exclamation mark. God damn it, I couldn't help but curse in my mind as my spear moved to feverishly defend against his unrelenting assault, but instead of backing down, I continued to chain my blocks and deflections into one uninterrupted sequence of swift moves. However, despite my best efforts, I reeled slightly after each strike I blocked or deflected. It was as if I was being hit by a hurricane of adamantine sledgehammers, each hit making my bone tremble and groan. What insanity is this? How a broken bar? I couldn't comprehend how he was so strong. Sure, I knew that we had a slight difference in mana core ranks and that his swordsmanship was going to pose some troubles. But right now he was outright overpowering me. Was it his usage of mana? Was he using it differently, or more efficiently and fluently than me? I did not know what was the source of his crushing strength, and I did not care. I am a simple man. If I see a strong opponent, I run. If I can't run, then I avoid facing them head-on in their own game. Nero was overpowering me, sure, so that means fighting him with strength was just simply put in question. I would fight him with speed and agility instead. With that thought in mind, I backed a few steps and lunged forward. This time I changed my entire battle style. As Lucas dashed at him head-on, Nero raised an eyebrow and then thrust his sword forward toward the silver-haired boy. Quickly, the young Morningstar's figure sidestepped to evade Nero's sword. It looked as if he had evaded the attack harmlessly, but that notion was short-lived. A thin red line appeared on Lucas' right cheek, warm drops of blood rolling down from it. Just a few centimeters higher, and he would have lost his right eye. Lucas despised that Nero's sword marred his beautiful face, as much as he hated how his opponent could effortlessly track his movements. Despite Lucas' incredible speed, which made him look like a blur to everyone else present in the arena, he was no match for Nero. Lunging to Nero's right, Lucas shot his spear toward his opponent's vulnerable ribs, but that opening proved to be a trap. Nero had lured Lucas there deliberately. As the crimson blade of the spear moved in his direction, Nero instantly seized the opportunity and jumped up, spinning his body mid-air. Using the momentum of his spin, Nero attempted to bring down the blade of his sword on Lucas like a guillotine, but Lucas was prepared. He abruptly halted his thrust and flawlessly executed an upward vertical slash with his spear, meeting Nero's descending sword. Clanger exclamation mark. Nero's sword collided with the crimson blade of Lucas' spear. His eyes widening in surprise, Nero spun in the opposite direction, landing a few steps back, still in a state of shock. He hadn't expected Lucas to block his attack with such skill. Nero believed that the young Morningstar would be forced to use his gift to fling him away. Was it a fluke? Nero thought, reluctant to accept that his attack had been seen through. Shaking his head, Nero darted forward at Lucas and swung his glowing azure sword at him. It was fine. Even if it was a fluke, Lucas wouldn't be able to repeat it. After all, it is as they say, there's no value in success if one can't reproduce it. Determined to crush Lucas before any more miracles occurred, Nero unleashed a frenzy of unpredictable slashes at the silver-haired boy, holding nothing back this time. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. A broken bar, huh? To Nero's astonishment, however, the phenomenon he dismissed as a fluke or miracle kept repeating itself. Each swing of his blade, every slash that he unleashed, met nothing but air. Lucas skillfully maneuvered on his feet, effortlessly dodging Nero's attacks by sidestepping, jumping, ducking, or performing a combination of all three. How was he doing it? Nero was baffled. His attacks were being effortlessly seen through. His technique had been deciphered with ease. He felt utterly exposed. Magic. Despite avoiding Nero's attacks, Lucas wasn't counterattacking just yet. Instead, he decided to stick close and move around at a quick speed. At this range, Nero should have the advantage in attack since Lucas' spear was basically useless for such close combat. Yet, Nero couldn't do much when his attacks weren't connecting. Could he now? Initially, his sword managed to leave a few gashes and cuts on the silver-haired boy, but now, his blade wasn't even connecting. For a moment, Nero considered the possibility that the young Morningstar really possessed some sort of future sight despite what he had said in the past. But then, something caught Nero's attention. Lucas. His eyes. They weren't focusing on him. No, Lucas chose to focus on Nero's feet instead, a broken bar, or more specifically, on his footwork. I see, Nero mumbled under his breath. Footwork is the foundation of most if not all techniques. It provides the movements, after all, movements that are molded into techniques. It's possible to decipher feint attacks by studying your opponent's movements. Some masters of combat and geniuses can even break down their enemy's technique through their footwork. Was Lucas doing the same? Was he reading Nero's movements? Nero's face turned pale and his expression of surprise deepened. After a few seconds, he shook his head. Fine. So Lucas had deciphered his technique. So what? Nero would simply change it. Suddenly, Nero's footwork changed and grew erratic. His sword strikes, which were unpredictable before, now became almost impossible to follow. An azure gleam streaked through the air as Nero's blade flashed toward Lucas. The silver-haired boy managed to dodge the attack but did not remain unscathed. The blade connected with Lucas' shoulder, leaving a deep gash. It flashed again, this time wounding his right ribs. Nero's plan was rather simple. If Lucas could read his movements, then he would simply change techniques after Lucas grew accustomed to his movements. By the time Lucas slipped past the gaps in his movements, Nero would have injured him enough and changed into a new, unfamiliar technique. Nero's plan was as dangerous as it was good, a broken bar. If only Lucas hadn't thought of it and had a way to counter it already. Before Nero's blade could connect with his opponent for the third time, the air around Lucas suddenly changed. The movement of his spear, the sound of his breathing, the subtle fluttering of his eyes. All of it changed ever so slightly, but the difference became crystal clear. This guy. Nero cursed in his mind, a wild grin appearing on his face. Lucas had also changed his own technique. As Nero's sword neared him, Lucas angled his spear in a way that allowed the blade of his opponent to harmlessly slide off his weapon. Nero didn't stop his assault, however. He continued to swing at Lucas, only to be met with the same result. His blade was fast, and Lucas couldn't entirely avoid it, so now he was deflecting the attacks instead. If before his technique resembled inviolable air, Now his movements were as shapeless and formless as water. How could he change his technique so fast? How could he change his battle style so fast? By definition, a battle style was a structured framework of patterns of attacks that dictated how one should act to defeat an enemy. Those patterns were used as a foundation and expanded into a variety of specific movements to create a style. Changing those patterns in the midst of battle is crazy, something that mere teens like them shouldn't be able to do. Yes, Nero did it, but he was special. Not only did he have talent, but he had also been training since a very young age. Lucas was indeed called a genius once, but he wasted most of his young life and discarded his training. How could a boy like that shift his battle style so easily like a master of combat? Yet, instead of a frown, a grin played on Nero's lips and widened even more with each passing second. After his attacks were deflected a few more times, Nero knew that he could do nothing to harm the silver-haired boy. Nodding, Nero jumped back a few meters and created a safe distance between him and his opponent. "I underestimated you," he said, looking at Lucas with an insane glint in his eyes. "I can see that I can't defeat you with technique alone, so prepare yourself, Lucas." Lucas gritted his teeth. He knew what this meant. Up until now, they were merely clashing with their weapons. Now a broken bar now, however, spells and weapon arts were going to get involved. "Fine then," Lucas spat out, gnashing his teeth as he rushed forward, and suddenly a broken bar the air wavered around him, and several figures perfectly resembling his own appeared forth and charged at Nero. Magic as a barrage of illusionary cloners, all of them resembling the silver-haired boy, rushed at Nero. The swordsman of End smirked and slightly bent his knees. He pulled his sword back and took a single step forward, as if responding to his will. Shimmering snowflake-like particles of radiant white light appeared in the air and started to swirl around his blade. Nero let out a soft breath and brought his radiantly glowing sword forward. Almost instantly, a pillar of incandescent, white light burst forth from it. 12 movements saint style, long sword of light, third form, heaven-splitting sword. The collision of the pillar of light with Lucas' illusionary clones shattered them instantly. Those silver-haired young men created by Lucas' mirage step wavered and disappeared. Under the intense pressure of Nero's spell, the ground was obliterated, the pillar of light leaving behind nothing but flying chunks of shattered ground, rising dust, and smoldering concrete in its wake. Although the pillar stopped when it touched the barrier meant to protect the audience from any stray spell, it wasn't dismissed. Nero willed strength into his arms and traced his sword horizontally, and the pillar of immolating light moved in order to follow its source, sweeping over dozens of illusionary clones of Lucas. One after another, Lucas' clones and everything in its path were destroyed by the incandescent pillar of light. Yet, Lucas' remaining clones didn't stop their charge. Seeing this, Nero's smirk widened and he quickly finished his trace. The pillar of light made an arc in front of him, obliterating practically everything that dared to stand in his way. A huge cloud of cement shards and dust blew up, but in the nick of time, a single silver-haired boy jumped up to avoid sharing the same fate as his clones. It was the real Lucas. He landed and momentarily disappeared behind the cover of rising dust and flying debris. However, his figure soon emerged and stepped into sight, still rushing to cover the distance between him and his opponent. The pillar of light diminished as Nero stopped feeding his sword mana, yet, the blinding glow around his sword remained as it continued to emit light. "Just how much mana does that bastard have?" Lucas mumbled under his breath and shuddered, but didn't stop rushing forward at the bastard in question. In fact, Lucas gripped his spear tighter, and suddenly, immolating yellowish-orange flames engulfed his body and weapon in a warm embrace. This was his natural element of fire. Being surrounded by it, Lucas could feel a sense of safety and a feeling of rejuvenation, not to mention the explosive strength coursing through his veins. Nero shot forward at the incoming silver-haired boy like a loose bullet and swung his sword at him. Lucas sidestepped, deflected Nero's glowing blade, and continued his charge until he rammed into him with his shoulder. At the very last moment, Lucas activated his gift and an explosion occurred. It felt like Nero was hit by a speeding train. The sheer impact of Lucas' tackle and the huge explosion sent him flying back a few meters, but Nero soon regained his balance and landed on his 2 feet before lodging his blade in the ground to stop himself from sliding back. He looked at Lucas with a bit of surprise, whips of smoke rising from his combat attire. He already knew that the young Morningstar could create mana explosions, but this was his first time seeing him create a fiery explosion. So his gift could also be used like that? Nero silently noted and then brandished his sword once again. Lucas was already onto him. This time, however, instead of closing the distance, he made a few quick hand signs. The fire around him started to change color, turning into the darkest shade of blue as he pointed at Nero with his right hand. Instantly, the flames started to crackle with intensity, turning into tendrils of plasma, quickly bearing the semblance of electricity. Before Nero had the chance to react, a huge, bright bolt of lightning burst from the aura surrounding Lucas and shot in an arc at Nero. The protagonist widened his eyes and crossed his arms, bracing for the incoming pain. The bolt of lightning struck him with a thunderous roar. The shock of electricity wasn't as severe as the burning feeling he felt in his skin. Yet, despite the pain, Nero held and gritted his teeth, not allowing even a single yelp to escape from his tightly shut mouth. The bolt of lightning was dismissed soon and allowed Nero to catch his breath. A lot more whips of smoke rose from him and residual electricity crackled around his figure. He was momentarily disoriented, but at least the pain wasn't there. However, a moment was all Lucas needed to quickly follow up with another attack. The fallen angel used his speed to circle around the swordsman of end, using the distorted state Nero was left in because of him to its fullest. After arriving behind him, Lucas weaved a few more hand signs and once again faced the open palm of his free hand at Nero. Suddenly, a huge orb of searing blue flames manifested itself in front of Lucas' palm. At that moment, the orb burst forth and unleashed a torrent of fire at the silver-haired boy's target. As the river of immolating blue flames neared him, Nero instinctively turned around and faced the incoming spell. It was too late to cast a spell of his own, so Nero didn't even entertain the idea of doing that. Instead, he raised his own sword and struck its blade down on the ground. As if a small meteor had struck the ground, the shards of concrete broke and flew up in the air in front of Nero, shielding him from the incoming attack. As soon as the torrent of destructive blue flames collided with the concrete shards, an explosion occurred again and sent Nero a few meters back once more. This time, Nero gracelessly landed on his back and rolled a few times before plunging his sword into the ground and coming to a halt. Stunned, Nero blinked his eyes a few times and raised his head to spot the silver-haired boy. Lucas was already rushing at him again, hoping to follow up with another attack. Unfortunately, this time, Nero was not going to give him a chance. Lucas had already turned out to be far more cunning and dangerous than he had given him credit for. At first, Nero respected his intelligence and insights as a strategist, but the mere fact that he managed to arrive in the finals of the King's Tournament, albeit by using a few underhanded measures, was proof enough that Lucas was not weak. In fact, the few exchanges of blows he had with him had already told Nero that Lucas was just as dangerous, if not more, than him. The grin on Nero's face turned deep as he said, "Let's do this." Without giving Nero a moment of respite, Lucas rushed at his kneeling figure with his spear pointed at the fallen swordsman. However, Nero was already up on his feet in the next second. Before Lucas could back down or even think to change his approach, Nero advanced at him, realizing he couldn't avoid a head-on confrontation with the protagonist anymore. Lucas once again readied himself to cross blades with Nero. Magic. In the blink of an eye, Nero blurred out in thin air and reappeared right in front of Lucas. Lucas could only widen his eyes as Nero clutched his sword in the reverse grip, and attempted to bash the pommel of his sword into the young Morningstar's solar plexus with enough force to destroy a small boulder. However, if the torturous months of rigorous training with Leo had taught one thing to Lucas, it was that protecting his solar plexus takes priority above all else, as it houses his mana core. Thus, Lucas unnaturally careened to his right side, removed his right hand from the shaft of his spear, and without stopping his charge, raised his elbow to hit Nero in the face with it. Nero reacted quickly, sidestepping to swiftly move behind Lucas. He then transitioned into and clasped his sword into a traditional grip and swung its blade at Lucas' vulnerable right ribs. Gritting his teeth and knowing there was no escape now, Lucas tried to get out of the way of Nero's sword as much as possible but was still left with a gaping gash on his right rib side. Arghh! Swallowing hard and grunting slightly, Lucas shifted his weight and swung his spear at Nero, and the latter replied by moving his own blade at him in an arc. The clangor of metal hitting against metal resounded throughout the arena like a deadly symphony until Nero avoided one of the slashes from Lucas and took a single step back. One of Nero's hands left the hilt of his sword, and his fingers closed in except for his index and middle finger, which were pointed at Lucas like a prop handgun. Lucas' eyes widened, but before he could move out of the way, shimmering particles of radiant white light clustered in front of the barrel of Nero's handgun. In the next moment, a blinding white light flashed and drowned the entire arena as if a sun had descended there. When the light diminished, the figure of a silver-haired boy was visible, kneeling a few steps away from Nero. A gaping hole was also visible on Lucas' combat attire in the middle of his chest, its ragged edges burnt. Lucas himself didn't seem to have possessed any serious injuries. However, a small, shallow hole akin to a bullet wound was present on his chest. Blood was gushing out the hole in his chest, albeit it wasn't very deep. Lucas was on his knees, breathing shakily. The fiery elemental aura surrounding him was gone. Nero, on the other hand, looked at Lucas with surprise and said, "Congrats, Lucas. I think you're the only one I've met who was able to tank the full might of that spell at point blank, head-on without any armor, because usually it's a finisher." Lucas coughed hard a few times and rose to his feet. He shot a glare at Nero and spat in a hoarse voice, "Aren't you too full of yourself?" Nero raised his eyebrow, prompting Lucas to continue, his voice returning back to its normal with each word. "Who the hell do you think you are to congratulate me? If anything, I should be the one congratulating you," Lucas added. Nero's eyes grew a little cold as he asked, "Oh, and why is that?" "Why else? You're the first cadet in the tournament who survived against me for more than 10 minutes. Lucas gritted his teeth and then lunged forward again. The wound on his chest, ribs, and several other small gashes did nothing to slow him down. Instead, he only looked faster now. The reason for that was several small bursts of explosions going off under his feet, propelling him like a rocket every time he stepped on the ground. Dozens of small craters were left in his wake as he advanced, searing blue flames appearing and dancing around him once again. Nero raised his glowing azure sword as trails of light particles started to swirl around his blade. Suddenly, he himself rushed forward at Lucas. From the viewpoint of the audience, a line of pure white, radiant light, and a trail of blazing blue inferno drew arcs on the ground as they collided one after another. Each clash was accompanied by thunderous shockwaves that swept through the vicinity, and the concrete ground was obliterated a little more. Explosions erupted, and smoke obscured some parts of the arena. Even the barrier meant to keep the stray spells away looked to be struggling to maintain its place facing the sheer scale of the battle of this intensity. To the mundane people watching the matches at their homes or even some of the first-year cadets in the academy, it may have looked like both the fallen angel and the swordsman of End were on par with each other, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. In actuality, each time Lucas and Nero clashed, disengaged, and then clashed again, both of them were receiving wounds. However, Lucas was accumulating more and more injuries compared to Nero. Each time their blades clanged, they inflicted damage on each other, but Lucas was on the losing end. That was to be expected. The battle had grown to the point where sticking to technique was impossible now. It was just the sheer clash of their respective strengths. Lucas didn't want that, of course. From the start, he was trying to resist this inevitable moment. However, the flow of the battle always follows the strongest, or rather, It's more precise to say that only the strongest have the luxury to choose the flow of the battle. If you try to resist it more than you should, then you would eventually be crushed. Lucas did whatever he could, but now the duel was finally turning in favor of Nero. After all, between the two of them, he was without any doubt the strongest. Boom! Exclamation mark. Kaboom! Exclamation mark. Clang, clang, clang! Exclamation mark. After a few minutes or struggle, even to the mundane people, it has become obvious that the fallen angel was losing ground. Each time their blades clashed, Lucas was pushed back slightly more than the last. Nero's relentless attacks showed no sign of ending. His blade fell on the young Morningstar like a hurricane of boulders raining down on him. Lucas was sure that if his spear was anything short of legendary rank, it would have shattered like glass by now. He inwardly thanked his master for providing him with the bringer of lost flames, but it wouldn't ensure victory in this match. The whole arena was plunged into pin-drop silence. The audience sat at the edge of their seats, staring at the half-ruined concrete field with anticipation. Everyone looked at the ongoing match with their mouths hanging open and eyes on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Each one of them was extremely still like a statue, as if moving even slightly would disturb the unfolding spectacle before them. Even commentators were silent, their occasional surprised yelps and gasps betraying the fact that someone was sitting behind the mix. No one expected this level of fight from two first-year cadets. Well, some people did from Nero, but no one expected much from Lucas. Yes, his recent development showed him worthy of his previous title of a genius, but in the eyes of the world, he was still not in the same league as Nero. After all, Nero had fought his way up in the bracket alone, while Lucas clearly had some people who pushed him up except in the second round of the triple threat match. The abilities Nero displayed were in the realm of being unbelievable, in contrast to the humane cunning and moderately excellent battle prowess that Lucas showcased. Yet, somehow, defying all logic, Lucas was here, still in the match. Well, yes, he was fighting a losing duel, but it's not like there was no chance of winning. There was still a chance here. That's what the people supporting the fallen Morningstar chose to believe. Well, them and Lucas himself. After all, he knew that Nero had been fighting the whole day while he only had to fight a little in one match. He had already exerted himself enough. Even though Nero was a monster, he was still human. Hopefully, his mana core, albeit a bit higher than most of the people his age, was still limited. There was only so much he could strain it. Then there was the question of his physique itself. Nero had acquired several wounds from his previous battles, and now, even when Lucas was receiving more wounds in this duel, Nero was still the one more injured between the two of them. One mistake, a broken bar. Lucas wanted Nero to make just one mistake. He was stalking Nero like a predator observing his prey. Lucas was sure that just one single mistake would be all it'd take for him to claim victory or, at least, complete his task over Nero. However, to his dismay, Nero also had an inkling about it, so he was cautious enough not to make a single blunder. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, but also grounded and firm. Every strike, every step was calculated and efficient, focused on delivering the maximum amount of damage while preserving as much of his strength as possible. Each time they engaged, a shockwave would erupt, causing them to disengage and fly back a few meters before rushing at each other again and lunging forward to clash and repeat the process. By now, Lucas' body was littered with fresh scars, with streams of warm, crimson blood rolling down his perfectly toned physique. Nero wasn't left unharmed, however. His own state resembled very much that of Lucas, albeit less extreme. Once again, after being flung back by the force of their own collision, Nero and Lucas lunged forward at each other. Clanger! Exclamation mark. This time, before clashing their blades, Nero stomped the sole of his boot on the ground and willed as much mana as he could into his feet. After acquiring proper footing, his sword lashed forward and met Lucas' spear after making a wide, glowing azure arc in the air. Thwama! Exclamation mark. This time, most of the shockwave that erupted from their collision was directed solely at Lucas. or at least he was the one who seemed to be more affected by it. His body flung back and high in the air, as the world turned upside down in his vision. "What the broken bar?" Lucas grunted, widening his eyes in shock. He was thrown in the air like a rag doll. Gnashing his teeth, Lucas pulled strength into his core and performed an abrupt somersault in the air to kill the momentum pushing his back. His body was suspended in the air for a few moments. Lucas made full use of his high position and willed more mana into his fiery elemental aura. The immolating blue flames engulfing his figure crackled with intensity and turned into electricity. He changed the grip on his spear and placed one hand in the middle of its shaft and another near the end of its tip. The electricity crackled around him even more vigorously before Lucas threw his spear forward like a javelin. "Thauma!" A loud thunder roared through the night sky, and a bright flash of light flickered under the fervent glow of the moonlight. Almost instantly, the spear from Lucas' hand shot down at Nero akin to a bolt out of a railgun, like a god incurring his wrath on a mere mortal. However, Nero was anything but a mere mortal. His sword gleamed with a blinding light as he swung his sword at the incoming spear clad in a destructive bolt of lightning. "Thwama!" Nero's blade clanged against the spear, leaving it mere inches away from impaling his chest until he finally mustered enough mana in his hands and pushed away the spear. "Magic!" "Thaka!" The spear struck the ground next to Nero, residual electricity still crackling around it. The impact of deflecting such an attack sent tremors of pain coursing through Nero's bones as his hands were left trembling and shaking. It really did feel like Nero had to deflect a bolt shot out of a railgun. As he took a few moments to catch his breath, Lucas landed a few meters away from him. Even though he didn't have a weapon in his hand, he didn't rush to get it back, not like Nero would let him do that, anyway. Instead, Lucas muttered the chant under his ragged breath and pointed his open palm at Nero. He then closed his hand into a fist and pulled his arm back. Instantly, more than a dozen lances of blazing crimson flames appeared in the air above Nero's head. Before the swordsman had the chance to react, the blazing lances fell down and struck the ground around him in a circle, as if entrapping him behind flaming bars. In the next moment, all of those lances exploded and created a destructive ball of smoldering fire, a mushroom cloud of black smoke rising above it. "Did I get him?" Lucas thought with gritted teeth, but in the next moment immediately regretted his decision. "Damn it," he cursed, "why do I always raise a flag?" As soon as Lucas was done a broken bar raising the flag, something stirred inside the rising mushroom cloud of black smoke. Soon, a halo of bright light flashed inside its darkness, resembling a single shiny star amidst the vast expanse of a nightly black void. In the very next moment, a radiant pillar of blinding white light shot towards the sky, as if attempting to reach the heavens itself or broken bar or split it in half. The smoke that obscured the vision dispersed after the appearance of the radiant pillar of light, which vanquished the darkness. A lone silhouette of a young man, holding a sword that appeared to be the source of the pillar, came into sight. The halo around the young man made it almost blinding to look at him, but it nevertheless prompted beads of cold sweat to roll down Lucas' forehead. "Fuck," Lucas cursed out under his breath, but before he could react, he felt his body being frozen in place. No, it wasn't out of fear or any other whimsical emotion like that. In reality, the pillar of light stretching out into the sky like a tower over Lucas' head had started to move. It was falling down a broken bar on him. The force of its descent sent pulverizing pressure crashing down on Lucas, and it felt like a mountain had fallen on his shoulder even though the pillar of light had yet to reach him. Arghh! Lucas gnashed his teeth and willed mana into his legs and forearms before falling onto all fours. He then pushed back on the ground with his feet and pulled with his hands, swiftly galloping across the field like a tiger. Nero brought his sword down in one fluid motion, causing the pillar of light to descend faster as it struck the ground. "Thwooom!" A thunderous shockwave coursed through the arena, causing the whole vicinity to tremble like a deck of cards as the pillar of light hit the spot where Lucas was present a few moments before. The land was obliterated, Shards of concrete once again flew off in the air as a wide vertical crack was formed on the soldering ground. Lucas, however, had already moved from there. This was his chance. After deciding that he was safe, he got up on his feet and moved like a human. He still didn't stop running, of course, as he moved in an arc around Nero, who looked sickly pale after performing that last attack. Lucas weaved a few quick hand signs. This was indeed his chance. A few seconds ago, Lucas hit Nero with Flaming Lance, a high-level speller, without holding back anything. It would have killed or at least seriously injured even the strongest of cadets, and Nero would have shared that fate too if not for his true martial aura. But could he survive being hit by another high-level spell? That's what Lucas wanted to find out. A few seconds, a broken bar, that was all the time he gave Nero to catch his breath, because, in the next moment, a blazing aura of fiery crimson flames engulfed Lucas' figure. Seeing that, Nero gritted his teeth and sprang into action. He was getting ready to face another artillery spell, but instead, Lucas did something strange. The silver-haired boy abruptly stopped running and came to a complete halt, facing Nero, who stood a few meters away from him. Flames started to accumulate around Lucas' right fist as he raised his arm. He then fell on one knee and punched the ground, striking it with his fist clad in crimson flames. Thwama! The ground cracked and crevices spread across the concrete like vines from the point where Lucas had punched the ground. Nero looked in confusion as the cracks started to widen. It almost looked as if something was trying to protrude out of the ground, before suddenly a broken bar. Thwama! Booma! Booma! Several blazing pillars of crimson flames erupted from the ground one after another, reaching toward the sky like dragons awakened. The raising explosions of fiery pillars started closing in on Nero at a concerning speed. The swordsman's eyes widened as he realized the type of spell Lucas had unleashed. An O spell? Nero raised his eyebrows in utter shock. Obviously, there were many types of spells one can learn to cast. Some spells favor a specific group of awakeners with specific affinities. For example, barrier-type spells are mostly meant for water, ice, or earth elemental users to cast. Artillery spells can be used by mostly all the existing affinities like fire, earth, water, lightning, and so on. There are some healing spells that are divided into two groups, self-healing and target healing. Those are mostly meant for water elemental affinity users. The last and the most fearsome type of spells are A, or area of effect, spells. Instead of a single target, they influence the whole area. Arghh has many other variations like crowd control or crowd healing, but the ones to look out for are an area of destruction spells. Lucas had, just now, unleashed an area of destruction spell. It was a high-level spell at that. Nero couldn't help but wonder, how did the young Morningstar learn 2 high-level spells in such a short time? However, he couldn't think about it much because the scorching waves of heat spread over him as the pillars of fire started exploding all around him, entrapping him in a circular ensnare. Without thinking much, Nero held his sword in a reverse grip. His left hand clutched the hilt of his bastard sword and his right hand grabbed the far end of his blade with its flat side. Holding it like a sledgehammer, Nero flooded his sword with mana and bashed it down on the ground with all his might, not holding back anything at all. Thwama! The ground trembled as if a meteor had crashed against its surface, sending violent quakes in every direction. The crimson pillars of fire erupting from the ground disrupted a little before Lucas himself lost his balance and swayed to his side a little. Only then did the spell he had cast dismissed since he lost his focus. The young Morningstar widened his eyes and picked himself up from his kneeling position and stood up. The vibrations still coursed through the ground. Lucas looked at Nero. A huge crater was dug out beneath him from the impact of his last attack that literally summoned an earthquake. Nero met his gaze and rushed at him before Lucas could cast his previous spell again. The silver-haired boy gritted his teeth. Since he still didn't have his spear, Lucas summoned his Yumi bow and drew its string taut. The Yumi bow shimmered slightly in a dim azure glow before a shimmering arrow. seemingly made completely out of a bright blue bolt of lightning, appeared on its string. Lucas had used his edit pen to turn the bow into a relic. Now he could use his mana to create elemental arrows that his affinities could support. Gritting his teeth and locking his target on Nero, who was darting toward him, Lucas relaxed his finger. The blue bolt of lightning shot forward at Nero, leaving behind a trail of crackling electricity with blurring speed. Nero raised his sword, but before he could do anything, the lightning arrow split into 10 darts and rained down on the young swordsman. TSK, Nero clicked his tongue and stomped his foot on the ground to gain proper footing. Clanger exclamation mark. Thama exclamation mark. Clanger exclamation mark. He then swung the glowing blade of his azure sword and unleashed a swift fury of powerful yet surgically precise slashes at the incoming lightning arrows. One after another his sword hacked down the blurring bolts of lightning as if he was cutting paper. Not at all taken aback by their speed, the audience was left utterly baffled. The lightning arrows were traveling nearly at the speed of thunderbolts, yet, not only Nero precisely tracked each one of them down, but he also managed to destroy it with his sword. Truly, he was befitting of his title. It was, however, very bad news for Lucas. Magic a broken bar, or at least it would have been if Lucas had already not anticipated this situation to occur. By the time Nero was down cutting down his lightning arrows, Lucas had already hopped back several meters. Not only that, but he had also cast his previous spell. Once again, Lucas punched the ground with his fist clad in crimson flames. In the very next moment, once again, pillars of immolating crimson fire burst out from beneath the concrete ground. Damn it, Nero cursed, knowing he couldn't do what he did to cancel Lucas' cast last time. His mana reserves were already running dangerously low. One more move like the last one, and Nero wouldn't have any mana left to counterattack. So instead of trying to avoid Lucas' spell, Nero decided to tank it and attack with his own. Fine. Nero bit his lower lip and raised his sword once again. A blinding pillar of incandescent white light shot upward from his blade as the fire eruptions started closing in on him. Before long, Nero was surrounded by several dozens of fiery fountains while a tower of light shooting up from his sword only grew brighter. Arghh, come on! Both Nero and Lucas let out a bestial battle cry and braced themselves for the incoming, inevitable impact. The ground beneath Nero's feet shattered as if it was glass and a destructive explosion erupted from under his very feet. Simultaneously, Nero brought down his sword, and the pillar of light that was being projected out from his sword descended on Lucas. Thwayama exclamation mark. Boom exclamation mark. Most of the audience present in the arena arose to their feet while some remained petrified in their seats. Their mouths hung open, their jaws practically touching the ground. Their eyes were practically either glued to the screen that hovered above the arena or on the field itself. Their vision was obstructed by the rising black smoke that filled half of the arena and the cloud of white dust and particles of light that veiled the other half. What the broken bar? What just happened? I don't know. Huh? Everyone in the audience here broken bar. All of them were completely and utterly stumped out of their minds. The events that unfolded before them were broken bar indescribable, but it wasn't over yet. A broken bar. The match itself wasn't over, or was it? Even in the VIP stand, the instructors present they looked at the arena with quizzical and baffled gazes. They weren't sure of what to make of the duel they had just witnessed. Even Liz herself, who was so sure of Nero's victory earlier, seemed to be in a stupor, as if unable to believe her eyes. After witnessing some of the matches, she knew that Lucas was strong, but he was this strong? He knew 2 high-level spells and such deep combat intelligence. He was, and Liz couldn't believe that she was even thinking this, almost as strong as Nero. A broken bar. Almost. While everyone seemed to be thinking that the match resulted in a draw, Liz herself knew better. She knew that if push comes to shove, her disciple would pull all brakes and pull out his gift, which, to her fear, he had already done. As the smoke slowly dispersed and dust calmly settled, 2 silhouettes of handsome young men became visible. One was on his knees, violently coughing blood as he struggled to rise up on his feet. The other, however, was already on his feet and nearing the kneeling figure of the silver-haired young man. As soon as Lucas' spell hit Nero and the young swordsman was entrapped in an immolating explosion, the silver-haired boy looked up and saw a pillar of light descending on him. Lucas gritted his teeth, clenched his jaw, and strengthened his back before crossing his arms over his head while maintaining his true martial aura to the best of his humble abilities. But nothing was enough to shield him from the full might of Nero's weapon art. In the end, it felt as if a giant mountain had fallen on him from the heavens. If not for his true martial aura, Lucas would have been crushed under the destructive force of that pillar of light. Of course, crushing weight wasn't the only obstacle he had to face. The incandescent white light that the pillar was made of also burned him in several places. His beautiful face, to his horror, was especially marred with a wicked burn mark running down his left cheek. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Lucas shot a death glare at the figure stepping out from the smoke in front of him. Magic Nero looked almost unharmed, a broken bar almost. His battle attire was in rags, revealing his toned physique in several places with lean muscles rolling under his skin. He looked like a fantasy swordsman who had just slain a god. A broken bar or was about to. The bastard sword in his hand was broken, but Nero had another sword in his hand, a broken bar in his left hand. The black-haired man firmly grasped an intricate ninjata with a shiny azure blade. It only took Lucas a single glance to recognize that sword. It was the heavenly sword of water. Nero had used his gift, a broken bar. He must have used a water barrier spell to protect himself from the destructive explosion cast by Lucas earlier. Hey! A smirk formed on Lucas' face before he shifted his eyes to Nero and spat in a tone dripping with venom while still coughing violently. "You scarred my handsome face." Nero shrugged, stopping a few steps away from Lucas. "You challenged my strength." The silver-haired boy looked at the young man in front of him and lingered for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed hysterically. After a few seconds, he stopped and turned to Nero, amused for some reason. "I hate your guts, man. At first, I thought I would just ignore you and interact with you only as much as I need to, but goddamn, there are only very few people who can irritate me so much in the world, and you're on top of that list." As Lucas said all that, he couldn't help but remember how he planned to stay away from Nero and avoid the fated duel with him as he did in the novel. Yet, here he was, doing exactly that. Nero looked at Lucas with an unreadable expression and then asked, "Why, what's your problem with me?" "I said I'm sorry, did I not? Even though I knew we could never be friends, I at least expected us to be on good terms. If you're still hung up on what I said to you, then I'll apologize again since it was my fault." "I'm sorry, you don't understand." Lucas shook his head. "Well, for what it's worth, I don't blame you. I just hope you will soon be able to see my point." As he said that, Lucas started rising to his feet. Flickering orange flames appeared and enveloped him in their warm embrace. These flames, however, a broken bar, they didn't look ordinary or mundane. A broken bar, no. They looked different. They looked a broken bar pure. Before Nero could understand what was happening, Lucas started standing up. The orange flames surrounding him flickered vigorously and turned to broken bar silver. Soon, the burnt marks and gaping wounds on Lucas' body started to heal, his body repairing itself. This was something Lucas had discovered recently. He had gained an extremely fast regenerative healing factor after syncing with Sarah. He found it when he was training with Leo and acquired a wound on his wrist. Only then he found out that by focusing on his and Sarah's bond, Lucas could summon mythical flames. These silver flames could heal his wounds, but to what extent, Lucas didn't know. He doubted that using it could bring him back from the brink of death like an actual phoenix, but the healing factor was still appreciated. Nero looked at Lucas with wide eyes. Learning healing spells, especially self-healing spells, with fire affinity was not unheard of, but all of those spells were of high level. So broken bar, does that mean that Lucas had learned not only 2 but 3 high-level spells? Well, not really. His flame lances was a spell that Lucas instantly learned after obtaining the bringer of lost flames. His healing fire was more like a second gift that he got from Sarah rather than a spell. The only high-level spell he actually learned in all this time was the hellfire explosions that he unleashed on Nero earlier, but the black-haired swordsman didn't know that, so he looked at Lucas with a shell-shocked look but then quickly came back to reality. Finally, after his wounds were healed, Lucas weaved a quick hand sign and then stretched out his hand. His palm was instantly clad in crackling electricity as Lucas bent his knees and prepared to launch himself at Nero. Nero, in turn, also bent his knees and raised his ninjato, completely discarding his broken bastard sword. Nero didn't even have a single drop of mana left in his body anymore. He was surprised that Lucas was able to cast a spell even after the level of duel they had. However, Nero was still certain of his victory. He knew that Lucas could only cast a single spell. The young Morningstar was also at his limit. Nero, on the other hand, could cast as many water spells as he wanted to with the help of one of his heavenly swords. If Nero could avoid this one attack from Lucas, then his victory was inevitable. A broken bar, however, Nero didn't want to avoid this attack. He already had a big advantage over Lucas now that he had summoned his gift. If he ran from here, then where would he go? Drawing a deep breath, Nero clutched his azure short sword tightly. A stream of water flowed out from the blade of his ninjato and formed a sharp edge as if extending its reach and sharpness. Not a single word was exchanged as both warriors rushed at each other, Lucas with his lightning claw and Nero with his azure ninjato. Nero waited until he stepped into Lucas' striking range and only then did he swing his own blade at him. In response, Lucas himself lunged forward at Nero with his claw clad in lightning. Thakafwashaw! Both figures of the cadets disappeared and reappeared a few meters away from each other, their backs facing one another. Nero had a deep, gaping wound around his heart while Lucas had a long gash running along the right side of his lower ribs. Theuda! In the next moment, both Nero and Lucas swayed a little, but the one to fall face first on the ground a broken bar was the young wolf. It's over. The final match has now officially ended. The fallen angel, Lucas Morningstar, is unable to continue the duel. Nero Dikrov, the swordsman of End, has won. Arghh! Broken bar! Good lord, my ribs hurt. It felt like most of my right side was broken and battered. I could physically feel the sharp splinters of my broken ribs piercing my lungs. Yes, it was very painful. I tried to get up, struggling with all I had in me to rise to my feet, yet, my body refused my command to move. In the end, I could only exhaustedly lay on my belly pressed against the cold, hard concrete ground, breathing heavily as jolts of organ-rendering pain continued to course through my body. Before long, the voice of the announcer reached my ears, declaring Nero as the winner of the King's Tournament. Theuda! Almost as soon as the announcement was made, I heard a low thud resounding from a few steps behind me. I tried to get up and look back, but as I said, I couldn't even move an inch. I had an idea of what must have happened. Of course, Nero Dikrov fell. He managed to stand a few seconds more than me, enough time for him to obtain the victory. Grah! Another groan escaped my lips as I tried to move a little and rolled over to my back. I moved my hand and tried to examine the right side of my ribs. My hand felt a broken bar warm. I brought it back and looked at my palm only to see warm, crimson blood dripping down from it. Well, that's to be expected since I had a gaping wound there. In the next moment, I heard the hurried sound of footsteps growing closer with each passing second. Very soon, the medical team reached us and gave several high-quality healing potions to use both me and Nero. Several of them who were well versed in healing magic also started chanting spells to heal us of our wounds. After a few minutes, most of the pain-numbing and agonizing me was gone, so I sat back up and summoned several vials of high-quality mana recovery potions, and greedily drank them all. I was frustrated by my loss. Somewhere deep inside my heart, I knew that I never stood a chance against Nero. However, after coming this close in our duel, I thought maybe I could really defeat him. Even though I knew about his broken gift, I still foolishly thought that, if only I was allowed to use Phoenix's embrace, if only. However, what's done is done. Time is of the essence right now. Even though I was not able to win, I did complete all the tasks I had made for this duel. The vampires will attack any minute now, but I wasn't too worried. I've set the stage already. If everything were to go according to my plan, I would successfully break that mentality of Nero. Gah, letting out a satisfied sigh as I was done consuming the mana potion, I focused on my soul bond with Sarah and summoned mythical silver flames. Magic. The medics near me stepped back with a furtive and startled expression as the silver flames enveloped my body completely. I could feel my shattered bones merging back in place and my mangled or torn muscles regenerating and healing quickly. Arghh, do you want us to accompany you to the infirmary? One of the medics asked with a worried expression. I cast him a neutral glance and raised my hand with a shake of my head. I'm fine, I don't require medical attention. A.B. Buta broken bar. The medic was about to retort in some way, but before he could, his other colleague pulled his arm to stop him. Those were healing flames. That was a high-ranking self-healing magic. If he can use that, then he should be fine. Sparing me a reverent glance, his colleague said, well, they weren't wrong. As long as I have mana and I could feel my soul bond with Sarah, those mythical silver flames could be summoned to heal me of any wounds. Of course, the more severe the wound I receive, the more mana I would have to spend to heal it. In simple terms, bringing the silver flames to heal several life-threatening wounds would require me to spend an equally great amount of mana. In other words, as long as I have mana, I could keep healing myself and continue to fight. Actually, I lost against Nero because of two reasons. First, I had long exhausted my reserves of mana before our final clash. After fueling the silver flames, I could only supply mere drops to my lightning claw spell, so I wasn't able to deal as much damage as I wanted to Nero while he hit me with a devastating water spell, since he didn't need to use mana after activating his gift. His gift allows him to summon 7 heavenly swords, which in turn grants him complete control over their respective elements. Damn that overpowered protagonist and his cheats. Anyway, the second reason was that a broken bar. I simply was just a step behind. Yeah, during our final clash, for a split second, Nero was faster than me. Just a single step, damn it, I was slow by just a single step. As I gritted my teeth, the thunderous cheers from the crowd brought me back from the depths of my thoughts. I looked around and saw people standing in their seats, loudly applauding at our brilliant performance tonight. I whipped my head around in search of the opponent I faced in the finals just a few minutes earlier. My eyes darted across the ruined concrete field and stopped on a mana with swaying jet black hair. Nero's eyes were as dark as ever, and when he felt my gaze, he turned them to me and returned my look. Several medics were swarming all around him, casting healing spells on him and providing him with consumable mana potions. Nero stared at me for a few moments and lingered before finally opening his mouth, as if readying to speak something, but right then, loud sounds of firecrackers boomed throughout the arena. Several trails of light shot up in the sky before exploding into a dazzling display of fiery sparks, lighting up and littering the night sky with a breathtaking view of a light show. Nero was startled by the sudden interruption but quickly turned around me and tried to resume what he wanted to say earlier. However, once again, before he could speak up this time, several people came rushing out from the entrance of the field and swarmed well, mostly Nero. As for me, I saw a blue-haired elven young man darting across the field and pouncing at me. He fell on me and entrapped me in a tight hug before shouting right in my ear, "Bro, Lucas, bro, are you okay? Damn, that was so cool. Gee, get off me, you idiot, I'm still hurt." Well, actually I wasn't, but I was also not in any shape to carry a giant baby around, especially when the vampires were about to come out of the cover of night. Putting him down, I heaved a few times to catch my breath while Kent continued to babble. "That was so cool. I didn't know you had already learned not one but three high-level spells. Teach me." "How can I teach you? All my high-level spells are of the fire aspect and you have a broken bar." "Wait a second, what is your affinity?" Kent frowned and cast me a worried glance. "Bruh, did you hit your head in the match?" Just the other day I told you about how I should make it rain so the girls would have wet clothes clinging to their figures. That way, we could discern who is the hottest. I stared at Kent with a deadpan expression and then shook my head. I turned to look at Nero one more time and saw him surrounded by his own group. Medics had healed his injuries, a broken bar most of them, at least. Now they were asking him to visit the infirmary. His friends patted him and congratulated him. Only one of them, Anastasia, was concerned about his well-being and asked him to head to the infirmary first. The laceration on his chest from my lightning claw spell was gone yet. Unlike me, most of his wounds were yet to be treated properly. Lucas, suddenly, Kent, who was babbling in the background until now, stopped and a new voice greeted my ears. It was Amelia, and with her was a broken bar. Trish, you put up a nice effort and it was a very close match. Nice try. That was all that Trish managed to utter clearly, stuttering through her sentence a few times, before abruptly turning around and leaving the field. Kent, Amelia, and I looked at her receding figure for a few moments in an awkward silence left by her before they turned to me. I, of course, had no idea what that was, so I just shrugged and we all talked for a few moments. But it was really a nice try, Amelia said, changing whatever topic Kent had brought up. If not for Nero's gift or the rule against the use of armor-type relics, you could have won. Please, I chuckled with a bitter expression. There are a million other variants I could add to give myself an edge over Nero, and I would defeat him in all of those hypothetical situations. But the fact of the matter is that I lost, and you know what, to be honest, I'm fine with it. I wasn't lying, not totally, at least. I really was fine with the results. After the attack in Silversrine City, I came to a dreadful realization. Not everything will go according to how it was written in the novel. Fiction and reality are different. The vampires in Silversrine attacked a few minutes before they had done so in the novel. That threw most of the preparations I had done beforehand into shambles. I was caught off guard, but I learned from my mistake and this time I was ready for them to attack in the midst of my match with Nero. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Now, it could only mean that the events today will hopefully, for once, follow the plot. What does that mean? That means the vampires are going to attack in about a few minutes from now. Nero is about to head to the infirmary. As soon as he steps away from his friends and a little farther from the VIP stand where the instructors are, the vampires will jump out of the shadows. Then, all hell will break loose. Right now, both Amelia and Anastasia are on the ground. I thought if the vampire attacked early, both of them and several of the other archers would be able to provide cover fire from above. Well, it's fine. Even though both of them are here, other archers are still in the audience stand, surrounded by so many cadets. Even the elite vampire platoon would have to face some difficulties to carry out their attempt of assassinating Nero. Well, I still think your performance was excellent, Amelia shrugged, trying to console me. You went toe-to-toe against Nero and nearly emerged victorious. Not many people can claim that. TSK, though I knew Amelia meant well, her words left a bitter taste in my mouth for some reason. I refuse to settle for almost winning against him. If I start accepting that a broken bar, if I start to find consolation in almost succeeding, I won't be striving for true success, I'll merely be trying to avoid failure. In my past life, I settled for almost and stopped trying, and looking back now, I have nothing but regrets. I take pride in my efforts. Just 6 months after transmigrating, I challenged the protagonist of this story, and I came close to winning. Sure, that's a remarkable accomplishment, worth celebrating even, but it won't be the defining point of my story. It won't be the climax of my life. Nero is merely a stepping stone for me, so what if I stumbled and failed now? I'll overcome that obstacle too. Amelia frowned, noticing the strange look of defiance in my eyes. Before she could speak, I asserted, I will surpass him. His gift can only aid him for so long, and my armor won't remain an excuse for my failures forever. The next time we clash, and we definitely will, I will win. Amelia slightly widened her eyes. Even Kent, who was grinning until now, grew silent at my serious proclamation. After a few long moments, Amelia let out a deep breath and nodded silently. She then started moving in Nero's direction. Seeing that, a sudden scowl appeared on my face as I asked, "Wait, where are you going?" She stopped and looked at me strangely before replying, "To congratulate him." "Why?" I shot my head to my right and looked at Nero only to see him already moving away from his group toward the infirmary. I looked back at Amelia and said, "No, you can't." Nero could stop a horde of elite vampires hell-bent on killing him on his own, but I doubt Amelia's capabilities to be able to do the same. I'm not calling her weak, but she's an archer. There's no way she would be able to survive the wave of elite vampires by being on the front line. "Magic, you are broken by her? What do you mean I can't?" Amelia cast me a mix of confused and dubious gaze. "You just can't go there," I said, shaking my head, knowing full well how crazy I was sounding. Amelia lingered for a moment and narrowed her eyes before her lips slightly curled up. "Huh? Is it that the young master doesn't want me to congratulate Nero on his win?" My eye twitched slightly at the way she referred to me, but ignoring it to the best of my abilities, I gnashed my teeth and said, "Sure, I don't want you to congratulate him. Now, don't go there." Kent whistled as I shot him a death glare, prompting the blue-haired elf to avert his gaze. Amelia, meanwhile, raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect this level of honesty from me. After a few seconds of startled silence, she cleared her throat and said, "Okay, Lucas, whatever it is between you two, I don't know, but he's my friend, so I should." Before she could continue, I shook my head and said, "No, you don't understand." Amelia's brows furrowed, but before she could even utter a single word, a sudden high-pitched blood-curdling shriek echoed through the arena. Following it, in rapid succession, several terrified screams erupted throughout the building as grotesque creatures emerged from the shadows surrounding the crowd in the audience stand. Those creatures had humanoid forms with charcoal-like skin, sunken cheeks, and glowing, ominous blood-red eyes. Tall and menacing, these creatures had 4 limbs, with obsidian black nails and sharp fangs protruding from their hands and mouths respectively, donning black armor which were adorned with intricate blood-red patterns. Each one of these grotesque abominations wielded various weapons. In the blink of an eye, they materialized in the audience stands as if they had been there from the start. There was no need for introductions. Everyone knew these vile beings were the dreaded creatures of the night of vampires. And judging by their armor, they all seemed to be of noble rank. I saw Nero standing at the far end of the field. Yes, the attack on the Global Academy was about to start. Much like humans, the vampires also followed a social hierarchy construct, albeit theirs was a bit archaic. However, unlike humans, their society is based on power, so, in a sense, their titles are also a symbol of the strength they possess. For example, common vampires are the least feared and less powerful. Above them are noble vampires. They are ruled by 7 vampire kings, and the one who rules them all is the one who was in slumber for the most part of the novel of the vampire monarch. Most of the noble vampires are elite soldiers of the vampiric army. These abominable fiends are seen as the harbingers of death, and for a very good reason. After all, they are the second most dangerous beings their species has at their disposal currently. So, naturally, seeing around 40 or so of these harrowing bloodsuckers stepping out of the shadows and appearing before them was a dreadful sight for the cadets present in the audience. Before those poor souls could even summon their weapons or ungracefully run away, the vampires clad in lusterless black armor jumped at them and slit their throats with their sharp, obsidian claws or simply ripped their hearts out. In mere moments, several cadets were killed after the appearance of these vile creatures of the night. An iron stench of blood filled the stand as the warm, crimson liquid flooded between the rows of seats down like water or splattered down like rain. After around a dozen deaths, the petrified cadets came to their senses upon seeing their comrades being ripped to shreds and quickly summoned their armor and weapons. Nero, however, seemed to be frozen in place. He tried to move, but his body just refused to register his command. His eyes widened and his shocked gaze was fixed on the massacre happening all around him in the audience stand above him. What the broken bar. Before he could even process anything, Nero saw around 8 to 10 gaunt figures of humanoid creatures jumping down from the boundary of the audience stand to the concrete field. Their figures were just a silhouette covered in the dark veil of night right now, but it was easy to imagine that these grotesque abominations were obviously vampires. They moved with breakneck speed and ran toward Nero like bullets. Slowly their harrowing figures became clear and the crimson blades of the swords in their hand gleamed with a murderous zeal under the dim glow of the moonlight. Nero tried to move, but he couldn't. He was stuck in place. All he could do was stare at the incoming horde of vampires who seemed to have possessed a bestial glint of madness in their eyes. Nearing him, one of the abominations swung its crimson sword at Nero's neck, intending to sever his head like dropping the blade of a guillotine on him while his head was locked in stock. Clanger! However, before the crimson blade of the vampire's sword could bite into his neck, a radiant as your arrow whistled past Nero deflected the bloodsucker's attack. Without stopping, several more vampires lunged at Nero and bared their fangs with the intention of ripping his throat apart, but before they could even touch him, a stream of water rose from the ground, and in the next second, the water molded into a shell and encompassed Nero in a protective embrace. The vampires stopped, but only for a split second. One of them jumped forward and immediately unleashed a devastating slash of his sword. The crimson blade of the vampire's sword traveled in an arc and broke through the water shell protecting Nero, dispersing the water in a splash of rain. As Nero was once again left vulnerable, several vampires pounced on him again, but this time, a number of iron shackles shot out from behind him and wrapped themselves around Nero's waist. In the next instance, the iron shackles jerked and pulled Nero back with them. It was Anastasia, Asta, and Elijah who had saved Nero using their spells right now. Elijah commanded his chains to bring Nero to them, and they did exactly that. As Nero landed among them, Anastasia moved in front of him and drew back the string of her bow before asking, "Are you okay?" Nero tried to nod his head, but once again, he found himself unable to move. After a bit of struggle, he managed to force out a few words, "I'm fine but I can't move." Anastasia frowned, turned to face him, and scowled. Her crystal-like golden eyes were shining under the night sky like a pair of stars adorning her alluring face. Despite her beautiful visage, the look on Anastasia's face was ugly. She hesitantly dismissed her bow and moved closer to Nero. She had activated her gift, God's eyes. It allowed her to perceive the world in a way that no mortal could ever hope to fathom in a single lifetime. Currently, she could see inside Nero's body, not the physical one that was already before then but the spiritual one. She saw a large, radiant nexus of glowing ethereal strings in Nero's abdomen with several trails of light extending inside his body like some sort of a network. They were the mana pathways. In simple words, they were roads through which mana traveled inside a person's body. However, that wasn't what Anastasia was concerned with. Moving her gaze up, she saw a black patch of darkness blocking some of the trails of light inside Nero's head. Magic mind hex, she muttered to herself. It was a known fact that the vampire's main choice of magic attacks was darkness and soul or mind spells. Mind magic was, in more ways than one, different from soul magic. While soul magic was mostly related to true damage, that is a form of attack that can't be stopped since it affects the soul rather than the physical shell of a human, mind magic was related to hexes like hypnotism, compulsion, and so on. Dismissing mind hex was supposed to be almost as difficult as blocking soul attacks, meaning borderline impossible. Yes, warriors with years of experience in combat and magic arts could achieve both of those borderline impossible tasks, but even for them, it was difficult. For normal people, being targeted by soul or mind magic might as well mean death. After all, that is the reason why Liz was so feared amongst the high military circle despite being so young in age compared to most of the great veteran warriors. She was the witch of soul harvest. Luckily, Anastasia was not a normal person either. She was capable of seeing through the realm designed by gods. After all, channeling mana into her fingertips, Anastasia pressed her hands gently against Nero's head. Strings of ethereal blue light, invisible to everyone around them, entered Nero's head and ripped asunder the black patch inside his skull, and with that, Nero was able to move again. He drew a heavy gasp and swayed a little before regaining his balance. He wanted to ask Anastasia what was that, but clearly, they had more pressing matters to focus on. Besides, the grim look on Anastasia's face did not exactly sit right with Nero. Aside from the incoming horde of vampires who were rushing at them with bloodlust, Nero had a gut feeling that something more deadly was coming. He was right. Anastasia did not scowl earlier because of the mind hex. She was worried for some other reason. The mind hex that petrified Nero was a high-level spell, a spell that couldn't be cast inside another person's body without at least coming in contact with them. However, the vampires just appeared a few minutes ago. That only meant one thing: the caster of that spell placed that mind hex on Nero from a distance. A powerful being like that who could defy common sense so easily was beyond anything that they could handle. "We should run," Anastasia uttered, trying to calm the extreme feeling of unease in her heart. She quickly turned around toward the VIP stand and continued, "I don't think we are ready to fight whatever it is that." Before she could complete her sentence, the entire concrete field was plunged into a dark, ominous aura. In front of Anastasia's gaze, a harrowing figure of a vampire noble appeared. This one, however, was different from his other companions. This was a man, or at least looked like one, with shining blood-red eyes and hair in the darkest shade of black. Instead of metal, he donned an intricate onyx armor littered with all kinds of glowing red intricate patterns. The vampire's skin was ivory pale and his figure was shrouded in a veil of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around him. Despite his unsettling handsome face with perfect, sharp features, it was easy to tell that the air he carried was foreboding. He was, without a doubt, a broken bar, a high vampire of true noble blood origin. Anastasia's face lost color as she caught sight of a high vampire emerging from the shadows, blocking their path of retreat. Ahead of them, a horde of bloodsuckers could be seen approaching, while behind them loomed a high vampire. High vampires are essentially ancient beings who have lived for hundreds of years. Unlike humans, elves, and dwarves who grow weak as they get old, vampires are the opposite. Since they grew stronger each time they fed themselves, it could basically be translated as the longer they lived, the more they fed, meaning, the older a vampire was, the stronger that abomination was bound to be. In essence, high vampires were superior creatures, faster and stronger than most, if not all, other vampires in their ranks. That is especially the case if they are the direct blood descendants of their former vampire monarch, a high vampire of true noble blood origin, or the direct descendants of monarch, like the one before Anastasia, was as deadly as a threat of its level could get. Seeing her terror-filled frozen look, Nero frowned and then turned around to spot the object of Anastasia's terror, and when his eyes landed on the high vampire, a bleak chuckle escaped his lips. "Well, looks like we are royally fucked, aren't we?" Nero clicked his tongue. After his battle with Lucas, although most of his wounds had healed, Nero was in no condition to use his gift again or employ his best weapon art as he did a few minutes ago. He had been fighting all day, and unlike Lucas, he couldn't even use self-heal, so he required immediate medical attention. After all, that's why he was on his way to the infirmary in the first place. Moreover, using his gift, especially for extended periods as he did during his duel with Lucas, strained Nero's life force significantly. Although he could now stand after receiving some treatment from the medics, he could only do so barely, and he couldn't even move freely. The thought of fighting a squad of elite noble vampires, let alone a high vampire, was unimaginable in his current state, so he didn't even entertain it for more than a single second, as if waiting for him to come to this realization on his own. The high vampire shifted his blood-red eyes towards Nero and grinned in a bone-chilling manner, sending shivers down the spine. In a raspy, blood-curdling voice, he bared his fangs and hummed, "Aha, there you are, Damn, it looked like things had taken a turn from bad to worse. Nero didn't know what high vampires meant by that, but one thing was clear: the high vampire recognized him. Was Nero that high vampire's target? And if so, why? Nero had little time to muse over such questions. Magic? Why? Because just as he was done deciphering the high vampire's intentions, the bloodsucker started moving in their direction with dreadfully slow, eerie steps. Almost at that moment, Elijah's desperate shout also reached Nero's ears, along with several bestial screeches of the other vampires rushing at them from the other side. "What should we do?" Elijah asked, looking at Nero for directions. However, Nero was as lost as the guy next to him. He didn't have any idea of what he should do to escape this perilous situation. They were ensnared in a pincer. In front of them was the high vampire and behind them were his minions, comparatively less but almost equally as dangerous to them as their leader. Nero cast a glance around and looked at the audience stand. There, cadets were trying to hold their ground against the unexpected attack. Despite thousands of cadets present here and only a handful of vampires, the cadets seemed to be on the losing side for two reasons. Firstly, it was already night. The vampires, much like any other dark elemental magic users, were terrifyingly stronger in the veil of night. They could disappear into shadows and mold darkness into tangible constructs and cast 1,000 more spells like that. Secondly, there seemed to be two more high vampires aside from the one blocking the path of Nero's group. They were the ones fighting the cadets, holding them back with a bit of trouble but still proving to be successful in their endeavors. After the initial few surprise kills, the vampires did not manage to take many cadets. The first-year cadets were fighting hand in hand with the second years. Each time a vampire succeeded in taking down a cadet, 3 more would appear in their brethren's place, protecting their fallen comrades and continuing their attack on the monstrosities. From the looks of it, the cadets would eventually be defeated by the vampires, but right now, both sides were locked in a fragile equilibrium. However, this balance was soon going to be tipped. Nero shot his head right and looked at the VIP stand. He could already see several silhouettes jumping down the concrete structure and running to assist their compatriots. There were third-year cadets and several instructors. Nero knew in a matter of seconds, Liz would join them here. It meant that they only had to stall for a few seconds and then they would be saved. Okay. With that settled, all he had to do was take command and everything would be fine. Command, a broken bar as that word echoed in Nero's mind. He whipped his head to gaze across the field and found himself involuntarily searching for a certain young man. As if to assist him, a rich, calm voice shot out in the air, as if defying the very nature of chaos that was filling the atmosphere. "Anastasia, take a stand next to Amelia and fire at will. All the front-line fighters present here in the field, instantly assume a defensive circular position around our archers. All the mid-range fighters, protect your comrades." All the heads turned to the source of the voice. It was a lean young man with snowy silver hair and shining red eyes that looked almost as ominous as that of the vampires around them, yet somehow infinitely more hypnotizing. Half of the young man's face was covered with his own hair. With his eyes peeking through the strands of the silver curtain, he locked his gaze with Nero as they both shared a look for a few seconds. With a bit of reluctance, Nero nodded and heeded the young Morningstar's command with stalwart determination. The rest of them also acted quickly and followed the issued command, almost as if instinctively submitting to the young wolf's will. Their actions were understandable. Of course, all of the cadets present in the field have been participants in the mock war, massacre of the Silverine City, and the flag game. All of them knew better than most what Lucas was capable of achieving with people under his command. He was, without a sliver of doubt, a brilliant commander, natural war general, and a terrifying planner, along with being proficient in deceit and manipulation, although they didn't have to know the last part. So without wasting a single breath, all the cadets rushed and gathered around in a circle with Amelia, Anastasia, and Asta at the center of it. Asta could provide invaluable defense with her barrier spells, so Lucas asked her to take a safe position in the center next to the two archeresses. He also wanted Elijah to be in the center, but doing that would mean thinning their offense way too much for Lucas' comfort. So despite the defensive earthen spells that the half-dwarf could provide, Lucas kept him in the front lines, aiding him where Chase and Nero, while William, Kent, and Lucas supported them with their spears and scythes. As soon as they gathered, the vampires lunged at them with all their might. Asta cast a barrier spell whenever it was needed, and the rest of the cadets launched their attacks one by one. They did not aim to strike down the vampires. No, instead, they only intended to stall for time. Deflecting one of the incoming slashes, Nero turned to Lucas and asked, "What about that high vampire?" Now that they were in a circle and surrounded by vampires from all sides, Nero feared that the high vampire would jump on them unseen any moment now. All his worries were for naught as Lucas merely dismissed them with a shake of his head. "That thing will not attack us," Lucas said, thrusting his spear at one of the incoming bloodsuckers, only for it to get deflected in the next instance. "Not yet, at least. Are you sure?" Kent asked, swinging his scythe at a vampire that was about to dig its fangs into Elijah's unprotected neck. The usual aloofness in Kent's voice was nowhere to be found. His face also didn't look stupid. Instead, as his shiny blue hair swayed with the rough movement of his arms and complemented his sharp face, he looked almost entrapping. If not for this dire situation, Lucas would have made a narcissistic joke about still looking better than him, but instead of that, he merely nodded and let out a single word, "Yes." Unbeknownst to them, Lucas knew what the high vampire was waiting for. Because of that, he was certain that the creature of the night would not attack them yet. Not at least. Liz steps into the field, a broken bar while all that was happening in the concrete field below. The VIP stand looked just as chaotic if not more. Many of the VIPs present here today were mundane with formal military training or connection to mana. They were what this world considers duds, but since they were people of high status, no one would ever dare to utter that word to their face, let alone refer to them as one. Magic. The instructors present in the VIP stand divided two tasks amongst themselves and formed two groups. One group was tasked with assisting the cadets to hold off or possibly kill all the vampires, while the other group would escort the mundane VIPs to safety. Liz was one such person tasked with fighting the vampire. While Leo Kurogami was not here, almost all of them were certain that the Witch of Soul Harvest alone was more than capable of laying waste to the vile bloodsuckers who dared to attack this city. Yet, she was among the last ones to jump down into the concrete field and assist in the fight. As her gaze swept across the entirety of the King's Arena, a cold shiver ran along the length of Liz's spine. "Miss Snyder," a voice called out to her from the front. She turned her gaze up and looked at a pale-skinned man with auburn hair and light, hazel eyes that stared back at her with a slight tinge of concern. It was Ella's father and one of the most important figures present at the VIP stand, Damain Bright. Aside from being the head of the Bright family, this red-haired man was also one of the most renowned war heroes of the current generation. A man of his status would have had no problem shielding behind his title and letting the other soldiers escort him out. Yet, Damien had no qualms about staying and fighting. In fact, he even insisted on helping out. Liz had no idea whether it was his sense of duty, honor, and other whimsical stuff like that, or the fact that his own daughter, Ella Bright, was stuck somewhere inside that mess that kept him here. However, the very fact that he had the guts to back up his bravado and reputation spoke volumes about the man. "Are you all right, Miss Snyder?" Damien asked, shaking Liz out of her thoughts. "I'm fine." Liz shook her head and let out a shaky breath before repeating her words as if she was telling it to herself rather than answering a question. "Yeah, I'm fine." In reality, she was far from fine. She could not remember how long it had been since she had felt like this. It was definitely not fear that she was feeling, but something very closely resembling it. She tried to move, but as if her feet were anchored to the ground, she kept standing petrified in place. No, she was not under a mind hex, a party trick spell like that won't even affect her. After all, this was something else. A broken bar. This was her very own intuition. Yes, her own instincts were screaming at her, holding her glued in place. Liz had known for a long time that her intuition was much more than just a mere manifestation of her subconscious. Although she knew it wasn't possible, she believed her intuition to be a gift of sorts. Every time she faced something far more dangerous than what she could handle, she would feel a heart-wrenching terror calling out to her, telling her to run. At some point, however, she stopped running. She started choosing her battles and winning. In no time at all, she ascended to a realm that only a handful of people in the world could ever hope to climb. After she became strong, far stronger than she had ever imagined herself becoming, she forgot the sense of dread. But now, after all these years, it was back. Liz gnashed her teeth and shook her head before muttering in a low, almost inaudible voice, "I'm strong now, damn it." Letting out a stiff breath, she scanned the arena on the lookout for anything that could be triggering her instincts. She didn't find anything, but she did see something of interest. One of the 4 high vampires in the vicinity was closing in on Nero. A frown appeared on Liz's face. Were they targeting her disciple? Was this attack meant for him? But why? Was it because of the rumors about his gift? Were all these vampires here to kill him, a future threat? But, once again, why? There had been powerful, promising talents enrolled in the Global Academy in the past too. Liz and Leo themselves were 2 such examples. Why would they send such an elite platoon to assassinate a single target? Nero wasn't even a threat to them right now. Yes, he was strong, but not to the level where high vampires would be wary of him. It would at least take Nero 2 more years of military education and a decent amount of experience in real wars to become an actual threat to the vampires. Then why were they acting now, and why were they acting so rashly? Liz didn't know, but she had a very bad feeling about all this. "Miss Snyder, we should go." Damane's voice jolted her out of the dazed state once again. Liz gazed at the redhead briefly, then nodded, taking out her rectangular communicator resembling a hybrid of smartphones and modern smart bracelets used in their academy. On the device, she typed a text and sent it to someone, hoping he would read it and arrive before any mishap occurred. With a sigh, Liz affirmed, "Let's go." Her words barely left her lips when an intricate metal armor materialized around her slender yet plump figure, enveloping her in a cold embrace. The tips of her hair radiated a dark violet hue, while her eyes emitted a crushing murderous aura. Fear? What nonsense! A witch's heart had no room for something as non-existent as that. Tensing her calves, she shot forward, leaping out of the massive glass window of the VIP stand and descending onto the concrete field like a meteor. As Lucas witnessed that, his lips curled into a sinister smile. His plan was finally set into motion. With a loud thud, Liz landed on the concrete field below. Without wasting a moment, she summoned her weapon, and heeding her call, a bastard sword materialized in her hand with a rain of ethereal light sparks. The blade of her sword was obsidian black from tip to guard as it constantly emitted a dim violet glow. Right beside her landed a red-headed man, his calm hazel eyes scanning the vicinity as if in search of someone. In his hand, Damien wielded a thin silver rapier. Without a change in his expression, he turned to Liz and spoke, "Should we aid the cadets?" "No." Liz shook her head and pointed at the high vampire with her chin. His back was turned to them, but Liz knew that the blood-sucking abomination had already sensed them. "We will deal with that bastard first," she said, slightly lifting her sword. "I will go in and you will cover me." Damien nodded his head, and as if waiting for that cue, the high vampire spun around and peered directly in their direction. The high vampire bared his fangs into a chilling grin as he noticed the Witch of Soul Harvest. Liz indifferently raised her eyebrow and charged forward with her sword pulled back. The high vampire, who had been moving toward Nero with slow yet eerie steps until now, also dashed toward the charging witch and swung his sword at her. Clang, clang, clanger! As their swords clanged against each other, crevices appeared on the already ruined concrete field beneath their feet, while the immediate area around their clashes was instantly pulverized. Each attack of theirs was enough to decimate a whole building to dust, yet none of them managed to scratch their opponents. The resulting shockwave of their clash shook the whole arena. toppling many cadets as they fell to their feet as a result of the localized earthquakes. Lucas, Nero, and others used this chance to scurry away from the vampires circling around them. They did not run away, they just spread out and changed their strategy. Lucas, who had been keeping an eye on his surroundings during all this mess, had already informed them about the incoming shockwaves, so everyone had a good amount of time to react. After spreading out across the field, they were joined by many third-year cadets and even some of their own comrades. Ella, for example, jumped down from the audience stand and joined the battle in the concrete field after seeing her father there. Grace, despite their current rocky relationship, decided to forget the events that transpired in their match and followed her friend down. At the center of all this chaos, a single woman was fighting head-on against a high vampire of pure, noble lineage, a creature so ancient that it could overshadow her own age. Yet, the woman refused to falter and instead pressed on, pushing back the high vampire and constantly trapping the abomination into a corner. Slowly but surely, the blood-sucking fiend started to accumulate gashes onto his body and warm crimson blood spurt out from his wounds. A broken bar. The high vampire was losing a fight against a single human. A mere mortal was making an immortal like him bleed. Clanger! Desperately blocking a slash that would have severed his head and sent it flying, the high vampire reeled back, feeling like he was hit by a moving mountain. The high vampire quickly regained its balance after staggering back a few steps, but by then the witch was already on him. To create some breathing space, the high vampire willed the shadows beneath them to move, as if the darkness itself came to life. The various shadows being cast on the ground shifted and shot up into the material world by becoming tangible black spikes. Liz had no time to move and evade the attack as the black spikes directly shot from under her, intending to skewer her like a butchered animal. However, before that could happen, Liz's eyes glowed in a bright violet hue, and just then her whole body turned incorporeal and intangible. Whilst intangible, Liz shot forward as she had an ethereal appearance mostly made of a transparent body with violet outline as her and phased through the unavoidable attack. As soon as the attack was avoided, her body turned corporeal again and she returned to her normal appearance. The high vampire knew that his attack would not amount to much damage, but to think it didn't even leave a scratch on the human woman. Before he could escape that thought, a bone-crushing kick landed on his chest and sent the high vampire crashing a few steps back. The bloodsucker rolled a few times but quickly jumped up to his feet. However, it was already too late. As soon as he pulled himself up, a black obsidian impaled the vampire's chest, piercing his heart and dealing a deadly blow. Liz indifferently gazed into the vile high vampire's eyes as the latter violently coughed up blood. A surprised look plastered on his face. Broken bar Arghh. The high vampire tried to say something, but right then, Liz pulled out her sword, causing the blood-sucking fiend to convulse and fall to his knees with a pain groan. Standing imperiously in front of the kneeling abomination, Liz indifferently spoke as she hovered her palm before the high vampire's skull. "Look into my eyes as I take your soul." Broken bar. The high vampire craned his neck and looked directly at Liz with his glassy eyes, obviously on the verge of death. Magic. Liz paid no mind to his incoherent mumbling and began to extract her soul. However, just as she did that, a deep, ugly scowl appeared on her face. Liz could absorb the souls of her vanquished opponents after leading them to the brink of death. She can then use those souls to perform a variety of tasks. Obviously, she could also feel souls, and right now she couldn't feel the high vampire's soul in his body, or rather, it was there but it was being drained. But she wasn't the one draining his soul. No, it was being drained by the ground, as if someone or something was hungrily devouring it. As if waiting for that cue, a cruel grin appeared on the vampire's face, flashing his long, sharp canines. The bloodsuckers wheezed out a mocking chuckle and exclaimed, "How foolish!" At that moment, realization dawned upon Liz. The looming dread she had felt found its explanation. Liz had seen something like this happening once. Yes, this situation had a precedent. During her time in the Northern Defense Force, Some vampire survivors from an entire division had once taken several human children hostage. Her platoon was asked to lay siege to the vampire camp where they had been taken hostage but not go inside and simply to await further instructions. At the time, Liz didn't know why the military command would issue such an order. However, she knew one thing: if she didn't act, the kids inside the camp would die since those vampires were hungry. So not following her given instructions, Liz barged into the camps and slaughtered every last bloodsucker she could find. She thought she had saved the kids, but when she found them, they were broken bar different. They weren't turned by the vampires. In fact, they weren't even harmed, but their souls were broken bar their souls were being drained by something. If she hadn't acted quickly and got out of the camp by turning intangible, she could have seriously been killed. But her squad wasn't as lucky as her. Her comrades were killed. She led her squad into a trap. As a result of that, she was suspended and sent to the Global Academy. Who knew that here, so far from the reach of the northern borders, Liz would once again face her past? For an instant, she froze. Survival, in solitude, wasn't an option anymore. She couldn't let these cadets die. Fortunately, this time, she was stronger. She didn't have to survive alone, she could save others this time. With an unyielding determination burning in her heart, Liz quickly willed mana into her sword and stepped forward. While doing that, she expanded her mana all around her and molded it into the shape of a dome. No spell would ever be able to escape this dome. This was her domain. However, her intent wasn't limited to containing the spell. She aimed to obliterate it before it could materialize. Post her suspension, Liz had meticulously researched the vampire spell used that she had witnessed that day. Dubbed Bloodpless, this spell required an intricate rune of immense size engraved either on or beneath the ground. Ample spilled blood would then activate the runes after completing its qualitative or quantitative requirement. Stray souls in the vicinity would be devoured by it and Bloodpless would be unleashed. There's only one way to stop it after it's activated, and that is to destroy the runes. However, before it is activated, there are multiple ways one could go about stopping the spell. For example, pulverizing the soul meant to serve as the anchor for the spell. In this case, Liz had no doubt that the anchor soul for the spell was going to be this high vampire. He was ready to die to achieve whatever mission their kind had here. Well, fine, if death was what he wanted, then Liz would grant him his wish. An obsidian blade humming a bright violet hue streaked through the air and closed in on the kneeling figure of the high vampire. Liz could absorb the souls and also destroy them using true damage. That was her trump card, after all. However, just as her blade neared the body of the high vampire, Lucas, who had been fighting against one of the vampires until now, shifted his gaze to her. While hopping back to safety, he raised his hand and swiftly pointed it at Liz and the high vampire. A red plume pen appeared in his hand before the silver-haired boy waved it in the air as if writing on some sort of invisible paper. This was the reason Lucas had not been using most of his edit points. He wanted to save as much as he could for this exact moment. Around 6,000 edit points, so that's how much he had on him right now. Lucas knew that Liz's weapon would at least be a legendary grade relic, so modifying it was bound to take a lot of points from him. But was it still enough? Apparently, it was. Lucas didn't need to enhance Liz's weapon either. No, a broken bar he needed to destroy it. He expected that shouldn't take as many edit points as modifying an already powerful relic, and he turned out to be right. With only a few hundred edit points remaining, Lucas' edit was finalized. Instantly, a net of cracks appeared on Liz's sword, disintegrating it into an explosion of shards. The witch couldn't help but widen her eyes as her reliable weapon broke without a trace of magic attacking it. Had she inadvertently fractured it, overloaded it with mana? Impossible. A veteran like her couldn't possibly make such a rookie mistake. Before she could react, however, Bloodplus surged forth. Sure! The kneeling high vampire detonated into a blood cloud, crimson mist shrouding the area and engulfing all in its path. Liz's dome partially contained the crimson mist, but not wholly. The crimson tide swallowed a significant portion of the central arena. Though most cadets evaded it, yet many instructors were ensnared, and with this, The first phase of Lucas' plan was now completed, as the arena was engulfed by the tenebrous crimson mist. Crippling fear rippled through the bystanders. Damien Bright and Liz Snyder, along with most of the instructors who jumped down from the VIP stand, were now ensnared within a moving blood cloud. Even those unfamiliar with the morbid spell hesitated to approach the spreading crimson mist. It was almost as if everyone intuitively knew that the danger it posed was far beyond their mundane imagination. The mist, as everyone suspected, held a perilous touch. Even Liz's spell-nullifying dome struggled to fully contain it and soon broke. As soon as that happened, the blood cloud began to expand through the arena again, threatening to devour everything. Cadets staggered backward, instructors shared the same unease, and the air was punctuated with a litany of startled, fearful screams. Taking advantage of the intended confusion, the vampires stopped fighting and lunged forward. Their ghastly figures disappeared into the tenebrous crimson mist, leaving everyone else puzzled by their strange behavior. Amid the escalating terror and confusion, an authoritative voice cut through, causing everyone to turn their heads toward its source. "Get back!" Yelena's command shook everyone out of their petrified state. The young elven woman donned silver metal armor adorned with small intricate glowing blue patterns, a striking contrast to her bright red eyes radiating unyielding determination. She resembled a noble queen who descended from her royal castle to rescue her people from worldly turmoil. Yelena took a step forward and the long sword in her hand disappeared into a cascade of ethereal white sparks. She then heroically raised her arms, palms open, aimed at the growing crimson mist. A biting cold wind arose, and a colossal ice barrier soon manifested. It encased the growing blood cloud and entrapped it within. In a heartbeat, an immense ice mountain materialized at the arena's heart, plunging the ambient temperature to bone-chilling degrees. Yelena was inherently a swordswoman. It means that she was typically not inclined to cast spells of this magnitude under any normal circumstances. However, the current circumstances were far from normal. Despite her modest mana reserves, she had used up most of it on an ice prison spell to contain the growing crimson mist. Although some people present in the arena felt a sense of relief wash over them as the crimson mist of blood was encapsulated, not everyone shared in the sentiment. "What in the world are you doing?" A sharp voice reverberated through the surroundings. It was Ella. Ella's gaze nervously shifted from the colossal ice mountain over dome that Yelena had created back to her, and her voice rose again in urgency. "My father is in there," Ella exclaimed. "Do you even know who he is?" Echoing Ella's sentiment, Nero's voice joined the chorus, tinged with frustration. "My master is trapped inside as well. Release your spell this instant." Several other cadets, their loved ones or instructors ensnared by the dark crimson mist, also voiced their objections, their voices carrying a blend of concern and anger. Yes, there are people in there, don't you know? With all the vampires in there all well, you have trapped everyone in a cage. Magic. What the hell? My brother is in there." Only the instructors who stayed outside and did not manage to get caught by the crimson mist remained silent. They were too busy activating the Academy's defense systems through the Academy AI, Athena. After all, since they were the adults here, resolving this situation was on them now. Amid the chorus of complaints, Yelena clenched her teeth and yelled, "Yes, I understand there are people inside and they are trapped there with vampires, but for now, they're on their own. We'll follow the proper procedure." And before the young elven woman could finish the reasoning, a lattice of cracks appeared on the surface of the icy dome she had summoned to imprison the crimson mist. Her face turned pale in an instant, and a curse involuntarily escaped her lips. Fuck! Everyone furrowed their brows in collective confusion. They followed Yelena's gaze and turned their eyes to look at her ice dome only to match her reaction moments later and blurt out curses. However, before any action could be taken, in the next moment, the cracks widened and the ice dome exploded into an array of snowflakes, allowing a surge of blood mist to burst forth like a crimson flood and swallow the whole arena. Observing the crimson deluge consume his comrades, Lucas, standing at the edge of the concrete field, took a deep breath. He noticed some individuals attempting to flee the arena, but most of them proved to be too slow to escape. Well, a few of them did manage to escape, but Lucas knew that they would instantly face death upon reaching the arena gates. Not every vampire had jumped into the crimson mist. A portion chose to remain outside, guarding potential escape routes. Unfortunately, 2 of those bloodsuckers were high vampires. These poor souls stood no chance of facing them and escaping. A pang of guilt gnawed at Lucas' heart as he just stood there, not even bothering to prevent their impending death. Nevertheless, he knew that they weren't his primary concern. In contrast to those around him, Lucas displayed no hint of hesitation, fear, or terror. He appeared almost serene. His mind was calm and his eyes were indifferent. Well, why wouldn't he be calm? He had, after all, spent weeks preparing for this exact moment. At one point, he believed that passivity and reactive problem-solving would guarantee his survival. If he could just react to the situation and survive, that would be enough. However, just a few months after arriving in this accursed world, Lucas realized that being reactive equated to a death sentence here, and survival was never enough. After all, that mentality nearly cost him his life against the Vampire King, Raina. He hadn't anticipated such a plethora of variables arising. He hadn't concealed his identity, thinking it was unnecessary, and because of that, he ended up taking the life of a human child. Yes, relying on passivity and reactionary tactics proved worthless. So, this time, he decides to take control of the situation. Though this was far more dangerous, at least this way he could predict the events with high certainty, and not to mention, he needed to reshape Nero's mindset regarding his blind pursuit of victory. Since Nero's obsession for victory is more or less traced back to watching his mother die in front of him, Lucas planned to inflict a scar deeper than that traumatic experience. He also needed to handle this situation very delicately to avoid breaking Nero completely, otherwise, it would only mean more work for him. That's why he came up with this flawless plan, but the magnitude of danger he had put himself in made him question his own sanity. Fuck, am I really this insane? Lucas mused aloud. Well, wasn't he? He was going this far only to manipulate a teenager's emotions by inflicting a deeper scar than the loss of his own mother. Whatever. Shaking his head, Lucas summoned a pill in his hand and gulped it down. It was a relic that he had made with his edit pen. It allowed him to not breathe for half an hour. As the crimson flood reached him, Lucas released a silent scream. Come, Phoenix's embrace. In the next moment, the whole King's arena was swallowed by the crimson mist, obscuring vision completely and muffling the agonizing screams coming from within it. If one were to look from above, instead of a stadium, one would see nothing but a patch of crimson fog amidst the concrete jungle. Blood Bliss was a dangerous spell in more ways than one. It's a devastating spell utilized only by vampires. Upon being cast, it conjures a dense cloud of crimson blood. This dark and ominous technique involves the vampire channeling their own essence and life force, transforming it into a swirling, ethereal mist. Magic. Other vampires could easily traverse in this crimson mist and fight with utmost proficiency, since it's a spell cast by their own kind, and fighting in a cloud of blood is their domain for obvious reasons. When unleashed, the cloud envelops the immediate area, obscuring vision, and disorienting opponents. The blood within the cloud is imbued with vampiric powers, making it highly corrosive and capable of weakening or even incapacitating those who come into contact with it. That's why, no spell could ever be cast inside the Blood Bliss at its full potential, since it would immediately be corroded. Also for the same reason, the blood mist couldn't be contained like Liz and Yelena had tried to do. Anyone, if they're not a vampire, instantly gets poisoned if they inhaled the mist. Their bodies also sustain corrosive damage, so fighting inside the blood fog is akin to committing suicide. That is, if one is not as prepared as I was. Yeah, aside from obscuring my view, the crimson mist did not inflict much damage on me. Since I won't need to breathe, I wouldn't be poisoned, and not to mention, since I donned Phoenix's embrace, the corrosive property of the mist was reduced by almost 90% in efficiency. Don't get me wrong, My flesh was still being continuously damaged, but not as severely as others might be having it. In the novel, Liz managed to stop the blood bliss from activating, so none of this happened, but in this reality, she was the closest to the activation point of the spell. If my guess is correct, then I would only need to let this spell be activated for a few more minutes. After that, I will disrupt it. Yes, I could dismiss this spell whenever I want. Blood bliss needs some special runes engraved on or under the ground to be activated. That is the sole reason why it couldn't be used on the battlefield, since it's a trap spell. Anyway, my point is, below this concrete field is the runic circle for this spell. If I damage this, the spell would collapse. During my fight with Nero, I lay several traps of my own. The fissures and cracks that were created as a result of our duel, I filled them with explosive marbles that I created beforehand with the help of my edit pen. At my command, dozens of those marbles would explode and shatter the entirety of the concrete field, destroying the runic circle below us. So, without a care in the world, I moved forward in search of the people I was looking for. My visibility was almost reduced to zero, a broken bar almost. I kept my guard up since I could be attacked from any direction, but it seemed like most of the vampires were either focusing on Liz and Della's father, who were in the center of the mist. After all, they were the most dangerous threat here. Aside from them, the rest of the vampires were trying to assassinate their targeter, the reason for which they came here. Soon, guided by the loud clamor of weapons clashing against weapons, I found them. My visibility was still partially obscured, but I could make out several figures. Elijah and Chase were on their knees, eyes widened and their breathing ragged. The poison was slowly taking effect on them, it seemed. Kent, Asta, and William were already sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing in pain. The poison had already done a number on them. Well, all of them were elves, and the corrosive property of this mist was made of dark elements. It was sure to harm them the most. Walking past Kent's agonizingly writhing body, I muttered an inaudible apology. I will get this to end soon. As I moved closer, the figures of Amelia, Anastasia, and Nero became more and more clear. All of them were engaged in combat, while others labored to even move without losing consciousness. They were fiercely fighting. Amelia kept firing arrow after arrow, while Nero maintained an endless, rhythmic swing of his sword. Anastasia, on the other hand, had forsaken her bow and was now engaging in close combat, her fists enveloped in azure gauntlets forged from pure mana. They faced a horde of vampires, and without a doubt, each of them had mortal wounds in multiple places on their bodies. Amelia had a deep gash along her left rib, inflicted by one of the vampire's vicious claws. Nero appeared to have lost an eye, a long scar tracing from his right eyebrow down to his cheek. Surprisingly, Anastasia seemed to have not received any severe injuries, but the accumulation of minor wounds across her body was evident. Main characters or not, all of them would surely die at this rate. Gripping my spear tightly, I swiftly charged in their direction and deftly parried a series of strikes before impaling a vampire from behind, catching the monstrous creature by surprise. ! Pulling back my spear, I maintained my fight, my movements surpassing those of the other cadets, to the point that even some vampires appeared taken aback. Gradually, I fought my way through, inching closer to Nero. The protagonist noticed me with his one remaining intact eye and gave a look that looked like relief. "Lucas!" he exclaimed, slashing down a bloodsucker inside its own domain. "You look terrible," I said, skewering a vampire's arm with my spear as it tried to swing its claw at me. "You look a broken bar. How the fuck do you look so good in this hell?" Nero scanned me up and down only to give me a surprised look. Right then, another bloodsucker tried to jump at us, but before it could slash its sword at us, an arrow whipped through the air and pierced its eye. The bloodsucker staggered back, and right then Anastasia lunged forward. She bashed her fist squarely into the face of the vile vampire. The vampire's skull exploded as if it was hit by a speeding mountain. I couldn't help but shudder as I saw that. Just how strong is this slender-looking girl? "Boys, can you both please concentrate?" Amelia's voice shot through the mayhem. She coughed a mouthful of blood and then continued shooting her arrows again. Yes, focus on cutting down these vampires first, Anastasia added, landing a flawless uppercut on another vampire. I need to find my master, Nero spoke, his voice full of worry. She was at the center of the most. You can't. I shook my head as I noticed something stirring through the mist behind me. Without even wasting a breath, I spun around and thrust my spear forward to attack the vampire that tried to sneak up on me. Caca exclamation mark. As the satisfying sound of bones being crunched resounded when my spear drilled a hole into a bloodsucker's skull, I continued, the mist only grows thicker the more you move toward its center. It's already enough of a miracle that you can stand, let alone move at this density of the mist, I told him. Nero gave me a frustrated look and then opened his mouth to yell. I know. He coughed some blood and then continued, but I can't leave her there. Of course, you can't. She is the closest thing to a family you have. Stopping a smirk to appear on my face, I said, don't ask how, but I have a way to disrupt this spell. However, there are 4 high vampires in the arena. After the mist settles down, none of the cadets would be in the shape to fight. As Nero continued to listen intently, I took a short pause and resumed. You will have to fight at least one of them. I know you're in no condition to fight either, but you will just have to. What about the other 3 high vampires? Nero asked, a bit of uncertainty present in his voice. I will handle the rest, so don't worry about them, I reassured him. Can you summon your gift? Nero lingered at my question for a few seconds and then answered in a low tone. Yes, but only for 2, or at most, 3 seconds, so it won't be of any help. No, that much will be enough, I replied with a shake of my head as Amelia and Anastasia continued to cover us. Knowing we were discussing something important, I want you to strike me with a bolt of lightning as soon as this crimson mist drops, I ordered. Can you do that, Nero? The black-haired swordsman waited for a few seconds then nodded slightly. Sure, whatever your plan is. Good, I replied and finally turned to look at the center of the arena. Almost instantly I commanded the explosive marbles to detonate. A flash of light appeared through the deep cracks in the ground and a devastating localized earthquake hit the arena the next moment. Boom! Exclamation mark. Amidst the crimson fog, the solitary silhouette of a woman came to view. Her body was littered with scars and her metal armor was caved in and fractured at various places. Since her sword had shattered earlier for some mysterious reasons, she clutched an ebony dagger in her hand which seemed to have been carved out of a slab of stone rather than some precious metal. Intricate runes adorned the dagger, emanating a brilliant violet glow, hinting at its extraordinary nature, and extraordinary it was. It possessed the ability to inflict soul damage, a weapon perfectly attuned to Liz. Surrounded by towering figures of eerie creatures of the dreaded night, Liz remained unfazed. The vampires' eyes gleamed with fierce red hue and their jaws hung open, as if eager to sink their fangs into her flesh. Seeing this, Liz couldn't help but scoff derisively. Despite the evident poisoning and flesh corrosion caused by the crimson mist, Liz defiantly confronted the horde of bloodsuckers. Come, you oversized leeches, hunger has plagued me for so long, feed me your souls, Liz exclaimed with a demented laugh, her tone more menacing than the monsters around her. Indeed, Liz was the witch of soul harvest. After all, she possessed the power to absorb the souls of her fallen foes, using them for various purposes, including enhancing herself and healing her injuries. However, even the vampires knew of her troublesome powers, thus, they hesitated to engage her immediately. Even when she attempted to pounce on them, the vampires cowardly withdrew, maintaining a substantial distance from her. They even thwarted her attempts at casting high-level spells, threatening to lunge at her to break her focus as soon as she would try to chant. Only when the pain from the poison seemed to have slowed her down did they resume their assault. Caca exclamation mark. With a swift motion, one of the vampires dashed forward and slashed at the back of Liz's left knee with his claws, causing her to stumble. Before she could regain her composure, another vampire lunged and struck her chest, delivering a powerful kick with an inhuman amount of force backing it up. Her chest plate caved in once again, and the force of the impact propelled Liz back a few steps as her body skidded on the ground a few times like a flat stone on the water's surface. After a series of rolls, she managed to come to a halt and pulled herself onto her knees as she struggled to stand back up. Capitalizing on this opportunity, another vampire rushed in, attempting to gouge Liz's throat with his claw. However, Liz reacted with lightning speed, slithering beneath the vampire's arm and emerging behind him. From this position, she drove her dagger into the vampire's back, piercing his heart in one decisive blow. Before his companions could retaliate or try to stop her, Liz consumed the vampire's soul and without delay, used it to heal herself. The black patches of corrosion on her skin vanished, and her lungs, which had been aflame due to the toxic air before, suddenly began to cool down, returning to normal. She could breathe freely once more. Don't let her isolate you, fools. Fight in pairs, one of the vampires instructed his soldiers, but it was already too late. Liz had already moved, appearing behind another vampire with her dagger poised near his skull. However, before she could drive her dagger into the vampire's head, a forceful blow struck the sides of Liz's torso, hurtling her several meters away, gracefully landing on the ground after somersaulting through the air. The witch attempted to swiftly regain her footing. It felt as though she had been struck by a moving train. Somewhat disoriented, Liz pulled herself together and cast her gaze toward her previous position. Her eyes widened, and her face paled slightly upon discovering a high-ranking vampire gazing back at her nonchalantly, a smirk adorning his almost human-like beastly face. Another high vampire, but she had been so vigilant, she kept an eye on everyone present around her. Even within this crimson mist, no one should be able to come near her unnoticed. The mist might conceal their bodies, but not their souls, after all. So how did a high vampire manage to approach her undetected, and not to mention? Liz shifted her gaze to the other high vampire present. One more of them ought to be fighting against Damien. One was here. The last one died to make a sacrifice to activate the blood bliss. That was all three of them. So why is there a fourth one? Had there been more than 3 high vampires who attacked the arena? If that were the case, just how many were there? Liz clenched her teeth in frustration. She could handle one high vampire inside this blood mist, but 2 would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Oh, Commander, you're here, sir? I recall you vowing to eliminate the target, the other high vampire remarked, eyeing the one who had just appeared. So the high vampire who had managed to sneak up on her unnoticed was their commander. Liz took a mental note of this detail and raised her dagger. Settle down, Diaz. I'll dispatch the witch first and then the target, achieving 2 goals with a single surprise attack. The high vampire commander gestured casually and advanced toward Liz. Diaz, the other high vampire, wanted to retort at first but eventually decided against it. Even though his commander was young and slightly inexperienced in actual border wars, he knew the commander was right in this particular instance. Their target, a human named Nero Dikrov, should already be on his last legs after enduring the corrosive and poisonous effects of blood bliss for so long. Killing him wouldn't prove to be much of a challenge. However, killing the Witch of Soul Harvest was a different story. One of their soldiers had already fallen victim to her. Who knew how many more of their kind she would take down before being defeated? A broken bar. If she even gets defeated, it would be wiser for their commander to kill her first. Keeping this in mind, Diaz nodded and spoke. Do you wish for our assistance, Commander Kldrog? Kldrog, the high vampire commander, simply shook his head and summoned a silver crossguard sword into his hand. Suddenly, several spikes erupted from the hilt of the sword, impaling Kldrog's grip. The once shiny silver blade of the sword started turning scarlet, as through the sword was feeding on the vampire's blood. Magic. Soon, Kldrog was holding a dark scarlet crossguard sword in his hand instead of silver. Liz wasn't standing idly either. She was already done chanting a high-level spell. Abruptly, a dark violet haze enveloped her, and an ominous whirlpool began to swirl around her. In the next moment, the violet haze shifted and took form. The haze grew darker and darker, until it transformed into black, giving shape to several flying skeletons with ghastly trails instead of legs, scattered around Liz. These were the trapped souls of many enemies Liz had defeated in battle. She didn't prefer using this spell, but now wasn't the time to hold back. Some of the ghastly, black haze skeletons attacked the high vampire, while others entwined themselves around Liz. It appeared as though she wore a black cape woven from several ghastly skeletons, their hands clutching her from behind in a deathly cold grip. Kildrog swung his dimly glowing scarlet sword effortlessly, dispersing the attacking ghosts with consecutive slashes. Once done, Kildrog gazed at Liz and saw her hovering a few inches above the ground, her ghastly skeleton cape swaying in the air. A hazy crown made of black bones materialized above Liz's head as she spoke. "I'll tell you one thing, bloodsucker, none of you will live to see another night." As soon as she uttered those words, Liz dismissed her dagger and extended her open palm toward the high vampire commander within her sight. The eldritch skeletons composed of ghastly black mist that enveloped her also shifted, aiming their open palms at Kildrog. Suddenly, numerous orbs of violet energy materialized before their open palms and hurtled toward the high vampire commander like bullets. Feeling a sense of urgent dread, Kildrog swiftly blurred and vanished into thin air, his speed allowing him to dodge the incoming violet orbs. Out of the corner of his eye, from his peripheral vision, the high vampire commander saw one of his comrades struck by one of the violet orbs. The vampire who was hit by the violet orb shuddered as his eyes rolled back before his body went limp and he fell lifeless to the ground. It was clear to Kildrog that he had to avoid those orbs at all costs. Gritting his canines, Kildrog sliced his claw through the air, causing the scarlet aura around it to surge outward in 3 crescent arcs aimed at the levitating witch. Liz commanded a few ghastly skeletons to intercept the incoming attack, but before she could do anything else, a crimson spike shot toward her and pierced her chest. Q-whack. Liz's eyes widened as the skeletons and the bone crown around her dissipated into the ghastly black haze. With her spell undone, she plummeted down to the ground and landed on her knees, blood trickling from her lips. She shifted her gaze downward, spotting a crimson spike crafted from some crystal-like material jutting from her chest. Gritting her teeth, Liz grabbed the spike and yanked it out. The crystal spike softened and turned to liquid. Then it struck her. Kildrog must have used some form of blood manipulation. Since the whole crimson mist was made of blood, Kildrog would have attacked her from any direction. The scarlet crescent arcs were merely a distraction. Muttering curses under her breath, Liz struggled to rise as the gaping hole in her chest began to heal on its own. But before she could regain her footing, another spike shot upward from the ground beneath her, this time skewering her like a spear. Liz could only cough up a mouthful of blood as her spine was shattered and her abdomen was pierced. 2 additional spikes erupted from the sides of the main body of the spike, looking like a crimson cross. It looked like a witch was impaled on a bloodstained cross. Approaching the crimson cross, Kildrog grinned at Liz, who struggled to turn her gaze toward him. "Not even this can end you, huh?" Kildrog sneered. "Then let's test whether you can survive being torn to shreds, witch." With that, Kildrog raised his arm, preparing to launch more blood spikes at the woman impaled on top of the crimson cross. However, before he could unleash the attack, the ground quaked violently, an isolated earthquake shaking the entire vicinity of the king's arena. What the? Then, in the next instant, the crimson mist slowly began to thin and dissipate until it vanished entirely. Kildrog let out a low grunt and his almost human-like face instantly contorted into a deep scowl. His sharp canines glistened sharply as if to mirror his frustration. What in the world was happening? How could the blood bliss vanish? The crimson mist was supposed to spread even more, not dissipate. That explosion, a sudden thought raced through Kildrog's mind. Did someone disrupt the runic circle? But who could it be, and how did they learn of it? Not many individuals should be aware of a spell like blood bliss, and even if they were aware of it, the runic circle for blood bliss was hidden deep beneath the concrete ground, placed there by their trusted spy. No one should have been capable of digging so deep, let alone casting an explosive spell potent enough to destroy the runic circle in such a brief time. especially considering the corrosive and poisonous effects of the crimson mist they should be under. No one should be strong enough to pull off something like that, but someone obviously did. Who was behind this? Did the Academy's defense system activate already? No, it should have taken at least 10 minutes for that to happen. Then how? While Clodrog was trapped in such thoughts, a brilliant arc of blinding white light flashed in the vast expanse of the night sky. Soon after the flash of light, a deafening thunderbolt struck the ground somewhere on Clodrog's right. Startled, Clodrog snapped his head around and saw a bolt of blue lightning hurtling toward him. Huh? Magic, an artillery spell? Someone shot an artillery spell at him? Was he being attacked? No, it wasn't just a stray spell. The lightning appeared to be targeting his heart. In an instant, his vampiric instincts took over. Clodrog shielded his chest with his left hand and swung his sword at the approaching bolt of blue lightning with his right. Clangur! The lightning bolt collided with the scarlet blade of his sword in a rain of sparks, resulting in a resounding clash of metal clashing against metal. Indeed, it wasn't an ordinary lightning bolt. From this close-up, Clodrog could clearly see a young silver-haired boy surrounded by an electric aura. It was Lucas. He had used his spear to parry the strike of the High Vampire Commander's sword. Without wasting a breath, Lucas coiled his spear around Clodrog's blade and thrust it forward. Arghh! Clodrog grunted in pain as Lucas' sharp spearhead struck his left arm. He is trying to pierce my heart? Clodrog frantically thought. Foolish boy, Clodrog roared, releasing a crimson shockwave that surged from his body, rippling across the arena. The power of the shockwave sent Lucas hurtling backward a few meters, but he managed to land on his feet, jamming his spear into the ground to kill the momentum pushing him back. Residual sparks of electricity crackled around him as he pulled out his spear from the ground and aimed its pointed tip at the figure before him. Earlier, Lucas had asked Nero to unleash a bolt of lightning at him using his gift. Using the ambient electricity, Lucas supercharged his electric aura and streaked toward Clodrog at the literal speed of lightning. His intention was to take down the High Vampire Commander in one unexpected blow, a surprise attack. However, his plan appeared to have failed. In the novel, Liz barely managed to defeat Clodrog. She had to use every spell available at her disposal. Lucas was confident that even in this reality, Liz must have given her all, but under the influence of Bloodplus, her efforts did not amount to much and she failed to put Clodrog down. Lucas knew that Clodrog would try to kill Liz before moving on to target Nero, and unlike in the novel, where Clodrog focused on Nero first, since in this reality, the Bloodplus was activated, Lucas' strategy was to swiftly dispatch Clodrog and end the fight immediately. Sadly, he couldn't do it. Indeed, killing a high vampire wasn't a simple task. Thankfully, he only had to hold off Clodrog for a mere 7 more minutes at most. After that, the Academy's defense system would activate. Could he manage that, though? Yes, he could definitely do that. Right, a broken bar? Just as he thought, that 3 crescent arcs of ominous crimson aura, resembling the shape of a claw, surged toward him. Lucas didn't evade or try to dodge, he didn't even attempt to move. When the arcs connected with his body, his figure wavered and dissipated like a distant mirage. Illusion? Clodrog raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing an attack nearing him from behind. Clangur! Swiftly spinning around, he thrust out with his sword, using the crimson blade of his sword to stop a spear's attack. A loud clash ensued, accompanied by a cascade of sparks. Lucas' figure came into view shortly, materializing out of thin air. His presence caused Clodrog's fangs to bare in response. Know your place and step aside, you vermin. Clodrog mustered strength in his arms and used his sword with force to shove Lucas backward as if swatting a mosquito. The impact hurled Lucas back like a discarded puppet. He careened across the ground ungracefully, crashing multiple times before finally coming to a stop and hauling himself upright. Kill him, Clodrog commanded in a low growl before proceeding toward Liz. Oh, good grief, Lucas muttered, massaging the back of his head to numb the concussion. When he surveyed his surroundings, Lucas saw several eerie forms of nightmarish noble vampires, draped in obsidian armor, rushing toward him. Grumbling, Lucas tapped on the communicator device in his ear and mumbled, "I shouldn't have tried to play the hero. Guys, help me out here a little." As if waiting for that cue, under the fervent glow of the moonlight, several silhouettes appeared as if plummeting down from the night sky. They donned black robes and their faces were hidden behind plain black masks, which were identity-concealing relics. They were members of the New World Order, and as soon as they appeared, each and every single one of them rushed in and engaged with the vampire forces. Blades clashed and sparks flew. The members of NWO fought like elites without even showing a speck of fear or hesitation. Every single one of them was elite, recruited and monitored by Kai himself. After all, armed with powerful relics and enchanted weapons, all of them were a force to be reckoned with. If nothing else, they would at least be able to stall the vampires long enough for the Academy's defense system to come online. Seeing that, two of the high vampires decided to join the battle, so they rushed into the chaos head-on. Kai and Hugh jumped down from the audience stand, where most of the cadets lay sprawled on the ground due to being unconscious or in pain because of the effects of the blood bliss. But surprisingly, much like Lucas, both of them also seemed unharmed. Both of them darted toward one of the high vampires and clashed against him. Using this chance, Lucas ran toward Arghh, who was planning to kill the Witch of Soul Harvest. Obviously, it was something Lucas couldn't allow to happen. He needed to change Nero, not break him, so he rushed to stop it. While running, he spared a glance at his luxury watch on his left hand only to see he would have to stall Arghh for 6 more minutes at best. He could do that, yes, he could definitely. Before he could continue motivating himself in his mind, a powerful blow slammed into him from his side and sent Lucas toppling. Rolling sideways a few times, the silver-haired boy quickly jumped back to his feet and looked to his side only to see a sword nearing his neck. A low whisper escaped his lips, "Quinn, Klanga!" Immediately, from Lucas' shadow, a figure of a young man stepped out and parried the attack that would have been the end of him. The one who dared to attack him was a high vampire, and Quinn, after literally saving his neck, stood guard in front of him. Lucas darted his eyes across the field which was plunged in havoc and saw Nero's figure rushing toward them. TSK, he was supposed to engage another high vampire, but just like always he's running late. Lucas cursed Nero a few times and turned to Quinn. "Quinn, can you stop this high vampire for a few seconds? Nero will come to assist you in a few moments," Lucas asked. "Sure, no problem." Quinn nodded and turned his head to look at the gruesome figure of the high vampire in front of him. "You don't die, though." Lucas didn't even bother to reply as he only tapped Quinn's shoulder once and rushed toward Arghh. Ella gracefully maneuvered through the half-ruined concrete field while not trying to step on any cracks and losing her footing. She skillfully thrust her slender rapier at any opening she could spot in defense of the vampires they were fighting. With Grace backing her up using her halberd, they formed a deadly duo. Yes, they weren't managing to kill many vampires or any for that matter, but they were successfully holding their ground. Despite being in dire straits when the Crimson Fog was active, they now managed to move more swiftly and fight with greater finesse. Although the lingering corrosive and poisonous effects of blood bliss on their bodies were still enough to elicit a wince or two on their faces from time to time, they were still not in their best shape, but at least they weren't being butchered. They were inwardly thanking the person who destroyed the Crimson Mist, and now that they could fight, everything was going to be alright. Nothing, not even the elite vampires, could easily kill them if the both of them worked together. Their synchronized combat style was almost eerie to witness. They were covering and defending each other's backs while often launching attacks of their own. But the scariest part of all that was a broken bar. They weren't speaking a word to each other. Even after all the tumultuous events of the past few months, their battle synergy remained unaffected by their rocky relationship. After all, they had been inseparable friends since childhood. They were almost like sisters. A broken bar. Almost. This was what made it hurt so much for Ella when she discovered that Grace had shared the information about her sister with Kai. It felt like a betrayal that broke her heart. Did she really betray me like that, after everything I've done for her? Ella remembered herself thinking. Even now, coordinating with Grace left a bitter taste in her mouth. Ironically, they hardly ever needed to exchange words to comprehend each other's thoughts during the heat of battle. Yet, this only amplified Ella's bitterness as she grappled with the fact that someone who understood her so profoundly had betrayed her so easily. But shaking her head and clearing her thoughts, Ella refocused on the battle ahead. This was no place to whine about the past. Grace moved forward and unleashed a devastating slash with the hook of her halberd. Following Grace's powerful strike, Ella seized the opportunity to deftly impale a vampire through the heart with her rapier. They had achieved their first kill. A noble vampire had fallen by their hands. However, their joy was short-lived, as two more of these vile creatures quickly took the fallen vampire's place. While Ella grimaced at this situation, in the next moment, her expression turned even paler as she glimpsed something past a vampire's shoulder. Her father. She saw her father in the distance. He was on one knee with a gaping wound on his chest. Blood was gushing out like a waterfall and a deep scowl etched across his face. Ella, hey! In front of Damien stood a high-ranking vampire of noble lineage. This abomination was covered in obsidian black armor adorned with intricate red patterns, concealing its grotesque figure. In one of its hands, it clutched a black sword, while the other exposed its obsidian claws. Ella, lend me a hand. Hey! In mere moments, the vampire would deliver a fatal blow to the defenseless human before him. Ella's face drained of color further as this realization hit her. She couldn't allow that to happen. First her sister, and now her father. What kind of sick joke was this? She couldn't lose another family member. A dark grimace settled on her face as Ella infused mana into her legs. She slightly bent her knees and poised to launch herself toward her father like an arrow. However, before she could act, a desperate cry reached her ears. Ella, help me here. Hey! Ella's expression soured as she spun around to look at the source of the desperate plea. It was Grace. She was surrounded by two grotesque creatures of the night, who were about to attack her with their fangs and sword. At that moment, one of the creatures succeeded in tearing into Grace's side with its claw, inflicting a deep wound. Grace staggered, pain contorting her features as she swayed slightly. Fear and hope mingled in her eyes as she gazed back at Ella. Ella lingered for a split second, feeling conflicted. It was her father against her friend who betrayed her, but still, could she really leave her childhood friend like that? However, Ella's reaction was swift and decisive. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she came to a quick decision and without a second thought, Ella turned away, ignoring Grace completely, and rushed toward her father. Grace's eyes widened in shock, but before she could comprehend the fact that her friend had deserted her, something moved toward her. One of the vampires had used this chance to lunge forward, intent on ripping into her throat with its fangs and savoring the taste of her blood. As the vampire's gaping maw drew closer with each drawn-out second, the world seemed to slow down for Grace. She shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself for the incoming, inevitable pain. She was no stranger to pain. Her father's abuse has been a daily ordeal during her childhood. According to her father, she wasn't worthy of becoming his successor. Yet, she knew that if she didn't try, her father would turn to her little brother next. That was something she couldn't allow. So, she fought tooth and nail to prove her worth. She tried everything she could to become a good successor, but her best efforts were in vain. Magic in the end, she just wasn't as good enough as her father wanted her to be. Despite her efforts, her little brother was chosen to become the heir of the Goodwill family. Even her plea to avoid the military academy fell on deaf ears. Elites had ways to evade necessary military academy time for their heirs, but Grace's father did not try to defend her from being enlisted even though she cried and begged him for it. Her pleas went unanswered. Enrolling at Global Academy, she hoped to secure a backseat and a relatively safe military position. Building connections was the first step. Some connections in this world meant power. Thus, she aligned herself with Kai. Despite his assigning her strange tasks like being a traitor in her own class or framing Lucas, she went with it all. Escaping pain was impossible for her. She had suffered enough in her lifetime. Yet, destiny seemed determined to thwart her. Not only was she tormented by Kai, but after Lucas defeated him, the scion of the Wiseman clan did not contact her even once. Adding insult to injury, her best friend distanced herself following a rift in their relationship. Life had never favored her, had it ever? Grace had always been on the receiving end of life's cruelties, and perhaps this was her destiny. Even if she met her end here, nobody would remember her. She was expendable, insignificant. Her death would mean nothing. With a resigned sigh, Grace relaxed her muscles. The pain from her wound seared, but she steeled herself for the inevitable. In just a matter of seconds, it would all be over soon. She would die and then there would be no pain. It was soon going to be over. Yes, a broken bar. However, it wasn't. Time continued to pass, seconds after seconds, and Grace remained very much alive. Yes, the wound on her rib area was painful, but the pain was a reminder that she was alive, right? With cautious curiosity, Grace slowly opened her eyes, half expecting to witness the vampires waiting for her to open her eyes before killing her. But what she saw instead was a young man with silver hair standing in front of her, his lean yet broad back facing her. He held a gleaming red spear, impaling a vampire at its tip. Another vampire lunged at him from the side, but the silver-haired boy swiftly retracted his spear and deftly countered the attack. After adeptly blocking the blow, Lucas channeled arcs of lightning from his spear. The lightning traveled from Lucas' spear to the sword that the vampire held in its hand, electrocuting the bloodsucker and leaving it momentarily incapacitated. Capitalizing on the moment and the stunned state of the vampire, Lucas pushed the abomination back and expertly impaled it on his spear in a seamless motion. Only then did her silver-haired savior turn to face her and ask, "Need a hand?" Grace gazed at Lucas, momentarily stunned, as the young wolf extended his arm and offered her his hand. After hesitating for a few seconds, Grace grasped Lucas' hand and pulled herself up. A sharp pain coursed through the ribs, causing a moan to escape her lips. Examining the deep wound on her side, Lucas rubbed the back of his head briefly before summoning a vial of light green liquid in his hands. Magic. The liquid gleamed within the vial as Lucas tossed it to Grace. She caught the small container and looked at it with a dubious expression before turning to face Lucas. "Is it poison?" A scowl crossed Lucas' face upon hearing that. With a stiff sigh, he responded, "Do you think you're valuable enough for me to waste my precious poison on you? Ha, please, it's a healing potion, use it and get back to fighting." Across the chaotic battlefield, Lucas pointed towards Nero and Quinn in the distance. Quinn was fighting with shadows wrapped around his body to augment himself, while Nero was barely moving but still trying to help the perfect necromancer in any way he could. They both were fighting a high vampire, one who seemed especially deadly, but as expected of the future two most powerful characters, none of them seemed to be losing for now. Lucas cleared his throat and said, "Look there, Nero is struggling, and Quinn is giving his all, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Why don't you go there and help them, make some new friends who won't desert you, yeah?" So he was watching. A pang tugged at Grace's heart, and even though she wanted to retort, she couldn't find the right words to utter a coherent response. Besides, Lucas immediately vanished from sight after saying what he had to say. Left in puzzlement, Grace hesitated for a moment before twisting the lid of the vial and consuming the potion inside it. Once done, with determined steps, she headed in the direction where Quinn's shadowy black figure was engaged in battle. Grace isn't naive, at least not as much as I would like her to be. Sooner or later, she'd realize that I had been waiting for this very moment. The moment when she found herself utterly alone, physically defeated, and mentally drained. The moment I'd step in to guide her, to rescue her like a knight in shining armor. However, this realization wouldn't help her. Even after all this, in the end, she'd dance in the palm of my hand and she'd be happy to do so. I don't want her servitude. I want no one's servitude. I want soldiers, not slaves. If Grace were to serve me, much like Quinn, it would be of her own volition. With that in mind, I continued to charge forward in the direction of Arghh. I had played my final card against Grace, and now, I was nearly certain that my gamble would definitely pay off. My plan finally fell into place. Everything played out exactly like I wanted it to, for the most part, yet, a chill ran down the length of my spine. God, I couldn't help but be scared of myself. I had to admit, I'm insane. While this wasn't the first time I had come to this realization, it was the first time I had put myself in so much danger while pulling something so audacious. This damned world had finally managed to make me go insane. Truth be told, I would never like to face someone like me in a battle or in life. Well, I doubted there was anyone quite like me out there anyway. Hey, Arghh, no, focus, damn it. I am getting distracted by my own supreme self again. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I continued to rush straight. Within a span of a few seconds, I arrived a few meters away from the High Vampire Commander. In my sight was a colossal crimson spike thrusting out from the ground, flanked by two smaller spikes on its sides. The whole thing resembled a crimson cross fashioned from what appeared to be crystalline blood. Atop the 2-meter-high blood cross, the silhouette of a lone woman came to view. She was impaled on the cross, the main blood spike skewering her akin to a witch crucified to pay for the sins of her life. Her lips trembled, and her body convulsed with torment. Since her abdomen had been pierced, and her solar plexus destroyed where a person's mana core was located, Liz couldn't cast any magic. Any other ordinary person would have surely succumbed to the cold, dark embrace of death by now. However, Liz was no ordinary being. To be honest, I wasn't even certain what it would take to end her. Well, actually, I did know. Liz's near-immortal body was a result of her control over soul magic. The physical body revolves around the soul. It's the foundation. After all, if the soul could regenerate, so would the body. In simple words, whatever shape the soul takes, the body follows. Yet, manipulating one's soul in such a manner wasn't a simple task. Liz could do that, yes, but even she would die if her body suffered damage beyond her soul's capacity to repair. Currently, it looked like the High Vampire Commander aimed to do just that. He was going to rip Liz's body to shreds and kill her. Dealing with Nero after that, in his state, would be a breeze for Arghh. Of course, I couldn't let it happen. Just 5 minutes, merely 5 more minutes and all this would be over. As if hearing my thoughts, Arghh sensed my presence and turned around to look at me. The bloodsucker didn't even spare me another glance as he signaled one of the vampires standing guard near him. The vampire he just signaled to attack me disappeared from sight and closed in on me with blurring speed. My eyes couldn't even follow its speed, but I didn't need to follow it anyway. I already sensed that the vampire would be trying to attack me from behind. Quickly, I spun around and raised my spear to deflect the incoming blow, but my beaten and battered body was a split second too late to react. The vampire's blade inched perilously close to my neck, biting into my flesh and beheading me in an instant. However, before the vampire could savor its victory, it came to realize that the boy it had just killed was nothing but a distant mirage in illusion. I was standing far behind him, but it was already too late. I gripped my spear tighter in my hand and clad it with crackling electricity. With a solid step, I arched my body, withdrawing my hand, summoning every ounce of strength I possessed. I snapped my hand forward, propelling my spear akin to a javelin. Boomer! The sound barrier broke and a toppling shockwave rippled through the arena as my spear hurtled forth with the speed of a tungsten projectile unleashed from a railgun. The vampire turned around in time, but before it could do anything, my spear pierced its chest right where its heart should have been. Okay, that's 1 down, 2 to go. With that thought, I lunged forward, retrieving my spear from the vampire's falling body. I did not need to confirm my kill, but I still did, and yes, I had definitely killed that blood-sucking aberration. With that, I darted towards Arghh, aiming to catch him off guard, but before I could move anywhere close to him, another high vampire who stood guard nearby reacted quicker and slammed into me with its shoulder. The force of the impact sent me tumbling over several meters. I rolled a few times and then sprang back to my feet. A low grunt escaped my lips, not of pain but of sheer frustration. An attack like that one would have crushed a regular cadet, reducing them to a mush of flesh and bone. Had it not been for the protection of my phoenix's embrace, I might have suffered the same fate. However, what disturbed me was the fact that I should have sensed an attack like that coming from a mile away. Arghh! Perhaps exhaustion had finally started to cloud my mind. I was slipping up. Damn it, this meant I needed to finish the battle quickly. Drawing a deep breath, I straightened my back and anxiously moved my head to look at the vampire who rammed its shoulder into me like a moving train. However, as soon as I got back on my feet, the vampire was already in front of me. Its menacing black blade was dangerously closing in on my neck, ready to sever it. Damn it! Even though I knew that the phoenix's embrace would hold and prevent the attack from getting through, the sheer impact of the incoming attack might disorient me for a few precious seconds. Seconds, no matter how small, could determine victory or defeat in a battle like this one, and losing here meant death. True, the initial attack wouldn't kill me, but the vampire would swiftly follow up while I was disoriented, striking again and again. I couldn't let the bloodsucker take control in a battle like this, yet, its sword was closing in, leaving me no time to evade. My eyes widened, and almost on instinct, my left hand moved, summoning my edit pen. But what was I thinking? There was no time to make an edit on anything. Right then, an idea struck me. I'll take the first blow and then use Mana Burst to throw the vampire back. After that, I will target the vampire's armor with my edit pen and use it to kill the bloodsucker. The plan wasn't half bad. As it formed in an instant in my mind, I sighed internally. There was no time for an actual sigh, and braced myself for impact. However, at that very moment, something strange happened. A bright red streak of light flashed across the vampire's arm, the one wielding the sword, cleanly cutting it off. The severed arm of the vampire flew off, blood spurting out of it like a crimson fountain. But before anyone had the chance to even realize what happened, the phenomenon repeated a few more times, the red light forming a web-like pattern across the vampire's body. Huh? The vampire could only widen its eyes before its body was chopped apart, resembling minced meat. With a revolting thud, the vampire died, its mutilated remains falling down in a heap. I couldn't help but frown, both in disgust and surprise. What in the broken bar? I stood there, stunned, baffled. I looked around and finally understood what was going on. Liz let out a stifled pain grunt. She was unable to see much of what was unfolding below due to her position. A massive spike had pierced her abdomen from beneath, causing her to face the black expanse of the night sky. With another grunt, she tried to move her body from its core, despite the gaping hole in her stomach from which the giant spike was protruding out, desperately hoping to look downward. Down there, in front of the massive spike on which her body hung, Arghh stood callously, the High Vampire Commander's open palms aimed at the helplessly hanging body of the human woman, clearly ready to cast a devastating spell. Liz had absolutely no illusion that she would survive an attack in her current condition. In reality, she should have already been dead by now. Her grip on life was tenuous at best. If someone could just pull her down from this spike, perhaps she could recover in time. A broken bar, no. Even then, full recovery would take weeks, maybe months, and she'd still be at death's door. The vampire truly got her good. Letting out a resigned sigh, from her peripheral vision, Liz spotted a young silver-haired boy locked in combat with the High Vampire. The boy wore an intricate, lightweight golden armor that did good to not hinder his movements, and he wielded a gleaming red spear. What is that fool trying to do? Liz knew this boy well. He not only was a cadet in her class but also emerged as a finalist in the King's Tournament, just like her own disciple. Without a doubt, that boy was Lucas. He's going to get himself killed. At this rate, he would really die, huh? As she pondered this, Liz watched Lucas kill the vampire attacking him and charge toward Arghh. Wait, what's he doing? Why isn't he running? Could it be? Liz's eyes widened and the utter absurdity of the situation struck her. Was the boy trying to rescue her? He was going to get himself killed. Although the Academy's defense system was set to activate within minutes, Lucas would likely die long before then. After all, the commander of a platoon of high vampires wasn't someone that a mere cadet could hope to kill, at least not on the cover of the night. As this thought raced through her mind, another high vampire jumped in front of Lucas, blocking his path. "Run, run, you fool!" But the boy didn't run. Instead, he started fighting the vampire, and just as the blood fiend was about to strike Lucas with its sword, something strange occurred. Several red streaks of bright light flashed, obliterating the vampire and reducing its body to bits as if it was thrown into a meat grinder. Witnessing this, a glint appeared in Liz's half-dead, glassy eyes. Color returned to her face as she began to laugh hysterically. A broken bar, or at least she tried. Her attempted laughter devolved into wheezing and pained coughs, accompanied by spatters of blood. Arghh, in the midst of conjuring a devastating spell aimed at the woman impaled upon the blood cross, furrowed his brow as he observed the witch's erratic behavior. Had she finally lost her mind? Was the approach of death causing her will to break? No. At that very moment, a slight tremor coursed through Argh's hands, and an icy chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation of cold dread settled within his heart, as if his vampiric instincts were screaming at him to run. The sudden urge to quickly abandon his soldiers and escape as soon as possible grew overwhelming, prompting him to run as fast as he could, as far as he could. The intensity of this urgency was beyond his comprehension, yet he was able to grasp one undeniable truth: if he stayed here for too long, he would definitely die tonight. The night's embrace, typically warm and comforting for his kind, now felt like a shroud of impending doom. What is happening? His mind raced. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. Soon, high-pitched screeches from his own kin reverberated throughout the arena. The atmosphere shifted, and Arghh frantically swept his gaze around, trying to search for the source of the object of his sudden terror. All he saw instead was his fellow vampires being slaughtered, one after another, by an unseen force. Red streaks of radiant light slashed through the air, cutting down the figures of the vampires into heaps of mangled remains, as though a relentless tempest of sharp blades was unleashed upon his kind. Something, a broken bar, someone was killing them, but who or what? He couldn't see anyone, and the carnage was spread out, not confined to a single location. His soldiers were being chopped all around the arena. It was as if a natural force rather than a person was raining destruction upon his kind. "See, Commander, what's going on here?" A high vampire standing guard right next to Arghh asked, its eyes wide with shock as it observed the massacre happening all around. Instinctively, Arghh took a step back and slowly shook his head. I don't know." In that very instant, a burst of eccentric laughter reached his ears from above. It was Liz. After a short struggle, she managed to utter a chilling chuckle. "Why do you laugh, witch?" Arghh raged furiously. He actually wanted to let out an imposing tone but ended up sounding a little agitated instead, despite a wince of pain causing her to halt her laughter. A smug smirk remained on Liz's face, suppressing the strain and keeping her voice from breaking down. Liz spoke. "Oh, remember what I warned you about earlier? You won't live to witness another night, bloodsuckers. You don't know what is going on? Allow me to enlighten you. A broken bar god is here, you fool. Brace yourselves for his judgment." Arghh furrowed his brow at Liz's words, and the noble vampires standing by his side mirrored his confusion. Only one high vampire showed a different emotion. His face quickly contorted and an expression that seemed remarkably close to fear instead of hesitation appeared on his visage. Arghh was about to respond, but the high vampire under his command spoke up first instead, his voice quivering with nervousness. The Sword Saint. Is she referring to the Sword Saint, Liz?" Her voice, strained to hide the pain racking her body, only emitted another chuckle in response. Do you understand what this witch is saying?" Arghh directed his attention to the high vampire who had spoken. The high vampire named Diaz nodded, beads of sweat gathering on his broad, pulsating beast-like forehead. "Why, yes, Commander," Diaz stammered, his tone quivering. "I advise you to flee. Let us stall the Sword Saint and grant you time to escape. Clodrogg's brows knitted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. What? Are you out of your mind, Diaz? Why would I, Clodrogg of the Blood Blossom family, flee? And from whom? Gritting his fangs, Diaz persisted, trying to convince his commander while there was still time. Commander, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. I have seen all this before. It's the Sword Saint. Our informants said that he wouldn't appear tonight, but they were clearly wrong. He's here, and that just means we are all going to die. There is no other way to do that, so, please, I ask you to run. At the very least ensure your own survival, Commander. Clodrogg's eyes widened. He had never seen his second-in-command so overtaken by fear. After all, he was a high vampire. What in the whole wide world could scare him to this degree? After a moment's consideration, Clodrogg shook his head resolutely. No, I won't flee. It's merely a single human. Do you truly believe I could be defeated by a single human? We were entrusted with a mission and we shall accomplish it before finally fleeing from this place together. Diaz clutched his head in frustration at his ignorant commander's nonsensical response and shouted, No, you don't understand, Commander. 3 years ago, I encountered the Sword Saint on the battlefield. My squad mates urged me to retreat, but I didn't heed their advice. I didn't think that a single human would pose a threat against our squad of noble vampires. Diaz paused, taking a moment to steady his ragged breath, while Clodrogg looked at him with rapt attention, prompting him to continue. However, by the time I finally realized, it was already too late. Our opponent was no ordinary human. It was not even a living being. It was, in a way, akin to a deity. The humans call him the God of War, but that title is inadequate, Commander. He's more of a demon than a god. My squad was utterly destroyed by him. In the blink of an eye, 17 elite vampires were obliterated. I survived solely because I fled. That demon didn't give chase because he didn't even consider me a threat. Clodrogg's expression was a complex mix of emotions as he listened, his words stifled by uncertainty. In the end, he found himself unable to respond, allowing Diaz to continue. Please, Commander, I implore you, run, escape for your life. Facing that thing is unthinkable, for anyone. Maybe, only maybe, if all the vampire kings united, they might stand a chance of killing him, but no one else, and certainly not mere high vampires like us. I beseech you, flee while we try to stall him. At least ensure your own survival. Diaz was, in no way, exaggerating. More than anyone else here, he knew the sheer dread of facing the Sword Saint, a broken bar, the futility of it. He had survived that day by sheer luck alone. Magic. He wasn't a priority target for the God of War during that encounter. Had he been, he would not have escaped with his life. Clodrogg, his commander, was oblivious due to the Sword Saint's primary focus on the border. And since Clodrogg's unit excelled in scouting and infiltration, they weren't well versed in deep border affairs. The vampire forces on the border had to revise their tactics drastically due to the God of War's intervention on more than one occasion. A single human's involvement in war led them to change their whole strategy. Only vampire kings were that big of a threat. During his time on the border, Diaz had heard one piece of advice over and over again. If you ever encounter a human clad in red, holding a sword in his hand, then turn around and run. He had only disregarded that advice once, and the price was paid with the death of his comrades. Diaz was not going to let history repeat itself again, not today, at least. Gritting his fangs, Diaz tried to yell once more, Commander, you must listen to me. And however, before he could finish, a shiver coursed down his spine. From his peripheral vision, Diaz glimpsed a figure adorned in red armor, wielding a sword, slowly advancing in their direction from a distance. No, it was too late to escape now. The God of War had descended upon them to grace the impure mundane world with his presence, a broken bar, and only destruction was going to follow. Diaz's charcoal-like, rough, black face drained of color as he noticed a human figure clad in red approaching them. Oh, monarch, he exclaimed, turning his head to look at Clodrogg, who also noticed the sight of the human figure by now. Urgency resonated in his trembling voice as Diaz let out a desperate yell. I beg you, "Commander, please, run. Perhaps with the help of your shadow teleportation, you can make your escape." "Escape? But isn't it already too late for that?" "Yes," Diaz nodded nervously. "However, perhaps, with our remaining forces here and a touch of luck, we might still be able to." At that moment, Diaz felt his skin crawl and his eyes widened. The reason for this was a sudden yet strange realization during his explanation. The voice that questioned him not only didn't belong to his commander, but it also came from the wrong direction. It resounded from behind him, quivering. He looked at Arghh and saw his commander staring past his shoulder with wide eyes. Only a broken bar. Something was behind him, a broken bar. But how could this be possible? 7 noble vampires stood guard around them in a circle. No one should be able to breach their defenses without being noticed first. A bead of sweat trickled down Diaz's forehead as he lunged forward, positioning himself near Arghh, and swiftly turned around to face the source of the voice. There, a tall man with fiery red hair stood, just a step behind where Diaz himself had been a few seconds ago. The man wore shiny red armor that perfectly complemented his pair of clear, scarlet eyes. A faint smirk graced his face, as if the man was proud of himself for some undisclosed reason. Yes, undoubtedly, the red-haired man looked more like a holy deity who had descended from the heavens, untainted by the impurities of the mundane world rather than a mere human. In his hand, the man firmly gripped a slender katana, or perhaps, it was too large to be classified as a katana. The sword he held was a nodaki, its blade still sheathed. "Come on, don't make me wait like this. Spill the beans. Who's trying to escape, and where?" the red-haired swordsman asked with a beaming grin. Argh's lip twitched. That bastard. He was actually grinning. A mere human was looking down on him. However, a broken bar. Inexplicably, Arghh found himself rooted in place. It felt as if his body was frozen, unable to move under the gaze of this mere human. Fear gripped him. He recognized that gut-wrenching sensation all too well. After all, yes, definitely, it was fear, but not just any ordinary fear. It was the fear of standing before a being he could never dream of matching. He instinctively understood that a mere gesture from this human could effortlessly wipe him out of existence. A being with no equal, a broken bar, a deity without any flaw, a broken bar, a god without mercy, a broken bar that was his enemy. Suddenly, 5 of the 7 noble vampires surrounding them lunged at the red-haired man and unleashed a ferocious onslaught of slashes with their claws and swords. However, before any of these repulsive creatures could even come near the red-haired swordsman, something extraordinary unfolded once again. Bright streaks of red light flashed all around Leo, looking like a web of spherical scarlet threads for a fleeting moment. In an instant, the foolish vampires who dared to approach the god of war were dismembered, their once grotesque forms reduced to heaps of minced meat. Slaughtered, a broken bar. They were all ruthlessly slaughtered just like that. Arghh personally handpicked each one of those vampires for his unit. He knew every single one of them, and now they were all dead. A broken bar just like that? The red-haired man hadn't even lifted a finger, or worse, unsheathed his sword. In that moment, Diaz's voice rang out, jolting Arghh from his terror-stricken stupor. "Commander, flee." Arghh trembled and gradually turned towards his second-in-command. Diaz had drawn his sword. He was ready to throw himself in front of the red-haired butcher. Despite understanding the futility of his efforts, Arghh wanted to protest. He wanted to stand and fight. He wanted to escape this place with his entire unit intact. But that wish was unattainable. The brutal reality was right in front of him. Staying here meant facing a gruesome end, much like his fallen comrades. At least one of them had to survive via broken bar. At least one of them had a chance. A broken bar telling himself that he was the only one who could escape this slaughter. Arghh turned to Diaz and whispered, his voice low and apologetic, "I'm sorry." Right after that, Arghh chanted a spell and dissipated into the shadows, only to teleport far away. Not wanting to witness the end of the unfolding events, Diaz gazed at the spot where Arghh had stood just a few moments before, shaking his head with a faint smile. "It's all right," he murmured, shifting his attention back to the red-haired man, his eyes burning with smoldering anger. "Leo Kurogami, a broken bar, that was the name of this human. By now, he had already killed all the vampires standing guard around them. Now, Leo's gaze was fixed upon Diaz, an amused smirk playing on his lips. Diaz clenched his teeth, a surge of fury rising within him, but with anger came fear and frustration. The memory of his previous encounter with this human resurfaced in the back of his mind, a reminder of his helplessness. Yet, Diaz shook his head and suppressed his surfacing emotions, focusing solely on the present. Back then, when he first met this man, Diaz was weak, but not now. He was much stronger. Yes, he was one of the strongest noble vampires of his generation. In the past, he could only flee, leaving his comrades to their deaths, a burden he still bore and a memory that still haunted him. However, things had changed. Today, he would avenge their deaths, even inflicting a single wound, causing Leo a modicum of pain, would satiate his desire for revenge. Back then, his only option was escape, but now, he had power. He could at least stall this demon long enough for Kildrog to flee. Ironing his resolve and fueled by flames of vengeance, Diaz raised his sword and faced Leo. As the red-haired swordsman met his gaze, Diaz spoke in a venom-laden tone which was filled with determination. "I'll make you suffer." Leo quirked an eyebrow, his amusement turning into confusion. "Were broken bar, you killed my family." Diaz growled. "You killed my comrades. They were like family to me, and you took them away." Leo furrowed his brow in utter confusion as if he was struggling to remember a face. "I don't even know you." "You will now," Diaz declared, launching forward with blurring speed, leaving after images behind. But before he could even move an inch closer, a crimson streak flashed, severing his left leg, and he crumpled to one knee. "Gah!" Diaz cried out, but before he could make sense of the situation, another red line flashed, cleanly severing his right arm from his shoulder. What a broken bar! Diaz's thoughts scattered, disoriented by pain and shock. He couldn't even see where the attacks were coming from, and how could a single strike cut through his enchanted armor? How was such a thing even possible? However, Diaz had no time to dwell. With his remaining moments, he aimed to hinder Leo Kurogami's advance. That was the final purpose of his life, so that's what he attempted to achieve. Extending his remaining intact arm, Diaz aimed his open palm at Leo, conjuring a foreboding sphere of true darkness. In the blink of an eye, the dark orb erupted into a pulsating beam, leaving devastation in its wake as it shot forward. Yet, just like before, a single red line darted through the air, intersecting the path of the shadowy beam. Diaz's hand was sliced off in the same instant as the beam dissipated. Swoosh! Arghh! Diaz let out a cry of agony. His severed arm flew away, blood spraying in all directions. It was incredulous. No, he refused to believe that this human was devoid of weakness. In his heart, Diaz could have accepted failing to eliminate Leo in close combat, even after approaching him, but the thought of dying without the red-haired swordsman having to even lift a finger was enough to drive him insane. Was his existence so inconsequential before him? This was the power of God, then? As this realization dawned on him, Diaz lowered his head, his eyes unfocused and clouded with defeat. Magic. Even though his life was still intact, he was already dead. Seeing his state, a soft sigh escaped Leo's lips. Stepping closer, Leo unsheathed the long blade of his Nodaki, and said, "For your valiant efforts, I shall grant you the death most glorious." In a mere fraction of a second, the slender yet giant shiny silver blade of his Nodaki whipped through the air, severing the high vampire's head from his body. As the detached head rolled on the ground with a low thud, Leo sighed once more and turned his gaze to the towering crimson cross. Perched on top of the cross, Leo spotted the hanging figure of a woman. With a bit of hesitation, he called out, "Liz, I think you might need a hand if you wish to get down from there." After a few moments, a weak yet irritated whimper reached his ears. "Oh, really, you think? Bravo, a broken bar, you must be a genius." As if she achieved her goal, Liz let out a pained groan and fell unconscious. Huh? What the heck just happened? Okay, I'll try to not sound completely insane while recounting this, but I think all the vampires just fell. Just like that, they were all killed. or if killed is even the right term, dismembered into tiny pieces and slaughtered might be more accurate. I glanced all around, and everyone seemed as stunned as I was. The vampires they were fighting against until a few seconds ago were killed just like that. Of course, I knew who was behind all of this. A few moments ago, I thought I saw Master. Before I could dismiss what I saw as mere hallucination, Master's figure suddenly materialized a few meters in front of me. He killed the high vampires standing near the towering crimson cross upon which Liz was impaled. Kildrog managed to escape, but the rest were dealt with as if they were helpless cattle headed for slaughter. God of War? No, a moving slaughterhouse seems like a more fitting title for him. Magic anyway. As soon as the vampires met their end, Leo swung his sword and shattered the crimson cross into fine scarlet dust without somehow harming Liz in the process. Liz was now unconscious, and it was reasonable to assume she would remain that way for a few weeks or months at least. Nero, even though he could barely move himself, rushed to Liz's side, barely holding back tears. Gosh, seeing him in such a state almost made my heart ache in guilt. Almost, Leo handed Liz's unconscious body to the medics and instructed them to take Nero to the infirmary along with her. Just then, several massive mechanized robot frames rushed in through the arena entrance or descended from the sky above to secure perimeter. Several more instructors and medics arrived from helicopters that filled the night sky. Kai discreetly signaled the NWO members to move, and in an instant, they vanished from sight as though they had never been there. To begin with, a few of the defense personnel who had just arrived shouted at this sight, hey, some people just disappeared. Secure the area and search for them. Ask Athena to track the use of teleportation gates as well while you're at it. Vampires can conceal themselves in shadows, so search every corner of the arena meticulously. I swear to God, if a bloodsucker jumps at me from the side, I'll kill all of you myself. Amidst all of this, I saw Leo casually walking alongside a member of the defense personnel, engaged in conversation. As they moved closer to me, I happened to catch a glimpse of their conversation. Yeah. And don't bother trying to look for those individuals who managed to escape. I can't sense their presence, so they've likely already left the city. My guess is that one of them must possess some kind of spatial teleportation gift. Instead of them, use your people to search for any vampires lurking in the shadows, although I doubt there are any. I missed, but better to be safe than sorry. Leo's brow furrowed for a few seconds before he continued, and keep an eye out for a traitor. This couldn't have happened without a spy among our ranks. I want you to also seize any teleportation gate activity to prevent anyone from escaping or getting into the city. I want full-on lockdown. This matter should be settled by tomorrow. As for the media broken bar, don't answer any of their queries. The Global City Council will handle them on their own. The man next to Leo continued to bob his head up and down in agreement with each word that came out of Leo's mouth. By the time they approached me, the man appeared as if his head was attached to a spring. Noticing my kneeling figure, Leo's expression lit up as he stepped closer and said with a bright smile, "Oh, hey, Lucas, meet this gentleman. He's the head of defense for the Global Military Academy, Private Warren." I nodded to the man named Warren, who stood beside Leo, and managed to painfully rise to my feet. Leo went on, "Partly thanks to his not-so-great security measures, the vampires made this attack possible." Private Warren, who had been nodding until now, abruptly stopped as a sour expression washed over his face. Leo chuckled, "I'm just messing with you, Warren. I know your security measures aren't top-notch. Nevertheless, I'd appreciate it if you could apprehend that pesky traitor, all right?" Private Warren nodded again while Leo shifted his gaze to me and inquired with a hint of concern, "Lucas, are you injured anywhere?" "No," I shook my head. "I'm exhausted. After the final match, just being able to stand is a miracle, let alone fight." Leo surveyed the scene, noticing the fallen bodies of two vampires. His gaze then fell on me as he saw the blood splatter on my shiny golden armor. He nodded. "Well done." After a brief pause, he asked playfully, "So, did you emerge victorious or taste bitter defeat?" I lingered for a moment before replying with an even expression, "I'm sorry, Master, I lost. I was a single step behind." Leo's facial expressions softened slightly at my response, but his amused smirk soon returned. "Nope, that's the wrong answer." I furrowed my brows. "What do you mean? I genuinely lost." Leo shook his head as if I were missing an obvious point and said matter-of-factly, "You might have lost the match, Lucas, but in life, the one who remains standing is always the victor. So look around and tell me again, did you lose?" Pausing for a single second, I drew in a deep breath and scanned my surroundings. I saw cadets being carried away on stretchers or being tended to by medics. Some were whimpering, while others struggled to suppress their cries of pain. A few had broken down upon witnessing their friends' deaths. Unlike in the novel, thanks to NWO's intervention and the majority of the vampire force being focused on Liz and Damien, there weren't many cadet casualties in this reality. However, that didn't mean there were no losses. While the death toll was low, the injury count was significantly high. As I observed their conditions with an indifferent gaze, a soft sigh escaped my lips as I admitted, perhaps I didn't lose after all. I mean, even Nero, the protagonist of this world, was battered and bruised, and the emotional turmoil he must be experiencing after seeing the only maternal figure in his life at death's door was unimaginable. Quinn and Anastasia didn't fare much better. Their bodies were littered with injuries and bruises. I didn't even bother to look out for Chase, knowing that he would be lying unconscious somewhere. I could also spot Amelia's unconscious figure being transported to the hospital building. Her injuries weren't severe, but the deadly poisonous and corrosive effects of blood place had taken their toll on her. A smirk danced on Leo's lips upon hearing my response, and he remarked, "Excellent. So, shall we go?" I looked at Leo, a perplexed expression on my face, but I had a feeling he was about to suggest something rather absurd. With a hint of hesitation present in my voice, I asked, "Go? Where exactly?" "Where else?" Leo tightly gripped the back of my neck and lifted me up effortlessly as if he was holding a puppy. As my feet left the ground, I involuntarily tried to wrestle free of Leo's grip. However, before I could even grasp the situation, an azure bubble made purely of mana enveloped us and Leo spoke up, "We're off to hunt a high vampire commander." The tone Leo used this time was akin to how grandfathers invited their grandsons to go fishing with them. However, before I could offer a retort or attempt to break free, Leo stomped his foot onto the ground, and the next instant, we were floating through the sky, thousands of meters above Global City. The whiplash from traveling at that speed alone should have knocked the breath out of my lungs and turned my insides to mush. Yet, the mana barrier seemed to shield us from all kinds of resistance. Of course, that didn't mean I wasn't rendered utterly speechless. Before I could even manage to let out a startled yelp or a shocked mew, Leo's voice cut through the rush of air. "Today, I want you to observe two things, my dear disciple. Watch how a real clash between two high-level entities goes down, and witness my secret technique, one you'll soon inherit as my disciple." As soon as Leo said that, he kicked the air itself this time and the scenery around us changed once again. This time, we found ourselves on the edge of a port harbor, full of sleek architecture and polished surfaces, devoid of any people in sight. The mana barrier fell down, allowing me to feel the crisp ocean breeze carrying a faint metallic tang, ruffling my clothing in a gentle dance. Beneath my feet, the ground was a seamless network of panels, gracefully blending into the horizon. The silence was soothing yet eerie, only disturbed by the soft hum of hidden machinery and the undulating waves of the distant sea. The soothing silence and the serene atmosphere did not last long, however. Soon, the tall form of a grotesque creature entered our field of vision. The creature was clearly trying to escape into the great ocean. It was none other than our target, Arghh, the high vampire commander from earlier. In its desperate path of escape stood Leo and me. Well, mostly Leo, as I shamelessly hid myself behind him. Truth be told, I wanted no part in this. What I truly wanted was to get some sleep. Yet, when have I ever been granted my wishes? With a resigned sigh, I listened as Master spoke to the high vampire with a trace of amusement in his tone. "I'm afraid entry into this city isn't free. so don't mind if I levy a hefty tax upon you, yeah?" Gritting his fangs, Arghh fixed his predatory gaze upon us, his vertical pupils locked in place. I mean, let's be real, he must have already realized the futility of his chances for escape. Unless he chooses to fight you so well, fight with Leo specifically, there's simply no possible way for him to break free from this situation. But then again, fighting Leo would be comparable to a death sentence. After all, he was there when Leo casually slaughtered his comrades without even lifting a finger. How could he even think about standing against such overwhelming might? But, as I said earlier, he had no other choice. With resolute determination etched on his beast-like face, Arghh summoned a long silver crossguard sword into his grasp. Suddenly, spikes sprouted from the hilt of the sword, impaling Argh's grip, and in the next moment, its silver blade turned a deep shade of crimson. Nonetheless, Leo remained unfazed, shifting his attention toward me. With a nonchalant smile on his face, he started speaking as if we were here to take a leisure stroll, rather than confronting a formidable high vampire. "Do you have any idea how I've managed to gain such an exalted reputation and formidable power despite only having a relatively average mana core level?" Leo inquired. Observing that Leo had turned his back on him, the high vampire tried to attack, only to discover that he couldn't move an inch. Argh's eyes widened, but regardless of his efforts, his feet were firmly anchored to the ground. A crease formed on his forehead as he looked down. He saw several luminous azure chains, made up entirely of mana, bursting forth from the ground and trapping his feet, effectively shackling him in place. Before he could think of a solution, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the high vampire's shoulders, akin to a mountain falling upon him. Despite his inhuman strength, Argh's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto all fours. Throughout all of this, Leo's unwavering gaze remained fixed on me. He was waiting for my response. In truth, I already knew about his source of power. While the novel never mentioned Leo's precise mana core level, it did show his capacity. I knew just how strong Leo was and how he was able to achieve such power. However, feigning ignorance, I shook my head and posited, "Could it perhaps be because of your impeccable technique?" Leo let out a heartfelt chuckle. I would have been happy if that was the case, but regrettably, technique, regardless of how refined it is, can only carry one so far. Yes, it can bridge the gap between two people in a fight, but only until the gap in their strengths isn't too big. I secretly glanced at the high vampire commander, who struggled to draw breath, let alone rise to his feet, before returning to Leo and asked, "So then, if it's not your technique, what is it?" A smile graced Leo's lips as he replied, "It's a mana art. Think of it like a magic spell, albeit not entirely. In fact, it bears more semblance to martial arts than magic spells. I call it a mystic art, as it surpasses all human understanding of mana and its manipulation." Even though I already knew what Leo was about to tell me, an inexplicable curiosity gripped my heart. It was as if I had always wanted to learn the secrets of his technique for quite some time now. The desire to know tugged at me, a mix of curiosity and excitement. Yes, I don't know why, but I was excited. Noticing the glimmer in my eyes, Leo spoke up with a genuine smile. "The name I've given to this mystic art is symphony. Through it, I attune myself to the environment and control the ambient mana within it with my will." Despite knowing all of it already, I let a shocked expression show up on my face, faking a stunned reaction. Observing this with his smile, Leo continued, "Basically, my mana core resonates in harmony with the mana surrounding me. Also, the mana network within me becomes one with my surroundings." In simple words, a broken bar before Leo could continue to elaborate, I chipped in, "You become one with nature itself and control the mana present around you." The corner of Leo's lips curled up as he affirmed, "Exactly. Be it spellcasting, enhancing my body, or using martial arts, I can do it all. I can even exert authority over Mother Nature herself. Additionally, I can also nullify any magic spells aimed at me, forcing my enemies to rely solely on martial arts or reinforcement spells if they wish to fight me." Though I already knew some of the applications of his mystic art, Hearing him recount it still shocked me a little for some reason. Leo was, quite literally, a force of nature. It's not really surprising that Nero had to use all 7 of his heavenly swords to barely defeat him. Before Leo could continue, a guttural, beastly grunt reached our ears. It was the High Vampire, still struggling to break free. Leo's gaze shifted towards the sound, his brows lifting as if he had momentarily forgotten about his captive. "Anyway, we'll talk more about this later," Leo declared with a sigh and very casually waved his hand. Almost instantly, the azure chains binding the High Vampire shattered into a cascade of azure light particles, and the crushing force falling on him also disappeared. The High Vampire commander was once again free to move. Wasting no time, the bloodsucker swiftly lunged at Leo, rushing toward his own death. Leo's smile widened as if he had been anticipating this. Immediately, a single red line of light streaked through the air, tracing an arc with Kaldrog's head in its way. Yet, before the thin red flash could reach his neck, Kaldrog raised his crimson blade, intercepting the oncoming attack. Magic sparks flew and the red line was abruptly extinguished. "Nice one," Leo quipped, a trace of amusement lacing his words. "At least you don't seem as weak as your comrades." Despite the amusement in Leo's tone, Kaldrog didn't take those words lightly. Enraged, he rushed forward, chanting a spell. Suddenly, from the shadows all around us, dark, obsidian spikes shot forth, aimed to skewer both Leo and myself from every conceivable angle. However, before the pitch-black spikes of darkness could even reach us, a net of radiant azure cracks formed on them, causing the spikes to shatter into tiny fragments that dissolved back into the shadows. Kaldrog's eyes widened, yet he didn't slow down his charge. In fact, he continued to speed up. Leo, with a nonchalant smile, lifted his hand and flicked his fingers in the air. Kaldrog's eyes widened even more as he hastily cast another spell. In response to his will, shadows around him surged from the ground, solidifying into a tangible cocoon of darkness that enveloped the High Vampire in an instant. All this happened in a fraction of a second, sparing me no time to grasp what was even going on or why the High Vampire cast another spell, a defensive one at that. At the next moment, I understood his reason. As soon as Leo's fingers were done flicking through the air, the sound barrier broke and an immense shockwave of destruction erupted. The shockwave rolled forward and utterly obliterated or toppled over everything in its path. The shockwave soon collided with the cocoon of darkness, shattering it easily and hurling the High Vampire, who was trying to take cover in it, backward in the air. Soon, his body ungracefully tumbled across the ground as he rolled a few times, letting the momentum drag him back. Halting his movement, Kaldrog soon jumped up to his feet. Before Leo could react, the High Vampire's body disintegrated as he jumped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. From the looks of it, Kaldrog had stopped entertaining any thought of fighting Leo and now he was trying to flee back to the global city. Perhaps he thought about hiding within the city for some time and hoping to get Leo off his trail. Such a task was going to be difficult if not borderline impossible, considering how many defense personnel were out in search for him. However, even escaping Leo was going to turn out to be as futile as fighting him. Master had no intentions of letting Kaldrog escape, and without his will, there was no way he could achieve it. As soon as Kaldrog disappeared into the shadows, Leo heaved a sigh and raised his hand. Several hundred meters aloft, a radiant sphere of luminous white flames quickly materialized. Burning with immolating intensity, the sphere of white flames looked as if a sun had spawned amidst the night sky. The sphere of incandescent white flames dispelled the pervasive shadows, flooding the surroundings with blinding light. As a result of that, the very shadows Kaldrog was using to hide dissipated, forcing him to emerge back into the material world. Even when he was forced out of the shadows, Kaldrog did not stop running away. He scurried awkwardly with his back turned to us. By now, he had managed to put a considerable distance between us. Leo shook his head, and the blazing orb of white flame suddenly started to reshape itself into a long fiery javelin. "No, no, no," I muttered under my breath, but it was too late. Events were already in motion. In one fluid movement, Leo brought down his hand, as if waiting for that cue. The white flame javelin, which was suspended in the air before, plummeted down at Clodrog. The hapless vampire had no time to even react before the colossal javelin made of immolating white flames struck the ground, creating a massive conflagration upon impact. Boom! Exclamation mark. A destructive shockwave rolled over the port harbor, and the scorching heat from the immolating explosion turned the alloy it was composed of into the radiant shade of incandescent orange. Just before the heat of shockwave from the explosion could reach us, Leo swiftly cast a mana barrier to envelope us, allowing us to see the complete devastation of the port harbor in all its glory. However, I didn't get to see much. The blinding light from the brilliant explosion against the dark sky of the night strained my eyes too much to keep them open. Yet, after a few seconds, as all the chaos subsided, I opened my eyes, wondering why my eardrums hadn't ruptured from the intensity of the explosion. When I gazed in front of me, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in sheer shock. Before me lay a scene of utter ruin. The alloy panel network that formed the port harbor now lay in complete devastation, bent unnaturally after by scalding heat. Alloy beams protruded from the ground at irregular intervals. Once sleek structures now lay destroyed. Even the distant waves of the ocean bore giant ripples caused by the explosion's force. The mana bubble that protected us was hovering a few feet above the smoldering ground. Suddenly, an icy cold wind swept through, immediately forming a circular slab of ice beneath us. The mana bubble that Leo had cast around us quickly dissipated, and we landed on the icy ground below. Strangely, for some reason, the giant ice slab below us remained unaffected by the rising temperature, as if it was refusing to melt. Without any delay whatsoever, Leo swiftly snapped his fingers and unleashed another powerful gust of cold wind that cooled the smoldering alloy ground. While the craters, cavities, and protruding alloy beams still remained throughout the ruined port harbor, at least the scorching heat had subsided. Magic. Heavy plumes of smoke that rose in the aftermath of the explosion soon settled, restoring our visibility. Our vision now unobscured. In the distance, the debris shook and a grotesque silhouette of a vile humanoid creature emerged from below it, struggling to free itself. The tall, humanoid figure swayed a little before regaining its balance, revealing its identity. It was Clodrog. His nightmarish body was battered and littered with bruises, but at the very least he was still alive. He was missing his left arm and his rough charcoal-like skin was marred with several third-degree burns. Even from this distance, I could easily spot some ghastly deep wounds on Clodrog's body, blood spurting out like a fountain from each one of them. In place of his right eye, an alloy rod protruded out from his eye socket, while a huge chunk of his left cheek was torn off, revealing his inner mouth, which made it look as if he was smiling, giving him an eerie yet pitiable appearance. Hey, in this state, even I can defeat the mighty High Vampire Commander with relatively considerable ease. Oh, sure then, go ahead. As soon as I thought that, Leo chimed in with an infectious bright smile. Huh? I responded with a puzzled frown. What was he talking about? You said you could defeat him in this state, right? Leo gestured toward the High Vampire with his chin. So why not give it a shot? It'll be a good experience. Wait, did I say that out loud? What the heck? Mistaking my expression for that of concern, Leo spoke with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he has used up all his mana in a desperate attempt to survive that last attack from me. Besides, his injuries are severe. Taking him down won't prove to be very challenging, but it could still be a good experience. I hesitated, giving Leo a blank, deadpan stare. Can I pass on this? No. Leo's smile turned into an evil grin. Consider it your punishment for losing to Nero. Huh? I raised an eyebrow. What about that speech on winning in life and all that? Wasn't it you who said the only one who remains standing in the end is the true winner? Yeah, that's true until a broken bar. Leo shrugged. But did you really think you'd escape your punishment? As a bitter sigh escaped my lips, I clenched my teeth and started moving forward, summoning my shiny red spear and tightly gripping its shaft with my hands. I silently muttered some curses under my breath, The high vampire had already started to run away again, if you could even call it running. In reality, he was dragging his right leg and awkwardly hopping forward with his left, moving at a snail's speed. The high vampire was still adamant to escape. Now I know, normally, one might think it'd be easy to defeat a creature in such a condition. Yet, I knew better, injured or not, mana drained or not, that creature was a high vampire, and not to mention, he held the rank of a commander. Such a position wasn't easily attained. Then again, I've killed one of the 7 abyssal vampire kings who are position even higher than that of this high vampire. Shaking my head, I dashed at him from behind. As soon as I stepped into the striking range, I thrust my spear toward him, but my attack was abruptly blocked when the high vampire clumsily spun around and deflected my spear with his claw. From the looks of it, his sword was destroyed by Leo's attack. Well, it was a miracle that even he survived, leaving only his claws to defend himself. Stepping back, I twirled my spear before lifting its blade over my head. The air around my spear started to churn violently, and sparks of crimson electricity crackled all around it. Without giving the high vampire a moment's respite, I brought my spear down and unleashed the scarlet demon devouring art upon him. The bloodsucker evaded my first attack by hastily hopping back, but I charged in on him and followed with another strike. Caca! My spear flashed through the air, leaving behind the crimson trail, and in the next instant, the high vampire's remaining arm was cleanly severed, rendering him completely defenseless. A broken bar or so, I thought. Apparently, the high vampire still had some mana remaining within his core. Instantly using what little drops of mana he had, the bloodsucker cast a spell. In the next second, the streams of blood gushing from his wounds shifted as if they had come to life and solidified. In a heartbeat, it looked as if several blood tentacles had sprouted from the body of the high vampire. What in the name of Lovecraft? I involuntarily gasped in revulsion. Before I could react further, a number of his blood tentacles whipped toward me. I knew better than to let a high vampire's blood touch me, so I swiftly evaded and sidestepped the frenzied barrage of blood tentacles. Whenever possible, I would counter an attack by slashing my spear, severing the tentacles with its crimson blade. Just like that, I deftly dodged and ran around the storm of blood tentacles. Finally, spotting a clear opening, I bent my knees slightly and drew back my spear. In the blink of an eye, I assumed a swordsman's stance. During the King's tournament, I refrained from using this technique since the match was being seen and broadcast live. Yes, the Morningstar house didn't concern me, but since I was soon going to visit the Western continent, I thought it'd be wiser not to provoke my family any further than the original Lucas already had. But here, no one was present around me aside from Leo. Well, Leo and my prey. My lips curled up into a smirk as I coated a thick azure layer of mana around my spear, employing the true sword chi. Before the blood tentacles could surround me, I took a single step forward and swiftly executed a powerful horizontal slash, as though I was wielding a sword. Exclamation mark. Though my spear's crimson blade never touched the vampire's neck, his head cleanly parted from his body due to the crescent arc unleashed by my spear's motion. With a dull thud, his head landed on the cracked alloy ground and rolled away, his body dropping lifelessly. The blood tentacles also dissipated, melting into a crimson rain, and with that, the final Arghh vampire attack on the Global Academy of the first volume ended. Numerous changes were made in the plot, which meant I would receive a generous amount of edit points, but my focus broken bar was elsewhere. A broken bar. A split second before I unleashed the Dawnbreaker, a broken bar, I had a vision. A young man peered down at me with intense bright red eyes. He proudly sat upon a lavish high-rise golden throne, its plait ending in the shape of a dragon's maw. Silky strands of jet black hair cascaded down and coiled around his neck, while a wicked, fearsome smirk adorned his sharp visage. His porcelain white alabaster-like skin accentuated his features and added to the chillingly unsettling aura of death that surrounded him. That mana broken bar, I had met him somewhere. Broken bar, I had known him, but who was he, and when did I meet him? My heart slammed against my chest like a caged beast. as if threatening to break my ribs, while the air refused to settle in my lungs. Cold beads of sweat formed on my forehead and trickled down my cheek as several emotions surged, mingling anger, sorrow, helplessness, fear, and bitterness. Leo's voice reached my ears from behind as he rushed toward me. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, yet, I paid no heed to his approaching footsteps. It felt like I was on the verge of remembering something, a broken bar, something important, as if it was a lost memory, a broken bar, something I shouldn't recall, yet I couldn't help but ignore it any longer. A broken bar. Soon, my throat felt heavy and my breath grew ragged. My heart contorted as if it was thrown into a grinder. Only 2 words escaped my trembling lips before my consciousness faded into the darkness and I collapsed. Sa broken bar. Samuel Grace fell. A broken bar. Thuda. Chapter 279. Samuel Grace fell. 1. Several centuries ago, in a universe far away. Broken bar. Arghh! A young man, adorned with locks of raven black hair and piercing red eyes, valiantly fought a swarm of humanoid creatures. Instead of sporting a suit of armor, the young man dressed in regal attire, wearing a red tunic crafted from the softest of silk and ivory trousers, almost as if he was out for a casual stroll and not for a planetary battle. These humanoids, tall and thin, possessed distinctive greenish skin, making their appearance grotesque, but since they were clad in high-tech battle suits that exuded a polished white shine, their repulsive features were hidden from view, concealed beneath their sleek armor. Some of them carried weapons that strikingly resembled modern-day mana guns crafted by humans. Without waiting for a breath, they unleashed a relentless barrage of blue energy bullets upon the young man, each shot crackling with destructive power. Tack, tack, taka! However, as if an impenetrable, invisible barrier shielded the young man, every energy bullet fired by the humanoid creatures was thwarted, unable to even graze a single strand of his hair. A squad tetra, ready yourselves for close-range combat. Equip your energy sabers. I squad Gito, provide cover for squad tetra. Today is the day we must bring him down. We shall put an end to his reign of tyranny. Indeed, he has oppressed our world for far too long. This battle is for the sake of our world and our entire universe. Yes, we will defeat him before our king even arrives on the battlefield and give his head to him. The evil dragon will fall today. Surrounded by the greenish aliens, the young man could hear their voices intermingling as they communicated with each other. Their call-outs, instructions, and self-motivation echoed in his ears. Although he didn't know their language, he somehow understood their emotions, allowing him to grasp the essence of their words. Almost instantly, a group of humanoid creatures placed their guns back into the ostlers on their waists and swiftly took out torch-shaped handles from their high-tech suits. In the blink of an eye, brilliant blue laser blades erupted from the handles in their hands as they charged toward the young man. Unfazed by their advance, a menacing smirk grew on the young man's face. He stood there calmly, eagerly waiting for his enemy's approach, and as they drew near, he dropped the invisible barrier he had cast in front of him. Engaging in close-quarters combat, he fearlessly clashed with the aliens, his movements swift and precise, countering their attacks with utmost finesse. Swisher! Swiftly evading a horizontal slash from one of the laser swords, the young man dropped to his knees into a crouched position. He then quickly thrust his hand deep into the abdomen of the audacious humanoid creature who dared to swing his energy saber at him. Thwacka! The force of the young man's strike sent the humanoid flying through the air until he collided with several dozen of his own kind who were coming to assist him. The impact sent them sprawling, creating a domino effect as they all crashed to the ground, entangled in a heap of fallen bodies. Right then, in a desperate attempt to protect their fallen comrades, the gunman standing at the back fired a barrage of energy bullets toward the black-haired young man. Idiots! But that only caused the smirk on the young man's face to grow even wider. He lifted up his hand in front of his face and suddenly it morphed into what could only be called a giant dragon claw. The claw was thrice the size of a normal human hand and 4 times thick. It was charcoal-ash in color and was covered in what appeared to be reptilian scales. Tack, tack, taka! Exclamation mark. The young man effortlessly blocked the incoming barrage of energy bullets with his claw by using it as a shield, leaving the humanoid creatures visibly frustrated and clenching their jaws in vexation. Taking advantage of the distraction of the black-haired boy, the remaining members of the Tetra squad seized the opportunity to rush him with their energy sabers ready to strike. Unfortunately, the young man was already prepared for them. "Fools!" he yelled as he swiftly transformed his other hand into a marching dragon claw. "Guisha!" Exclamation mark. With a sweeping motion, he slashed through those who had approached, sending them hurtling back into the air. "Playtime is over," he declared, his tone laced with an air of finality. Before any of the humanoid creatures could react, the young man inhaled deeply, causing his chest to puff up before a broken bar. "Whooshaw!" Exclamation mark. A torrent of white flames erupted from his mouth, engulfing the battlefield in a searing blaze. As the young man unleashed the scorching white flames, he did a swift spin, creating an arc of fiery destruction that burnt down everything in its path. The intense heat devoured anything it touched, reducing both the humanoid creatures and their high-tech suits to nothing but ashes. Despite the fire resistance features integrated into their suits, they offered no help against the young man's immolating inferno. Those who did manage to survive that assault of hellish flames by the sheer stroke of luck, dissipated into light particles, their bodies disappearing into the thin air. It was almost as if the white flames had snuffed them out of the very existence itself. After a few moments, the black-haired young man was left standing alone on the battlefield. His barren surroundings sizzled as the white flames slowly died down, leaving the ground scorched and piles of ashes behind. As the embers flew all around him and the air crackled with heat, the young man let out a short sigh. Samael Grace fell. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air, making Samael halt in his tracks. Slowly, the black-haired young man turned, his sharp gaze darting across the battlefield to look for the source of the voice. Soon, a figure emerged from the rising pillars of distant smoke and walked towards Samael. It was another humanoid creature, tall and gaunt. The creature had the familiar greenish skin like the rest of his kind, yet, this particular creature looked more human than others of his species. Maybe it was because he didn't have any high-tech suits on him. Instead, he donned a long brown robe that fluttered behind it, leaving his face open. "So, you're their king?" Samael Gracefell raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with a hint of slight mockery. "Back on my home planet, Earth, in ancient times, kings used to adorn themselves with precious metals and gems in order to set them apart from the common folk who wore ragged clothes and robes. Quite the opposite here, it seems. Ha, you find this amusing?" A flare of indignation ignited within the creature's eyes, its words crackled with fury. "You've killed millions of my people," Samael interjected, his tone filled with audacious confidence, "and I will kill 1,000,000 more, that is, unless you surrender to me." Rage, disgust, and disbelief mingled in the creature's gaze as his eyes fixed upon Samael. Why are you going this far?" The creature's voice trembled with intensity. "Have you not caused enough suffering, destroyed enough lives across countless universes already?" "I've caused suffering and destroyed lives?" Samael raised an eyebrow, a look of genuine confusion washing over his face. I've conquered those universes and bestowed upon them tranquility. The inhabitants there now live in blissful harmony, living more securely than ever. They are happy under my reign, under my empire. You've enslaved them, they've become your puppets. You've stripped them of their free will, you monster," the creature retorted with fury. "And those who dared defy your twisted version of peace were killed by you. This is no peace, it's tyranny." "Obviously," Samael replied with a nonchalant shrug. "How can one challenge the will of God and hope to live through it?" "The will of God?" The creature let out a hysteric chuckle, his eyes gleaming with a spark of madness. "You really think you're some kind of god, huh?" "Magic, yes," Samael stated matter-of-factly, "but let's shift the focus from me, yeah? Let us talk about you." "So tell me, are you one of the champions of Akashic records?" "Yes," the creature affirmed and tightened his grip on the hilt of his energy saber. Instantly, the glowing red blade of a laser sword ignited and the alien king assumed a battle stance. "And by that stance, I gather you're not going to surrender easily," Samael mused. "Never," came the resolute reply from the alien king, causing Samael to let out a long exasperated sigh. "All you champions are the same, causing trouble until the end. You geese never ever surrender, even when victory is nothing but a distant dream." Samael shook his head, stretching his hands casually. "I'll avenge my fallen comrades." Samael Gracefell, "I am Bidara of the Kashi race, one of Akashic Records' 3 champions in this universe. It is my destiny to kill you, and I will happily fulfill it," the creature declared. Then, after a short pause, he continued in a low growl, "I shall take my last stand at the world's end." In the next moment, he lunged forward at Samael. The black-haired conqueror, now done with his stretch, faced his incoming enemy with lidded eyes. "Indeed, you shall try." Chapter 280 Samael Gracefell, 2. As the tall, gaunt creature neared Samael, the latter puffed his chest to inhale a long, deep breath. In the very next instant, Samael opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of incinerating white flames that had the power to erase beings from the very plane of existence itself. Bidara, the alien king, already knew that no one, no matter how strong they may be, could ever hope to withstand Samael's existence-erasing flames. Hence, the gaunt creature sidestepped, allowing the pillar of white flames to pass harmlessly to his right. Samael thought about spinning to spit the flames in a wide arc, but before he could act on this idea, the alien king ran forward with remarkable speed, appearing before the black-haired conqueror in the blink of an eye. Without giving his opponent even a second to react, the alien king swung his radiant laser sword at Samael, aiming to cleave off his neck, but just before he could do that, Bidara was flung back several meters into the air, as if struck by an invisible force akin to a speeding train. Stabling himself in the air, Bidara landed on his feet, gritting his teeth, and thought out loud, "Telekinesis? How many powers does that monster possess?" Hearing the alien king speak, Samael threw his head back and let out a short chuckle. "That was not mere telekinesis I used. What I hit you with is known as nether energy," he said. Neither did Bidara know what that term meant, nor was he interested. Instead of dwelling on such useless topics, the alien king willed a surge of strength into his legs and rushed forth again. Seeing the fool charge to his own death, Samael shook his head and released a huge destructive shockwave of invisible energy forward, capable of leveling cities to ruins. Magic. Instead of backing down, Bidara sped up and unleashed a devastating telekinetic surge to counter Samael's attack. Booma! The two cataclysmic waves of invisible energies collided to nullify each other. However, their clash shattered the earth and tectonic plates beneath the point of collision, causing a catastrophic localized earthquake. Any remaining tall structure that wasn't toppled before was surely not standing now. Ground cracked, clefts and crevices surged and dust rose in a raging storm, yet the two perpetrators of this destruction were left completely unharmed. Samael raised an eyebrow upon seeing his attack not inflicting any harm to his alien enemy. In a surprised tone, he remarked, "Ah, I see why my general struggled to put you down." Unfazed and unflattered by his comment, Bidara rushed forward at a blurring speed and soon stepped into the striking range. As soon as that happened, the alien king launched a barrage of powerful slashes on the conqueror of worlds using his laser sword. Exasperated, Samael rolled his eyes and deftly evaded every strike. Soon, however, the alien king made a mistake. Samael quickly seized a clear opening. His fist shot forward, striking Bidara on his upper torso. Swiftly, he followed with a series of punishing punches, each infused with enough force to shatter a mountain to dust. Thwack, thwack, thwack! Helpless against the conqueror's onslaught, the alien king found himself defenseless. Despite the fact that he was much taller than his opponent, Bidara couldn't fend off his enemy. Samael's speed and strength were utterly insurmountable. His arms moved in a blur, carrying enough strength to topple cities. Bidara only managed to remain somewhat standing because of the telekinetic barrier he had cast around him beforehand. Anyone else would have already been dead if they had tried to face this succession of blows. No, even he should have been dead by now. Surely, the conqueror was strong enough to surpass his telekinetic force, so why had he not done so yet? Then it hit him. Bidara suddenly realized that Samael didn't only want to kill him. No, he wanted him to experience the agony of being powerless. He wanted to make him suffer and grant him a painful death. Truly, he was facing someone worthy of the name Demon King. Just when Bidara believed the agony would never end, Samael stepped in and delivered a final devastating punch. Thwack! The impact propelled the alien king backward, akin to a marionette with severed strings. The gaunt creature crashed violently onto the scorched ground, rolling several times before coming to an abrupt halt. Taking a split second to catch his breath, the alien king quickly jumped back to his feet, coughing out fetid, acid-like green blood that matched his skin color. Bidara glared forward with fury. Suddenly, however, the gaunt creature's eyes widened in shock as he saw Samael had puffed up his chest once more. Before Bidara could even react, Samael opened his mouth and unleashed another torrent of incinerating white flames. Yet, before the flames could reach him, Bidara summoned his strength and stepped forward, putting everything he had. The alien king swung the incandescent laser blade of his lucent sword with destructive force. Thwoosh! A crescent arc of devastating telekinetic energy surged forward, clashing against the torrent of incinerating white flames and dispersing it. Samael raised his eyebrows in shock and quickly crossed his arms over his body to shield himself from the incoming attack. Thwama! The arc of invisible energy collided with Samael, pushing him back a short distance as two grooves were left on the ground beneath his foot. Without pause, Bidara lunged forward and brought his radiant laser sword down at Samael. Samael clicked his tongue in frustration as if he was dealing with a mere roach rather than the king of an entire powerful alien civilization. He casually raised his arm and caught the approaching laser blade with his bare hand. Bidara's eyes widened as soon as Samael caught the sharp plasma blade that should have been able to slice right through even the most durable metals in this universe, and not to mention, he casually withstood the force of an attack that could have very well obliterated a descending meteorite. "You're strong." Samael's voice was cold, yet his eyes held a hint of amusement. "But you're starting to annoy me, and I don't like resilient bugs. I'm ending this play now." As Samael spoke, violet energy crackled around him, and an imploding bolt of pure black lightning flashed in the air. Bidara's eyes widened as Samael's body became engulfed in a blinding violet glow. In the very next instant, a massive nuclear explosion erupted and blue flames surged forth with Samael's body at its epicenter. From above, it looked as though a radiant blue sun had spawned on the ground. Soon, the blue sun shrunk and collapsed on its own before exploding once again and then surging forth in all directions, reducing everything to nothing but ashes. As the blinding brilliance of the blue explosion faded, a colossal ebony dragon emerged. Beautiful obsidian scales covered the dragon's body like a suit of majestic armor, emitting a faint violet hue from between the insets. A single flutter of the dragon's mighty wings sent churning gales throughout the area, almost as if forcing the ground itself to kneel before it. In the dragon's wake, a single humanoid figure stood. It was Bidara. An invisible telekinetic energy barrier shielded him from the explosion, but he was left bleeding from his mouth and nose due to the shockwave that followed. Terrified, the gaunt alien creature looked up at the ebony dragon hovering proudly in the sky, thunderously flapping its wings. "Gee gods, a broken bar, please have mercy, a broken bar," Bidara helplessly uttered, gripping the hilt of his energy saber tightly, knowing full well that his weapon was not going to provide any help. Though the radiant laser blade of his saber still glowed, the resolve to kill Samael in Bidara's heart was now nothing but snuffed out. Yes, a broken bar. The colossal dragon, which was as big as a metropolitan city, was none other than the conqueror, Samael Gracefell himself. With a fear-inducing, deafening roar, capable of even shaking the heavens, the mighty dragon parted his maw and unleashed a sea of immolating white flames. The entire planet was now destroyed, although it was just a dwarf planet, orbiting like a moon around the alien king, Baidare's home planet. It was suddenly destroyed, a broken bar just like that. The dwarf planet was now nothing but a scene of utter wreckage, with a substantial portion of it obliterated. Incandescent white flames smoldered around the whole planet, making it look as though it was hit by a solar flare. Amidst the debris from the obliterated portion of the dwarf planet that scattered across the frigid void of space, floated the lifeless body of a humanoid creature. The creature's once rough green skin was now a charred mass, reminiscent of burnt coal, completely unrecognizable. Above the burnt remains of the creature, a majestic black dragon soared. Slowly, the dragon's mighty form started to shift and shrink as it began to change shape. In a matter of moments, Samael reverted to his human form. Several pieces of regal clothing materialized around his bare body. He then turned around and flew back to what was left of the barren dwarf planet that he himself had decimated. Gently landing on the smoldering ground, Samael let out a soft breath, not affected by the heat of the immolating flames around him even a bit. Another champion had fallen by his hand. How many champions had he killed by now? He didn't even bother keeping count, but the number must have been billions if not trillions already. It had likely been a century since anyone had challenged him for more than a few minutes before being incinerated by his dragon's breath. Well, to be perfectly honest, he could have effortlessly ended the battle with a mere gesture of his hand if he had wished to. However, it had been so long since he last transformed into his dragon form that Samael had shown restraint with the alien king. A soft sigh escaped his lips once again as Samael surveyed his surroundings. Around him, the white flames were devouring the life of this dwarf planet. If there is hell, then it must look like this, right? Quite fitting for someone who is known as the Demon King to be here, Samael thought. His gaze then shifted upward, seeming to pierce the very heavens as he uttered coldly, "How many more of these champions of yours must I vanquish? How many more of your creations shall meet their end by my hand? Do you think the gates of heaven will protect you forever, O gods? No, I will reach you one day. I will a broken bar kill you all one day. It's only a matter of time before I get my hands on Akashic records now." At that very moment, a rift tore through the fabric of space behind Samael, and a tall young man emerged from it. The young man swept his jet black hair back with his fingers and surveyed the planet he had teleported to with his bright blue eyes. His attention soon fixed on Samael's figure. A gleam entered his eyes as he addressed the young man, saying, "Brother,